a classic, and Rob and Rodney are just. I have to have a conversation with those guys. Like, lay the F off. All
What were they
right?
doing?
They give him zero guidance and nothing but guff, you know? And I'm saying this
Everyone's got
publicly.
their thing, yeah.
Lay off. It's his first time. And they were giving him such a hard time. On
Really?
Thursday. Yes.
They're beating up on him?
Yeah.
That's not cool.
Grumpy people over there in our engineering department.
All righty. Well, sorry about that, Kyle, and happy birthday to you.
That was your birthday present from me to you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get an answer to the super question this morning. How many U.S. states, or I'm sorry, name the 3 U.S. states that are only 4 letters long, 215-263. WMMR, and we are going to go to John, see if we can get the answer. Yo, John, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you. So, all right, so the 3 U.S. states that are only 4 letters long, name them, please.
Definitely not Mississippi, right? Not
Very nice.
Mississippi.
Not that I think. No.
Ohio, Utah, and Iowa.
You are correct, sir. Iowa, Ohio, Utah. John's got it right. Hang on the line. We are going to give you a $50 Metro Diner dining card. Now serving new stacked sandwiches. Bite into Metro Diner's latest crispy fried chicken or shrimp po' boys, layered with fresh lettuce, tomato, and chipotle ranch. Served on a hoagie roll, and you can visit metrodiner.com for all of the information. At the box office this weekend, Creed 3 was number 1, made $58.6 million.
So it exceeded estimates.
Yep. Followed by Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. And you had Cocaine Bear at number 3, Demon Slayer Sword Village? Yeah, I guess so. That's all one word, Sword Village.
Demon Slayer Sword Village.
Yeah. Jesus Rip.
I'm sorry, it's an anime movie.
Oh, well, there we go.
Oh.
All right. Those are doing huge over the past year and a half. The anime stuff has been killing.
Followed by Jesus Revolution.
Which I found out Jesus Revolution, Steve, is it is a sequel to Jesus Reloaded.
Okay, there we go.
Avatar, The Way of the Water. Followed by...
It took me forever to get that. fucking-
I was with you all the way.
Joke out.
I was with you. Wasn't going to give up on you.
Then you have
Jesus Reloaded.
There it is.
Revolution.
Let's go back.
Operation Fortune, Puss in Boots, The Last Wish, and then you had Magic Mike's Last Dance, and finally in the top 10 was 80 for Brady. So Chris Rock broke his silence about Will Smith slapping him at the Academy Awards nearly a year ago. During the Netflix special, Chris Rock Selective Outrage on Saturday. He blamed Smith's outburst on Jada Pinkett Smith's affair with singer August Alsina, which Jada referred to as an entanglement.
An entanglement,
in 2020.
Yes. And he refers to the entanglement. So I watched the whole thing last night. I didn't watch it when it originally aired live. Yeah, right. And I thought it was really good. And so Preston, it comes in the last 10 minutes of the hour.
Right.
And the one thing I felt, Casey, I don't know if you felt, even though all this time has passed, as he started to get into it, it was bubbling up. You could tell.
You could tell he's good.
Because he never gets off his game. He fumbled a word here and there because I think he was like, it was like dying to get out of him. And so it threw him off a little bit, but he recorrected and got on point.
Right. And this is also live, too, right?
Live,
I mean, they
yeah.
carried it live, so
Right.
there's no editing. It's not
Right.
like they film a concert or, and take these parts and take out the little flubs.
Not
But
at
he
all.
messed up a word, which messed up the joke, and then he
redid the joke.
And then
so
he
that it worked.
basically redid the joke. He's like,
Yeah.
I messed up the joke. I meant to say concussion, not emancipation.
Right.
Uh,
But we have a couple clips if you want to go through
let's
them.
play this. So this is when he initially brings up the slap in the segment. Here we go.
Y'all know what happened to me. Getting smacked by Suge Smith. Everybody knows. Everybody fucking knows. Yes, it happened. I got smacked like a year ago. Last week, I got smacked in the fucking Oscars by this motherfucker. And people like, did it hurt? It still hurts. I got summertime ringing in my ears.
I like that line. Him talking about Will being much bigger. Here we go.
I know you can't tell on camera. Will Smith is significantly bigger than me. We're not the same size, okay? We are not. This guy, Will Smith does movies with his shirt off. You've never seen me do a movie with my shirt off. If I'm in a movie getting open heart surgery, I got on a sweater.
And then he dips into the affair that
goes
Jada
hard, man.
had. So yeah, this is when he dived in.
For people that don't know, and everybody know, his wife was fucking her son's friend. Okay? Now, I normally would not talk about this, but for some reason these put that on the internet. I have no idea why two talented people would do something that fucking low down. What the we all been cheated on. Everybody in here been cheated on. None of us have ever been interviewed by the person that cheated on us on television. None of us. It's like, hey, I was sucking somebody else's how did that make you feel?
And then he mentions that he's always rooted for Will Smith.
Yeah.
You know, for his success.
He's made some great movies. I have rooted for Will Smith my whole life. I root for this motherfucker, okay? And now I watch Emancipation just to see him get whooped. Got me rooting for Massa, okay? Hit him again, Massa. Hit him again. You missed the spot, Massa. You missed the spot.
And then he answers the question why he didn't hit him back.
Yeah, and this is literally it's the end of the special. He does a full-blown mic drop. Yeah,
Here we go.
And a lot of people go, Chris, how come you didn't do nothing back? How come you didn't do nothing back that night? Because I got parents. That's why. Because I was raised. Okay? I got parents. And you know what my parents taught me? Don't fight in front of white people.
Drops the mic and leaves.
yep.
Well,
Yeah.
So there you go. We've been waiting for that. And got it all out in the open, and now it's there for you to see anytime you want. Wow.
Yeah.
Another big story, and we knew this was coming soon, but Tom Sizemore died over the weekend. He was 61 years old. He had suffered a brain aneurysm earlier in February 18th at his home in L.A., died in his sleep on Friday at a hospital in Burbank. His manager, Charles Lago, had stated.
We were getting word that they had made end-of-life decisions.
Yeah.
Like last week.
Yep. He became a star with acclaimed appearances in Natural Born Killers, cult classic crime thriller Heat, but serious substance dependency, abuse allegations, multiple run-ins with the law, devastated his career, left him homeless at one point, sent him to jail. Despite the raft of legal trouble, Sizemore had scores of steady film and television credits, although his career never regained its one-time momentum aside from Black Hawk Down and Pearl Harbor. Most of his 21st century roles came in low-budget, little-seen productions where he continued to play the gruff, tough guys that he became famous for portraying.
His career was on fire at a certain point, and I have to imagine, and this is just total speculation, that the years of drug abuse led to, his system being weak, and I think that's eventually what did him in, right?
I got to believe that too, Steve. It was in his memoir in 2013, he had said, I was a guy who'd come from very little and risen to the top. I had the multi-million-dollar house, the Porsche, the restaurant I partially owned with Robert De Niro. By some miracle, by the way, the memoir is titled By Some Miracle I Made It Out of There. And he said, and now I had absolutely nothing. The book's title was taken from a line from his character in Saving Private Ryan. That had garnered him Oscar buzz at the time, but he wrote that success turned him into a movie star, an arrogant fool, and eventually a hope-to-die addict. He racked up a string of domestic violence arrests. He was married once to actress Maven Quinlan and was arrested on suspicion of beating her in 1997. While the charges were dropped, they divorced in 1999. Then he was convicted of abusing his ex-girlfriend Heidi Fleiss in 2003. The same year, he pleaded no contest and avoided trial in a separate abuse case and sentenced to jail. Fleiss testified that he had punched her in the jaw at the Beverly Hills Hotel and beaten her in New York to the point where they couldn't attend the Black Hawk Down premiere. Mm-hmm. The sentencing judge said drug abuse was likely catalyst, but that testimony revealed a man who had deep problems dealing with women. And he had these other sexual harassment lawsuits and all these other things, other domestic violence cases. And he went to jail from 2007 to 2009 for failing numerous drug tests while on probation. And then he ended up, he said that his dependency was related to the trappings of success. He struggled to maintain his emotional composure. As he described a low point looking in the mirror, he said, I looked like I was 100 years old. I had no relationship with my kids. I had no work to speak of. I was living in squat. This was in 2013. Then he went on Celebrity Rehab and Sober House and all this stuff. And you know.
And then the Celebrity Rehab and
apart.
Sober House, you could tell throughout the whole thing, Preston, as could Dr. Drew. You know, and obviously that's a reality show and it's meant to exploit at some level.
Right.
But you could tell that he was not fully sincere in his recovery.
He didn't make it.
Yeah.
He did not make it. He's survived by his 17-year-old twin sons, Jaden and Jagger, and his brother Paul, all of whom were by his side when he died. So it's a sad story all the way around. You guys may have seen this on social media over the weekend. Jake Gyllenhaal is ready to fight. The actor, who is 42 now, appeared on stage at a recent UFC event held at the T-Mobile Arena in Vegas, where he showed off his new fit physique to film a scene for his new movie, Roadhouse, which is a reimagining of the 1989 Patrick Swayze film of the same name. A clip of the moment that was shared online shows Gyllenhaal's character entering the stadium for a weigh-in, trying to hype up the crowds as he walks on the stage. He then takes off his sweatshirt with the UFC logo, showing off his muscles, and then steps on the scale. And you can hear an announcer say official weight, 184.5 pounds for the challenger, Elwood Dalton. And then Gyllenhaal then flexes his muscles and poses as cheers erupt from the crowd.
Was Elwood ever revealed as a first name in Roadhouse?
No.
I always thought
it was Dalton.
I thought Dalton was his first name.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
All right, maybe that's a little literary license. If you
MMA
could apply the word literary to
Roadhouse. MMA world champion Jay Hiran plays Dalton's competitor Jack Harris. He steps up on stage to be weighed. Gyllenhaal can be seen exchanging words, and then Gyllenhaal slaps him. Nice. To kind of play up the whole weigh-in thing.
Well, be nice until it's time to not be nice.
That's right.
They're yelling at each other and all this other stuff. In fact, Conor McGregor announced to the crowd, because this was an actual event they were at the arena, that the scene was going to be filmed for the movie a few minutes prior, and he introduced the scene as staffers changed out the background poster to match the film and all that stuff. So McGregor had said, we've got the biggest fight in Roadhouse history, Harris versus Dalton, UFC 222. Everyone in this arena, you're about to take part, be a part of my movie that's coming out with myself, Jake Gyllenhaal, and a Joel Silver production. So I don't know what McGregor's involvement is in the whole thing.
Maybe he was just helping orchestrate the fight or the crowd or whatever. But there'll probably be a cameo. He also Gyllenhaal played a movie where he was a boxer.
I just looked that up. Yeah, Southpaw. Anybody ever seen that?
I did. It's good.
Actually,
It's actually, and I think he was a little bit more buff for that movie.
Well, he was cut in that movie.
Yeah.
This movie, Steven, looks like he actually tailored his body a little bit more to be a UFC fighter
yeah,
instead
exactly.
of a boxer.
Yeah.
So what's interesting about this is it describes Roadhouse as Gyllenhaal stars as former UFC fighter who takes a job as a bouncer at a rough and tumble roadhouse in the Florida Keys and soon discovers that not everything is what it seems to be in the tropical paradise. So they're taking a decidedly different tone than the original Roadhouse, because Dalton was a philosophy major.
Absolutely. He was enlightened, and he was the best. Well, he was one of the two best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, who was the other?
Sam Elliott.
I forgot his character's
God damn it.
name.
Miho?
That's what he called.
Wade Garrett.
Wade Garrett.
That's Wade Garrett. You know how when you walk into a club, you can immediately identify the bouncer?
Oh, yeah.
You know a cooler when
That's
you see a cooler.
Lou Schmendrick.
But color me intrigued. I want to know. I want to know what this is about, and I want to see the movie. I have news for you folks. Someone has changed.
Oh,
their
well.
No.
hair. Yes. Kourtney Kardashian unveiled her surprising platinum blonde hair transformation.
What the
Her surprising hair transformation was revealed in a Friday post shared by her husband, Travis Barker. He took to Instagram to thank fans for well-wishers for following his recent finger surgery and shared a video
You like it?
of Courtney saying a prayer.
How's your finger?
In the clip, the Poosh founder
Not a finger.
is nearly unrecognizable with the bleached tresses, and her locks were pulled back into a tiny bun.
Yeah, she's got a tiny bun working there. She's it looks okay. It's too blonde, you know?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely platinum.
Yeah.
She's gone very, very light colored with that. So she has not yet revealed the hair change on her own social media account. The makeover comes as quite a shock considering the TV personality has never strayed away from her natural brunette due. For years, she sported jet black locks on with occasional brown and honey-colored highlights.
I wanted to do something fun.
And this is after she debuted her new blunt bob back in August of 2021.
That's the only way to do a bob. If you're going to do it blunt.
Bluntly do your bob. She showed off the cut in a series of photos via Instagram at that time.
It sounds like a bad comic book character.
Yeah, Blunt Bob.
Blunt Bob.
Yeah, one of the lesser Dick Tracy villains. He's very candid.
Just cuts to the chase.
He told me I was a jackass.
No, I was
Hey, he's
thinking
very blunt.
in like a marijuana comedy. Blunt Bob.
Oh, Blunt Bob.
Yeah.
A blunt in that regard.
Kevin Smith would have a blunt Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Silent Bob and Blunt Bob.
I agree. So anyhow, she's got a new too, in case you did not know that. So Hugh Grant told Total Film Magazine in an interview that was published on Saturday that he, quote, did a Christian Bale and had a couple of tantrums on the set of his new movie, Dungeons and Dragons, Honor Among Thieves. He said, I lost my temper with a woman in my eye line on day one. He said, I assumed she was some executive from the studio who should have known better. He said, then it turns out she's an extremely nice local woman who was the chaperone of the young girl.
Oh, good for you.
And he said, terrible, and a lot of groveling was involved. So
Yeah.
he stepped out
I could
of
see
line.
him as being occasionally difficult. Hugh Grant now and then.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm trying to get a sense of what this movie's going to be like, Dungeons and Dragons. So it seems to be very self-knowing.
Yeah.
It seems to be fairly accurate to the legend or the game.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
But by title alone, I'm not interested at all.
I know, yeah.
And then I watched the trailer and I'm like, okay.
Maybe.
All right, I'll give
Yeah.
it a half hour.
Is it the Dungeons and Dragons that kills it for you? Or
Yeah,
the
because I
Honor
was
Among
never
Thieves?
into it.
Yeah, I wasn't either. I know next to nothing about that game other
Yeah.
than
No.
use dice and make things up.
But
And devil worshippers play it, Preston.
Right.
That's right.
Well, it wasn't just Kansas City Chiefs tight end and or Travis Kelce who got to have a Saturday Night Live moment this weekend. His brother Jason
Yeah,
did
he
as
did.
well. And when the Super Bowl 57 winner hosted a long-running variety series, appeared in numerous skits. Jason appeared in one with us, actually a couple of them in the opening monologue. And then later on in one of their bits, real-life Chiefs fan Heidi Gardner got plenty of moments to play off of both of Kelce brothers as Jason cameoed toward the end of the clip. It was funny.
So we if you want, we have some audio. We do have an audio opening of the opening, the SNL, of him coming out.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you so very much. It's great to be here. And if you don't know, I just won my second Super Bowl. Which was amazing, but for me, hosting SNL is that much better. I'm lying to you all. I'm lying, I'm kidding. Winning the Super Bowl was way better, but seriously.
And then he talks about beating his brother's team.
You know, people keep asking me what it was like to beat my brother in the Super Bowl, and it was pretty awkward. Especially because after the game, we had to ride home together. Our mom drove us there in her minivan. It's like the good old days.
He brought up the fact, and I totally forgot that he was in one of those reality dating shows.
He was, yeah.
And they showed a clip from it, totally embarrassing, but both charismatic and obviously they played a lot off the sibling rivalry. And as an episode and as an installment, he did pretty good in a couple of skits.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was one skit where they it's kind of hard to set up the whole thing, but there was two girls and they're dating, and,
Right,
and
yeah.
both brothers were involved in it. So This is Jason as the other boyfriend. Here we go.
I'm starting to feel bad.
You shouldn't. It was one date.
Okay, look. Okay, none of that matters now because, like I said, I am in a relationship and it's so good. He's a little bit older and he's totally ripped.
Abby, that's great for you. I'm happy.
And Jason comes walking out.
Hey, Baba. Sorry I'm late. Yo, is this guy bothering you? Do you need me to beat him up? Because I definitely could.
Wait, that's your boyfriend? It's totally cool.
And then he starts crying. Yeah, it was fun. So good for them, man.
Yeah.
Nice.
Sometimes athletes come on and they are not good hosts. And Travis Kelce did a pretty good job. I was impressed.
He obviously took time to also remember some of his lines at least.
Yeah. A couple other quick things. Rachael Ray is ready to say goodbye to her talk show, The Rachael Ray Show, after 17 seasons on the air. Wow.
I remember when that freaking thing first came on. She was at the height of her fame, right, with the cooking show.
Yeah.
And that was always her thing, is that she was kind of like a regular kitchen cook, right? Not like
I loved it. Was called 20-Minute Meals.
Yeah.
I loved it because she showed a bunch of shortcuts on how to get a meal on the table and have something that you made at home that was fresh. And so I dug that Food Network program. I thought it was really practical, you know. So she said, in more than 20 plus years in television, I've had 17 wonderful seasons working in daytime television with Rachael. She said, however, I've made the decision that it's time for me to move on to the next exciting chapter of my broadcast career. So my passions have evolved from the talk show format production and syndication model to a platform unencumbered by the traditional rules of distribution.
OnlyFans.
That is why I am looking forward to putting all my energies into my recently announced production arm, which is called Free Food Studios. So what she will do with that, I do not know.
She's going to take greater ownership. You remember, so the word is, and this has been the word for quite a while, that her and her husband like to swing.
Freaky sex.
Yeah.
Yeah, they like to do all kinds of stuff, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and then they really haven't denied it. So,
I don't know.
Maybe that's what the new show's about.
Maybe.
Celebrity cuck.
I love it. Celebrity cuck. Sylvester Stallone told the Hollywood Reporter why his character, Rocky Balboa, is missing from Creed 3.
Stinks!
He said...
That's right, it stinks!
He said that's a regretful situation because I know what it could have been. He explained that he didn't agree to the film's creative direction. He said it was taken in a direction that is quite different than I would have taken it. It's a different philosophy, Erwin Winkler's and Michael B. Jordan's. I wish him well, but I'm much more of a sentimentalist, and I like my heroes getting beat up, but I just don't want them going into that dark space. And I just feel people have enough darkness.
So the movie's gotten very good reviews.
Okay.
And I can certainly understand what he's saying. There's, that emotional core is always what fueled, and in fact, the less successful Rocky movies, I believe, veered from that.
Yeah.
Like Rocky Balboa brought it back.
I agree.
And that's when it works the best.
All right, and then one last story, and then we'll get to the clips. Emma Stone told the New York Times recently that Willem Dafoe asked her to slap him 20 times on the set of the movie, and so that it would look more believable while filming. How can she slap?
How can she slap?
20 times.
Okay.
There is... Oh, that was more than 20. She said there is this instinct to perform that many actors have, the look at me kind of performer, she said, about Dafoe, but he is the opposite of that. So she had to hit him 20 times in the face.
Well, that's giving it up for your craft.
I wonder how hard that would be for you, the one delivering the slap, to do that over and over. Because, if you see somebody getting hit in the face multiple times, you're just like, you're kind of cringy after a while.
There have been movie scenes where, the director said go for it, you know, and or that the person being as did he, really do it. I think that occurs in Soap Dish. I think there's a scene with a slap that is legit.
Okay.
I think it's Sally Field and Kevin Kline.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to move on to the clips now, my friend. Yes. Getting on stage and singing for millions of people is the intimidating name of the game on The Voice. And here, new judge Niall Horan talks about his previous experience. Here we go.
The great thing about The Voice is the whole unknown, press the button, all that. You can start accumulating a bit of a team, and then it's just the decision making after that is just horrific. You've got like two incredible singers stood there, and you have to say, you're staying, you're going. It's just not very nice, especially having been on the other side.
Shut the f*** up!
The Voice Season 23 premieres tonight, 8 o'clock. That is on NBC.
So he's the guy from One Direction who's not Harry Styles.
Okay.
Oh, that guy.
And then we have another clip. Children of the Corn is getting a facelift this year as the horror film remake takes on the big screen. And in this clip, director Kurt Wimmer talks about his take on the cult classic. Here we go.
The other story's been made so many times, you kind of can't win. If I'd remade the same movie, we'll say, Hollywood's out of ideas. There's no ideas. I looked at the original story and I was like, this is the genius of Stephen King.
I don't think I want to see it.
I saw a blurb that said it's not very good.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
And there's like 9 of them at this point.
Yeah. Children of the Corn is available in theaters now, by the way, but I haven't seen it, so I can't fully say. But there you go. Your entertainment report this morning for you, friend.
Action-packed.
Happy to have you on board for a Monday morning. We got a beautiful crystal clear blue sky, high of about 55 degrees today, so a fairly comfy day for the beginning of March. Kathy's out again today, back in tomorrow. Hopefully we'll bring you up to speed what's going on with her. And we have a couple of guests on the program, one of them being actress Diane Franklin, who's got an autobiography with the greatest title. It's called The Excellent Comedy of the Last American French Exchange Babe of the 80s. And that definitely touches on 3 of her big roles, from Last American Virgin, from Better Off Dead, and from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
And we've talked about this all the time, like when Billy Zabka and all these people who sit in that realm from the 80s and early 90s, and those pop culture movies that they always end up being really great interviews,
Yep.
And I've seen her interviewed. She's great.
We will talk to her a little bit later this morning in the 9 o'clock hour. So we're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. This Monday morning started to move forward, and we'll continue the momentum when we get back. Hang out with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
We're opening up about their family life and what it's like behind palace walls.
We enjoy swinging.
The pair joined baking guru Mary Berry for a Berry Royal Christmas.
I love her.
On the BBC.
Do you really?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
Sharing his perspective on how he has been talking to his kids about the causes they champion. William noted that when he drives Prince George and Princess Charlotte to school, they point out homeless people and ask questions.
Daddy, run over them. They frighten me. Will do.
He said, on the school run, I know it sounds a little bit...
I killed that one.
Got one.
Keep score back there. Do you all have a pad and paper and pencils and such? 1-1.
Yeah, 2 that time. William also highlighted his late mother, Princess Diana's work, and credited her with opening his and brother Harry's eyes. And he said that a visit to the Passage Homeless Charity was one of the first places I came to, actually. It must have been between 8 and 10 years old, something like that, and it had a profound effect on me. He said, my mother knew what she was doing with it. She realized that it was very important when you grow up, especially in the life that we grew up in, that you realize that life happens beyond palace walls and that you see the real people struggling with real issues.
And this is the cake woman they're talking to?
This is the cake woman.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me all this time?
Yeah. Mary Berry. And
I simply asked, how are you doing?
The special aired yesterday on the BBC, by the way.
There was a throwaway line that made a lot of press. I guess it was in the Daily Mail. She said to Kate Middleton, basically something like, would you like to squirt on the cake?
Oh, geez.
And so there was actually isolation, and they thought that was rather amusing. Why don't you lift up your skirt, hop up on the table, and squirt on the cake? Squirt. You know, like they do in pornographic films.
Royal jelly.
Royal jelly. Wow, you're like a geyser.
Okay. Kevin Costner has set a new drama at ABC. ISB will tell the story of elite special agents of the Investigative Services Branch, whose job it is to solve the most complex and heinous crimes committed in national parks in the Pacific West region.
ISB?
ISB. He is going to produce and write this. It's a procedural. Former The Flash showrunner Aaron Helberg and Costner will co-write and executive produce. And Helbing will also be, act as the showrunner. I don't think he's planning on acting.
He's producing
in the whole thing.
He's also producing a series for NBC called DVDA.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which and it's another division, Preston.
I guess that is.
They have there's 2 openings in that particular division.
Jesus. Oh, and there's 2 different divisions, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So 4 openings total.
Yeah.
No, 2 openings,
just 2
4
openings.
positions.
Wow. I'm with DVDA. Any openings there? 2.
You guys are talking about the Delaware Valley Dance Academy, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
4 positions.
4 positions for 2 openings.
Right.
I needed
Look up
that.
DVDA.
I needed that.
Or don't.
Yeah. Or don't.
No, or just watch Blue Waffle.
Or you could just know what
Go
that
about
is.
the rest of your day without doing that.
Did you guys see the updated E.T. commercial that's
I
on it?
did.
It's
Yeah.
great. I love it.
It is
Steven
cool.
Spielberg directed it.
Did he?
That's what
I was wondering because
that's what I read.
I'm like, you can't tread on Steven Spielberg's territory.
Yeah. Well, Henry Thomas, who played Elliot, allegedly tampered with his sobriety test during a DWI stop. According to a police report obtained by TMZ, he refused a breathalyzer during a stop in Oregon. He was reportedly taken to a station and put in a holding cell. And when a urine sample was taken, the report claims he filled it with toilet water.
The oldest trick in the book. E.T. taught him that.
He denies the claim.
If you're ever arrested for drinking, take your urine specimen and mix it with toilet water.
He denies the claim. Last month, the 48-year-old pleaded no contest to driving under the influence. He was given a $500 fine. I was also told to attend a victim impact panel and install a car breathalyzer.
Here, I'll piss in a cup for you.
Oh, my God.
There are no minerals in this urine that are not even on Earth anywhere.
It's purple.
It looks like the purple stuff. You know, you drink instead of Sunny Delight.
Breaking news.
Really?
What's up?
Marissa was just telling me you sent it over. Okay. We heard rumblings about this, I guess, Monday, that Pearl Jam is going to have new music out?
Oh, yeah. Bill mentioned something to us about that.
Okay. We have a clip of the song Marissa just sent over.
Oh.
And she's going to get you some information on the album. What's the name of the song, Marissa?
I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She does not. What is it?
It's called Four Corners.
Four Corners.
Four Corners. Just a clip of the song. You want to
So
play?
it's ready to go now?
Yeah.
Did you finish the endorsement or the?
I did.
Okay,
I
all right,
did, yeah.
right.
So limited time offer was the last part of that.
All right.
New music, Pearl Jam. Just a clip of it.
It's got like 40
Very cool.
seconds.
All right, here we go. Let's check this out.
Hook, line, and sinker. Even
as soon as the vocals started, his
no,
head popped up.
But it was believable vocals. The first line of the vocals, I was like, well, Casey's going to make fun of this. What's the guitar?
It's actually Mike McCready.
It's Mike McCready. Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
But you can play now. Both you can play.
Not this.
some songs speak to you more than others.
I think this one hits you where you live.
This one speaks to me.
That speaks directly to you.
Directly
Yeah.
to
I mean,
you.
it's for crying out
Gets
loud.
me in all the feels, man.
Casey was so excited.
Oh,
He played that for me yesterday.
I was even more excited last night when Nick tweeted out you had answered somebody's tweet about Pearl Jam coming out with new music this week. I was like, oh my God, this is so perfect.
Well, there's and I saw that you liked that tweet, by the way. There's a
Now we know why he liked that tweet.
There's a Pearl Jam account in Italy that actually helps break some Pearl Jam news around the world or whatever. And
Pearl Jamma.
No, it's Pearl Jam Online Italia, and we've been talking about possible new Pearl Jam music all week because we heard from Bill Weston that there might be some.
That's not it.
And well, no, clearly. But the more we talk about it and the less that actual Pearl Jam music shows up, the more nervous I am about actually talking about it on air because it's just been rumors thus far. You know, we haven't actually had any. So then you got me today.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Because he was certainly impressed with MMR and the whole thing, and you know the reference. If at some point some reference in some way pertaining to you, Nick, ended up in a song, whether it be not by name or a reference or something,
Just
or
call
the
it a day
station.
at that point. I just retire if that ever happened.
Yeah.
I'm done.
All right. So that's your breaking news.
Breaking news.
Music news this morning. Brand new Pearl Jam. No, the rumor is actually that there is new music from the band that's supposed to surface.
Supposedly?
Supposedly. I ask you. I guess this week, but whether that comes to pass or not, remains to be seen. So we will see. And yes, we got a lot of people texting that you got them as well.
Nice.
Some phone calls coming in too. So please welcome Mr. Frank Caliendo to the show.
What a great entrance. I walked in and I met old friends from the hallway.
Wow.
It was somebody from another station down the hall was like, wait a second, are you Frank Caliendo? I'm like, yeah. He goes, okay. And then he walked away and didn't let me in. And then I'm just standing there with these other guys, and which we became great friends. No, yeah. And
sometimes you just know.
And then, and then I was like, "You're not gonna just let me in? I would have left these guys here in a heartbeat. I have no problem with that." And they're like, "We would have done it too." They're like, "You're just stuck here with these two creepy guys." I'm like, "You have no idea what my life is like. You're zero on the creepy meter. Creepy meter doesn't even come close to it." They were very nice. I feel like it's gotten to a point where we should just give you a key fob so you can get in. I would take it. I have stations where I have that.
You do have the key fob accessibility?
Yeah, I've had that, and entry codes like in Arizona.
You know, but now here you have construction going on, so you'd be
so I also have a key.
peril.
I have a key to a crane.
You do? They gave you a key?
How do you think I got in?
Oh my God!
I didn't take a door. I was dropped in.
It's why when you come up here, so a lot of people don't know, they're actually going to add an atrium onto the building that's going to go up 4 floors. It'll be right outside our window here. So they're actually digging up the whole front of the building. And so we haven't heard it as of yet. But,
Nick let me know in advance.
Did you walk over here?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
What do you think? I think I Ubered from across the street?
I wouldn't put it past you.
How lazy do you know that I am?
But I mean, your hotel's literally a block away.
Let's just tell everybody where I'm staying. That's great.
Room 472.
Then you want to see some creepy factor, guys? I want to tell you guys because I was so excited this weekend. I shouldn't say never. I hadn't been to one of these in a while. It was a comic convention kind of thing.
Yes, yeah. You're a comic book nerd.
I like comic books. I'm getting into them. I'm getting back into them. I liked them when I was a kid. I'm more into the stuff that my daughter's into. Barbies, My Little Pony. No,
you're into
more into just looking for a joke.
It just got creepy again.
Yes, no problem. I like to comb their hair. My Little Pony.
You know what they call those bronies?
Yeah, is there such a thing? I'll get into it. I got no problem.
It's a legitimate fetish. They're called bronies.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. So, hey Jerry, what I was going to do there was going to get real creepy. So this one was called Ace Con. All right, and
Arizona?
No, it's a national thing. I think they might do one in Philadelphia too eventually, but they go all over and they do major celebrities from the movies.
Yeah.
So Tom Hiddleston was at this one, who was
cool.
Loki.
Yeah, we love Hiddleston. Yeah.
Oh, and he's nicer in person than he is as Loki. First of all, but he's so nice. But he comes up. I don't know if they. I can never tell this because he was so smooth and so incredible. And so
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Nick. Well, it did happen, ladies and gentlemen. The Cardboard Classic has come and gone.
Yeah.
For 2023. Montage Mountain, our first time back after a 2-year hiatus and in a brand new location for us. We had it, of course, last Friday, and when we signed off on the air, we went out to the hill, and we made the whole thing happen, and it is in the books, and we had a great freaking time.
It
Just
was
a great time.
A great time. I mean, for sort of, everything was brand new for us.
Yeah.
And I'd say we hit in the 85 to 90% of, what we want. I think really the only thing is how we approach the hill contours. And Montage did a fantastic job creating the run. We just maybe, just to take some other things into consideration. But man, they were such a professional operation. The second I arrived there on Thursday afternoon, Preston, I walked up to the top of the stairs, looked at Montage and all the runs, and I'm like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is it. We got it. We have a new home.
Yep, absolutely. And thank you to the crowds that came out, everybody who was a part of it. It was, leading up to it, I was a little nervous. I'm like, is anybody here yet? Has anybody arrived?
Yeah.
Do we know if any people are going to show up and watch this whole thing?
We were used to seeing the people congregate off out of the one window, and we really didn't have that advantage point here. And then slowly but surely, as we started to get closer, it filled in really nicely.
Yep. So thank you to everybody who participated. I got a couple of emails, and if you want to call and comment, we would love to hear about your time there and how things went and what group you were a part of. And was this your first time? There are a lot of people, first time ever, Cardboard Classic.
Yeah.
Steve had asked for a show of hands, and a lot of people threw their hands up in that crowd of a few thousand people that were there for the event. This one, I wanted to read this email. This is really great because we didn't know exactly what was going on, but it was a lot of fun. And they had sent this to me the day before Cardboard Classic, and I didn't get it. The day before Cardboard Classic, I was insanely busy. I'll go into that at some point, but I had no time at all. So I got this. It said, hey, I wanted to see if I could get an email and asked for a favor at the Cardboard Classic. So they sent this the night before. It said, Steve Conrad, my brother-in-law, has been in the Classic for several years. He's a dedicated fan of MMR. After doing several races with his friends, he decided to build a sled that could take his family members down with him. Also, we've done it for 4 years, and he's also been been to several of your functions and won backstage passes, some of your shows. He's also one of the participants that picked up a guy named Pitch or Pitchawation.
Oh, my God, yeah.
During one of your challenges to see who got back to the Cardboard Classic first. And my question is, we entered this year. The sled was called Sasquatch Strikes Back. And we are bowling pins and a bowling ball.
Oh, yeah.
This is in dedication to Steve's father, who we called Pappy, who passed away during the pandemic after spending over 5 months in the hospital alone without any family members able to visit him due to COVID. Pappy loved bowling and did it for many years. I was wondering if maybe while we're ready to come down, if you could give a shout out to Steve and his dad, Pappy. So we didn't get a chance to do that, but I wanted to make sure that I read this on the air.
Oh, they did right by him then. That presentation was fantastic.
Yeah, she said, we're going to jump off and form a triangle, and Steve, the bowling ball, is going to run through us to get a strike as we all fall down. And we'll be very quick. We know time is limited once you get to the bottom of the hill. But they were great. They all got out and they lined up, and we could tell what they were going to do. And I thought that was... I would actually like to see more of that.
Yeah.
The only you have to guarantee you get to the bottom to be able to do
That's
it.
the part, yeah.
Sometimes you don't get down there, but they made it all the way, and then they put on this little 10-second skit, and it was awesome. So this is from Judy Jones. So, Judy, you guys did great. It was a lot of fun. What a wonderful performance.
The crowd loved it. I mean, it was funny because, Preston, you'd said... you'd said early on, the ones that were going to make it, the ones that were going to have enough velocity, you said, you kept saying, there's every bit of a chance that they could run right into the building, and we got close.
Oh, yeah.
We got close.
If they made it all the way down, and they had some weight to it, they were going to run. When I first came down, I saw the hill, and they had just put mats down. That's all they had at the bottom. And I looked at you guys, I'm like, they're going to crash into the building. And so at that point, I think they overheard me saying that, and they went out and they got hay bales.
Yeah.
And they put up 2 fence lines.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the final sled, that Delco sled, the rock and roll one, it went through all. It went through everything.
Everything.
Went through all the hay bales and went through the 2 fences and made it to the end. Casey, I hope you were really proud of those guys.
Well, so here's the deal. Of course, this Delco sled comes down, and as they're coming across the finish line, I'm like, oh, there's Jason. Oh, that's Steve. I'm like, oh my God, I know all these guys. Of course, I know all those guys.
They were tremendous, man.
Yeah.
I mean, they were going at such a clip.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to understand, it was different ways we were looking at the run, Preston. It's like, what does it take to get down here? And there are some things, by the way, learn from past videos if you get a chance, because there are some things that just won't work. Yeah. And you pointed out, Preston, that really the classic toboggan bottom is your best bet.
The flat bottom. So some people tried to do rails, using cardboard, and it wasn't working on that type of snow. Really, the ones that I think made it the farthest just had a flat piece of cardboard on the bottom, like loose.
If it was icier, maybe the skis would work, but
it's a tough call. And then, Casey, I also throw this out. Round out your corners. Yeah. Because if you have anything that'll dig into the side and spin you around, you're done.
You know what? And so maybe for next year, we'll get one of our professionals here to do like a how-to, the do's and don'ts of building a sled. I think that would be a really good tutorial for anybody who wants to come out and do this for the first time. And those Delco People Press, they have been doing this for years and years and years. If you recall, there was like a WrestleMania that was coming down.
It was great.
And so and I know that there were a couple new groups that had participants, but I was so happy to see all those old faces.
I was happy to see the Dirty Delco Engineers made a comeback.
Yeah.
I thought they had stopped doing it a few years ago.
Listen, as a father,
Sure.
And I think that's what had happened to those guys is, as the kids came into the mix and, then obviously your priorities got to change. But
put them to work on the sled.
Yeah, but once they get a little bit older and a little bit more self-sufficient, maybe you could disappear for a day or two.
Hang on a second. Somebody said I was standing in line with the Flintstones crew and asked if they had heard the one about the Flintstones in Abu Dhabi. They had not. I executed the joke flawlessly, and they looked at me like I had 10 Ds growing out of my face. It was probably in the heat of the moment.
Yes, you don't know.
All right, let's talk to some of the successful teams. Dave was the captain of the Smokey and the Bandit sled.
Yes.
That one was phenomenal. Hey, Dave, how you doing, bud?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, man. Hey, congratulations on a successful run. You guys bashed through the barriers at the bottom.
Yeah, I think if you watched all the runs, we had the most exciting fun going down.
Yeah. Well, you were two vehicles. You were Smokey and the Bandit. You had a Trans Am. Yeah,
and the sheriff's car.
And the sheriff. And they were huge, Dave. Each one of them was huge.
They were full-size cars. Yeah, I built them to pretty much scale, maybe a little bit bigger than they were, but they were definitely huge.
Oh, my God. Is this Dave Thompson by any chance?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so Dave, and the thing I love about your team is you guys ride with Marcus and me in the ACS and the Bend to the Shore Bike-a-thon, and it looked like a lot of the guys that were on your sleds are on the cycling teams?
No, actually, only one was there. It was Brendan.
Well, so he stood out. Beef Stew was there.
Brendan stands out, period. That's just the way he is.
Okay.
Well, the execution was flawless. Actually, this time it was the Bandit was faster than Smokey was faster than the Bandit.
Yeah.
But guys came down in tandem, and it was terrific.
Yeah, the Trans Am went a little sideways there to begin with, and then when it came down, they still made it to the finish line, so we went all the way to the end. Of course, having the sheriff's car go through the barrier, through the hay bales, into the crowd, that was good.
And you guys,
what was really funny was if you watch the videos, there was a couple of them out there of people watching it go down. My son Danny was in the Trans Am, and then we had my friend Biscuit being as the sheriff. When they got towards the end, certain things on the cars, like the doors opened, the hood opened, all that stuff like that. Well, I even the steering wheels actually turned, but you watch them try to turn the cars with the steering wheels. They don't do anything.
It's instinctual, man.
Of course.
And I love how you also had the sheriff's son dressed in a tuxedo because he was going to get married in the movie.
Yeah, Daddy.
It was wonderful.
Yeah, I rented a whole tuxedo. Everyone, Biscuit had the whole sheriff, justice. If people got pictures with him, they were exactly like that. My son Danny was the Bandit. My other son Greg was Snowman. We had everything. everything you could possibly want. Even though if you looked at the two guys that was dressed as Big Enos and Little Enos with the
I didn't see
Big Enos and Little Enos. Yeah.
Oh my
they're the ones that institute the run.
Oh, that's the best.
Yep.
That's great. Well done.
Dave, you guys killed it. The crowd went crazy when you came down.
Oh yeah, they did. Yes, like I said, we had the exciting run going down with two cars just racing. That was great. Thanks, guys.
No problem. Get some ideas for next year, all right?
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, Dave. We'll see you.
I love
Man, that was great. I think one of my favorite well-constructed was definitely the Yellow Submarine.
Oh, my God.
So well done.
Yeah.
We have Pat, who is the captain of that team on the line. Hey, Pat. Morning, buddy.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks.
How you guys doing?
Oh, we're great, man. Congrats. You guys, the integrity of that sled, of that Yellow Submarine, it was solid construction. It held together perfectly all the way to the end.
Thank you. Yeah, it was more of a technical build this year because getting those curves and those type of rounds on cardboard is incredibly difficult. But our team killed it, and thanks to all the guys and girls on our side.
Yeah, and one of the few sleds where you didn't see anybody because everyone was inside the submarine the whole way down.
Yeah, there were 6 of us inside, and then you can actually see on the back end, our one guy, Kevin, almost lost it in the video. His legs kick out, and he's grabbing onto the tail for dear life. That was an incredible location. I mean, all the people, everybody that came out and built this year, I mean, it was really good to be back after 3 years.
Hey, and after incredible location, what are your impressions on Montage first year out doing this?
I love the setup. I was a little concerned at first about the drive, but it's really not that bad. So anybody that was kind of concerned about not being at JFBB, just make the trip out there. It's really not that bad.
Yeah.
The location with all the bars, the merch, it was really cool. I picked up a poster. I can't complain. I loved it.
Well, listen, when I passed by the original exit where we used to get off, I looked down at my Waze and I'm like 18 more minutes, no problem.
No,
it was
not at
easy.
all.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody needs to come back out. It was a blast. I mean, all the other teams, killed it this year.
It was great.
Pat, I don't envy the judges. They had a really difficult time. I mean, your sled was my personal favorite, although in second place ended up being the winner. But what I loved, Pat, in no small part, was the designs you guys actually had on the inside of the submarine, stuff that nobody really even saw, especially going down the hill. But what were some of the things because you guys did decorations inside the actual sub as well?
Yeah, so actually what happened was I had my daughter, she's 6 years old. She came in and we had her paint the inside. She's been wanting to do this stuff for years. And we're like, oh, yeah, come on over. We'll bring you to the hangar. So, she painted the inside. We had, hearts and flowers. She did, a splattering of paint, all over the floor.
There's such an attention to detail because when you guys all got out, you were wearing Peter Max-ish, trippy, Beatles-esque clothing. I mean, even down to the fashion. Just getting that alone would have been a massive undertaking.
The best part about that is I've been hounding my team for months. I'm like, all right, who's dressing up as which Beatle? How are we going to do this? And then the Friday before the event, a week out, I went to Goodwill. I bought some stuff. I was like, come on, guys, we're doing this. And we're like, all right. So we all went to Goodwill. We found stuff that worked, and we used paint, house paint to get some of those stripes on in different colors. But
we
it was a very
love
last minute thing.
And it's so cool. I mean, honestly, obviously you guys are enjoying doing it, but what you bring and what people take away from your efforts, the spectators went nuts. And so, hopefully you'll be back there next year with something even more impressive.
Absolutely. We already have an idea that we're kicking around. So
I love it. I love it. By the way, Pat's with Cardboard Sled Union 933.
Yeah.
And you mentioned previously, if anybody wants to hit us up, we are always welcome to help anybody out with the way they build things. We've been doing it for 13 years.
Yeah.
They can easily reach out to us and,
you know what?
We'll help them out.
Before we get to next year, and we need to remember to do this because we're going to have a meeting this week about ways that we can, always improve. That's what we'd like to do. But is maybe have these guys and some of our other favorites put together a short video. Maybe we could do that and we can show that to people. Just give them some ideas.
Couple of quick things.
Yeah. Hey, Pat, by the way, you guys all rode on the inside, and you were one of those sleds that made it not only down to the bottom of the hill, but also through the bales of hay and into the fence. But you guys were inside the submarine and didn't see any of that coming. So what was that impact like for you guys?
Well, I could see how it felt we were going really fast, and I was like, all right, it seems like we're doing okay. And then I saw the flags kind of whip by one of the portholes, and I went, oh crap! I'm like, we're still kind of hauling right now.
Yeah.
I tell you what, from our
I'm glad they put those hay bales down, because when we first rolled up, we're like, oh man, because we had Falcor and we flew with Falcor back in 2019. I was like, and this is kind of built with the same, like all the weight is centered and low. I was like, we're going to be a rocket. Like, we're going to go end up in the building and kill somebody.
We were loving it, though, man. Watching you guys careen through that was great. So, yeah, awesome.
Amazing work. Thanks, Pat. We'll see you next
guys.
year. All right,
Take
bye-bye.
care.
All right, let's go to Clutch, who's on the Hoagie Slicer.
Hoagie Slicer.
Hey, Clutch.
Yeah, what's going on?
Yo, bud, how you?
Good, I'm still alive.
Nice. It's a bonus.
That's
it's a
plus.
win.
So 115 people on your sled, right?
Yeah, well, last count it was 111.
Okay.
I don't know if they all made it on at the top because the whole thing started taking off before everybody was on, but there was literally piles of bodies on those platforms.
Yeah, for those who are
coming
listening,
down.
this is not a joke. 111 people on what ended up being 2 sleds. I think it was supposed to be 1. And
Actually, it was 7 platforms.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah. So I
7
said that.
platforms that were all tied together, and when they were all tied together, the thing was 84 feet long.
Yes,
So-
84 feet long.
I was at the top of the hill with you, Clutch. Yeah.
I got pictures of like the entire thing tied together all the way at the top. It's like a column of people on either side, and it's just like this long, super long red carpet.
And it was supposed to all go down together, right?
You what?
It was supposed to all go down together?
It was supposed to, but it was like it was just way too much weight. I estimated it to be about 16,000 pounds with all the people on there.
It's crazy that 111 people would weigh that much. So, Nick, in its pristine state at the top of the hill, it was one contiguous sled.
Yes. And so the edge of the sled, Clutch, correct me if I'm wrong, but the edge of the sled was sort of at the lip, ready to go over, and then the back of the sled, which is where the Hoagie Slicer was a good 40 yards away?
No, yeah, it was 84 feet. It was all the way back into the trees, like at the top of that part of the hill.
And the Hoagies.
I'd like to thank all the listeners because I only knew about 30 people that I brought up there, so I literally recruited 84 people out of the crowd.
Oh my God!
I didn't even know. I spray painted on the side of the sled. Hey, if you want to ride down, talk to me. And I had people lining up, waiting to get on the sled.
Dude, that was
I
great.
want to thank all those people for putting their hand in it and having a good time. I had a lot of happy people from that.
The one thing that didn't make it fully intact was the Hoagie Slicer itself.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, there was a lot of people leaning on it and everything else, but that's fine. The event was over. We sliced hoagies. Everybody was happy. It was
That's
good.
great. Clutch, I actually do look forward to your sleds each and every year. If you guys recall, like you did the giant rocking chair, you did the giant radio flyer, and then also one of my favorites was that not only did you build a slide, but you climbed up the ladder and then went down the slide as it was going down the hill.
Yep.
You've done some really, and what's cool about your designs are. They're simple, but they're not simple. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's simple design.
I like building everyday things that everybody can relate to, that then when they see it, they're like, oh, okay, I know what that is.
Right.
And then every time they see it, like the dumpster, every time they see it, it's like, oh, that was a sled one time at the Carpet Classic.
Yeah, no, this is definitely one for the record books, and location and everything. We were just blown away by montage. I assume you were as well.
The snow was good. The actual pack of the ice going down the hill was good. The hill was a little shallow, but a couple of years of building that up over time. Yeah, I think that would be an awesome hill.
Yeah, we're going to work on that, definitely. All right, thank you, Clutch. Great to see you, man.
Good
Appreciate
time.
you being there. By the way, I was handed this note. Both interns, Eric and Victoria, were 2 of those 111 people
really
that were on the Hoagie Slicer.
Didn't even notice.
So I'm glad that they got on there.
Annie and Gina went down with that Delco sled towards the end.
No way.
Is it with the Delco sled, or was one of them? Yeah, one of
the Delco sled was the last one.
So maybe it wasn't that one, but and it was one. No, because the Delco sled didn't fall apart, did it?
No.
It was one that fell apart towards the end.
Well, as we said, the Hoagie Slicer became disassembled, but it made the run completely.
Oh, did you guys see the footage of Jennifer Fredericks going down the hill?
Yes.
She smashed her head into the ice.
No.
She's okay.
Okay.
She took a sideways tumble.
And
so her sled went sideways and rolled that way.
I saw her later on, and she didn't seem to have, she didn't seem to be all together when I spoke to her. So, I mean, like, she wasn't slurring her words and drooling or anything like that, but she seemed
if
a
she's
little
not
out
going
of
at 70 miles a second, you know something's wrong.
Wow. Yeah, totally. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are lucky to have this year's champion on the line. After several years of participating in the Cardboard Classic, Bob Havens finally got a championship, and he is on the line now. Bob, congratulations, bud.
Hey, guys, thanks. Am I on the radio?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Sweet. So, Bob did a tribute to Gene Simmons, the Chicken King.
Chicken guy.
And we had seen pictures ahead of time, and this is what our judges deemed to be the best design, and $1,000 prize went to Bob and company. So, and one hell of a run down the hill, Bob.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let me start out by saying thanks for bringing us all together. It was great seeing all the guys that you just spoke to. They're like our family, and thank you to Montage. They were a great host. And this year, as far as building the sled, it wasn't about us wanting to win. It was about the comeback.
Yeah.
We wanted to go up there and give them that wow factor, And,
Well, you succeeded because for people that they don't understand, it was Gene Simmons riding a large chicken,
rooster,
a rooster, and everything. The tongue extending out, the rock and roll. It was just great, and then the intricacy of painting the feathers and all that stuff. It was tremendous.
Well, it was crazy, Steve. Every time I cut on another piece of cardboard, I was thinking of you. and the last couple of weeks, so many Gene Simmons chicken references came into play. And I'm like, yeah, keep building this up. Keep building this up.
Bob,
it was perfect.
Bob, you're such a great guy. You contribute to so many of our charitable endeavors, and I just got to thank you personally because you made a sign for my mom on the sled that said you make a hell of a meatloaf, and my mom's had a rough go of it over the last week and a half or two, and so for her to see the fact that she and her meatloaf made it a part of your award-winning sled was very touching to me and my family. So thank you for that.
Well, you're welcome, Nick, and please apologize to Mom. I had a hard time addressing her by her first name, so this is not the way. If you're listening, that was a direct quote from Nick, and that's why it was on the song.
There you go. Awesome.
Excellent. And you know what's great is Bob's sleds, you have a style about you. Yours are very layered, if you know what I mean, but by using thin pieces of cardboard and layering them on top of each other. So your artistic style stands out amongst the others.
Oh, thanks. Well, we try and build them in layers and then with the carpet rolls so we can build up. I don't know if you noticed, we had two guys actually sitting on top of the chicken.
Yeah, we did.
My brother Michael and my son Robbie Tomatoes was on top of the chicken.
Robbie Tomatoes?
We started down the hill. I said, we were kind of tall and narrow this year. And I'm like, guys, we got to stay straight. We'll be good. And we're about a third of the way down the hill, and we start turning to the left. I'm like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
And then I thought we were going to eat it. And then we started turning to the right, and I'm like, oh, my God, here we go again. Then all of a sudden we straighten out, and I'm looking up at you guys.
Yeah.
I was like, I grabbed my heart, and I'm like, oh, we made it.
Yeah, it wasn't a rocket down the hill, but it was certainly it was persistent, and you finished the run.
Yep.
Yeah, everything fell into place. And as far as one of the things up there, like Steve, you were talking about the detail, and Nick about the signs. We had a sign for Parker and Peyton, the twins who turned 5 years old. And we're up there, and unfortunately, I missed them because I was at the top of the hill with Steve Wilson trying to check out, what lane we were going to go in. And we also had a Ann Gorski happy birthday sign.
I hope all that because we got a lot of pictures, we got a lot of video footage, but all of that, if you have a couple of additional photos chronicling those signs, we'd love to see them and love to put them on the website.
Oh, that's awesome. Nick knows my Instagram page. I have so many pictures on my Instagram page. I go crazy. I go home and I'm on my phone for 2 hours.
Yeah, we're looking at the photos now. There's good stuff.
Let me tell you guys the highlight of my day.
Okay.
When we got to the top of the mountain, there was this young lady with her daughter, and she had tears in her eyes. And she walked her over to us. We were about third in line to go down the hill. And she said, "This is my little girl. She's upset because you're her favorite sled, and she does not want you guys to crash or fail." So I said, "Hey, we're not going to crash. Do you want to get in the picture with us?" She had this little bunny in her hand. She calls Felix. She takes it everywhere she goes. So we propped her up on my shoulder. She's sitting on the back of on the side of the chicken, And
I see it, yeah.
she had this big smile on her face. We took a picture. We put her on the ground. We jumped on the sled and we went down. So, Caroline, if you're listening, you are our good luck charm.
Oh, man.
That's great, man.
Phenomenal,
But
Bob.
that's really that's why we do it, you know.
No,
we
it's
love interacting with the crowd. We have so many people. Fireball Midge was up there who comes and sees us every year.
Yeah, I think somebody was chucking fireballs out to the crowd and stuff. Hey, and Bob, I know that you guys, there's a nice camaraderie, but like there's people you just see once a year, and it's at Cardboard Classic. But you had mentioned Steve Wilson, and I need to give him a shout. Because, listen, their sled was good. They were doing Delco versus Bucksco Bago or Cornhole on the way down. But did you tailgate with him? Because he brought so much meat and was feeding people in the tailgate. I mean, he brought brisket and pulled chicken and hot dogs. Like, did you tailgate with those guys?
I did. We went over to see Steve, and Brent Porsche was over there, and we were tailgating. I'm sure they were able to smell it at the bottom of the park, down at the mountain. But he's a great guy. He ended up with Gene Simmons' head, and Gene Simmons was making his round around the tailgate down at the bar and everything.
I love his toboggan portion of his sled had both Casey's license photo and Kathy's I just woke up photo on the back. Hilarious.
It was excellent.
Yeah.
He did. It was great. And congratulations to Mike and Pat for winning again, too. Those guys are like family, and we communicate all year long. We tease and harass each other, but they do their own thing, too. They like to interact with the crowd. And one thing that we got to do is we got to cut all those trees down because, again, like you guys were saying, where you guys were and the crowd at the bottom of the hill, they couldn't see us. So we were nervous because we didn't think a lot of people were there. And then when we turned the corner, we saw all these people, and unfortunately, they couldn't see us.
Yeah. No. Listen. I think it's just some tweaking, and I think we will. I mean, it's just a little bit here and there, and it's 100%. We loved it.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely. We'll be able to work out the bugs. That's not a problem.
All right, we'll talk to you soon, Bob. Thanks, man.
Great,
Congratulations.
guys.
Bob Havens, winner this year. All right, hang on. We got a few more people to go to. We got to go to Mr. Peanut.
Yeah.
Mr. Peanut is on the line. Yo, Peanut.
Oh, who lives in the pineapple?
Oh, my God. All right, I have a story about that. Real quick, before we go to you, Peanut. There was, oh, my God. We're waiting to go on the air with Pierre, to go live on the air to announce the winners.
It's juggling act.
And I keep getting this delayed signal. No, it's going to be 2 minutes. All right, we can wait 2 minutes. Now we're going to be 3 minutes. Now it's going to be 4. And I'm like, dude, I called over this crowd of people. It was at the end of them. I'm asking everyone to stay there, and it just keeps dragging out. And I turn to Casey, and I'm like, we have to do do to entertain these people. I'm like, do you know any sing-along songs that we can sing? And you were blank. So I started singing the Flintstones song, and then I went.
I'm glad you did, because I was thinking more like, well, she was an American girl.
Well, that would have worked too.
Yeah.
But then I sang the SpongeBob theme song, and the whole crowd got into it. By the way, one of our listeners sent the video of me singing that with the crowd to Bob Kenny. The voice of SpongeBob.
Really?
And he got back and he commented on that, and his response was, I love it.
that's awesome.
That was really cool.
Yeah.
So thank you that was Rob Paulson who sent that over. So thank you. All right, anyway, Peanut, you're back.
Yeah.
And you did an unbelievable job. This year was a nod to the Grinch, and it was the Grinch's sled with all the toys from Whoville on the sled, and you were the Grinch. And you had all the characters on board as well. You guys killed it, man.
Yes, thank you. My daughter, Alexis, she was Cindy Lou Who. Girlfriend, Lisa, was Martha May. And, we gave all the presents back.
What I loved is that I had naturally assumed you were in the Mr. Peanut costume, but you were not.
Yeah, that was my daughter's boyfriend.
Okay. And this was the actual costume from the infamous...
near-death experience.
Peanut crash.
The suit may not live anymore after this. Went to the pond skimming. And
I saw that.
You did the pond skimming with that thing on?
Yeah, I kind of drowned.
Made it about halfway across.
Couldn't get any speed.
Hey, Peanut, man, I am so impressed with how... because looking at it, it just did not look sturdy. It had basically 2 sacks on top of each other.
Right.
It was piled up high. Like, how did you stabilize all that stuff?
We brought it was 25 foot long, the base, and my buddy Ed, who helped me build this whole sled, he brought up a truck, and I brought up the top half in a trailer. So yeah, getting that top half onto it, basically rolling it on, it was pretty tough.
Were you surprised that it all stayed intact all the way to the end?
Nah, I've never had any fall apart.
Well, we were watching your pond skimming, which did not go quite quite as planned. It's a great thing that they do, just digging that trench and filling it up with water. And
I love it.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, the whole weekend, obviously, and apparently a lot of people heeded our early advice to make a weekend of it, which we love.
I stayed for all the concerts. They montage pulled it off. It was the best ever.
Excellent.
And
Excellent.
You pulled it off. Nice work, man. Thanks for giving me a ride down the hill.
Why were you so chicken, Preston?
What's that?
You ducked for the first 5 seconds.
Listen, I actually did not feel secure on the front of that thing.
Come on.
And then once we started moving, I'm like, okay, I'll stand up and turn around.
Yeah.
And it ended up being a great ride. So nice job, brother.
Thanks so much.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
You guys rock.
All right, you rock. Mr. Peanut. I know we've been on for a while, but I want to talk to a couple more people here. They've been on hold for a long time. Let's go to, hang on, Ryan's been on hold for a while. Hey, Ryan, morning, buddy.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, man. You were part of that Ghostbuster sled.
Yes, I was in the Stay Puft.
Oh.
You were the Stay Puft guy?
Yeah. What's that?
You're the Stay Puft guy. You're also the guy who was inside the snowball however many years ago that was.
2011. That was 2011.
Right, who rolled down the hill. You're the reason we had to implement that rule.
Yeah, the no rolling rule? Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, because I would love to do Nick's mom's meatballs. And
if you could do a Nick's mom's meatball, that'd be great with raisins.
God. All right, so you were on stilts, right?
Yes. Yeah, it was like 18-inch stilts, fully made out of cardboard. There was no stilts in there.
Oh, my God.
Very impressive. You guys had a slightly wonky run down the hill, but I mean, everything's held together.
Yeah, it worked out. It was fun.
Yeah.
I crashed most of the time, unfortunately.
So the anything survived? Do you keep any mementos from,
I kept the whole Stay Puft costume. The whole sled ripped to shreds, so I kept the whole.
I mean, it's an incredibly intricate costume, and it looks great.
Well, he was also on stilts, and that was my favorite part of your run, was after you had fallen, and by the way, you fell like a ton of bricks, you couldn't get up because you had stilts on your legs.
Yeah, it was funny because I had my shoes built into the stilt because I couldn't get them down in once they were in. So, I had to untie them and run down the whole mountain in my socks then.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, there were a few. I forget who the two dudes were who were shirtless, but they caught some major ice burn.
Oh, yes. On his
one
shoulder?
Dude, oh, my God.
Yeah, it was gnarly.
It was tomato red.
Yep. All right. Well, Ryan.
Just real quick, if I could give a shout out to my friend Jeff. He retired from our company not too long ago, and it was his first run down the mountain. It was on his bucket list.
Awesome.
What was his name again?
Jeff Wiedemer.
Jeff. All right, cool, man. All right, Ryan, great work, buddy. Thanks for calling in. All right, we'll see you next year for sure. By the way, I got this email that said, hey, guys, we were representing the Tilt-A-Whirl sled from Downingtown.
Yeah.
We had a Cardboard Classic party this past weekend. We had my band, Onyx and Honey, play music in the barn with our sled on display. We spent the last couple of months going hard on our creation. It was a blast. They didn't have a very successful run down the hill, but it looked great.
Aesthetically, it was really nicely done.
And so that is from Nikki DiGiorgio, and she says peace and love, but they had a lot of fun. It was really cool. And then, all right, we're going to go to Steve. I mentioned earlier the Sasquatch bowling sled. Steve was on board with that. Hey, Steve, how you doing, bud? Yeah. You guys were awesome. That little skit you did at the end was fantastic.
Yeah, we had a blast at that little skit. I mean, it was fully drawn up by my sister-in-law, Judy Jones, and she came up with it. And we thought to ourselves, nobody's ever done this before. Nobody's ever gotten out of their sled and done a skit before. So I was kind of skeptical of it. But, man, once we rehearsed it the night before and we went down the hill, oh, my God, what an absolute positive blast. You guys put on the best cardboard classic ever. Like, I think,
thanks, man.
You know what, man? I think you kind of started something with a little bit of post-run showboating, and putting on a little post-run skit.
Yeah.
The trick is you have to make it to the end of the run.
That's right.
Yeah.
yes, and again, back to sled design that you guys were talking about. Like, again, most of us like to watch how these things pass and how they fail, and you learn from that. And I've been building these sleds for 10 years. And, my sleds go down the hill safely. And, huge props to the firemen. Huge props to those. Those guys pushed everybody down the hill for everybody.
Oh, that's awesome.
Talk about teamwork at the top of the hill. It was absolutely amazing.
And the Santas. There was a cluster of Santas who were helping push everybody down as well.
Yeah, the Santas, the firemen, whoever, man, they were ripping it. We were having a great time at the top of the mountain. Marissa did an awesome job. I mean, everybody. Just montage in itself, by having the openness to it. Like, I felt like at Jack Frost, we were all crammed together down this long, straight line. Yeah. And it was forever trying to get the sleds up the hill. This was like a nice open forum. Then we had all the vendors down at the bottom selling cigars, selling food. Steve Wilson, who I went to high school with, he's at the parking lot, right? He's having a great time in the parking lot, feeding everybody. So, I mean, just the atmosphere and the way montage was set up. Yeah, we can make some tweaks, but my goodness. I mean, huge props to you guys.
Yeah, and to them. Thanks, man.
Thank you,
awesome.
Steve. You were the best. We appreciate it, bud. Congratulations on a great year. And he's right. All those vendors and all that stuff just adds to more for people to do while they're there, which is what we want. We want as much of that as possible. By the way, Casey jotted this down, and yes, I want to pass this along. Condolences. We missed a long-time fan who would be at the Cardboard Classic, but we lost the James Brown, the godfather of soil.
Yeah,
passed away last week, and we missed his presence at Cardboard Classic. It was so sad to hear about that.
I've known James for 20 plus years. I met him when I worked for Pierre. He would come up for every day off, every Cardboard Classic. He just was one of those guys. When he walked into the room, made the room brighter. He was a happy dude, and
just the name alone, the godfather of soil.
That is probably. The best marketing campaign I've ever heard in my life. I mean, if you were born with the name James Brown and you are in landscaping and you go by Godfather of Soil, God bless you. So, yeah, I miss him, man. It was a bummer to hear that.
So sad. I do want to thank, real quick, because we do have to take a break. It's already 8 o'clock. But some of the people who helped out and were a big part of Cardboard Classic, obviously Montage Mountain goes without saying, and the Slocum Hollow Bar and Restaurant. Our friends at Acme Corrugated Box Company. Wow, did they make some amazing trophies this year.
Works of art.
Yep. Pro Team Collision. They were the official cardboard sled debris cleanup crew, helping clear out the sleds that crashed. Surfside Iced Tea, the official prize of the favorite fail sled. And by the way, that was the Titanic.
Yes.
Which was very
true to history.
Poetic.
Yes.
Yeah. Duncan had on-site free coffee for everyone. Comcast made sure that we had our connectivity that we needed. Our drone videography, which I can't wait to see, was provided by Kane Drone Services, LLC.
That was one of my favorite things of the day, was watching that drone trail. Dude, it was like...
Up and down the hill.
Oh, my God. That guy is... I mean, he's really, really good at what he does.
And our photographers, Chris K. Photography and Justin Derner Photography. And you can go to WMMR.com and see a lot of those photos as well. But it was a great event. It was... I love Montage Mountain now. This is fantastic.
If you've enjoyed what you've been hearing and the pictures, make sure you come out next year because, again, the 2.0 classification is completely appropriate. It's back and better than ever.
Yep, and we'll make sure that I like the idea of getting a tutorial from some of our pros who've been at this for a long time on how to get a successful run down the hill. So, Cardboard Classic, tremendous success. Thank you to everybody who was a part of the event. And if this sounds appealing, just get yourself ready for next year as we will do it once again. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Some bizarre file stories for you when we get back. Hang out.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
One of those moments I'm like, well, this is pretty awesome because my daughter's like, huh?
Well, he's an impressionist as well.
Oh, he was
so
great.
he's got to know your stuff.
Very, very good. 'Cause
Yeah.
he comes over and he's talking about, but he has the one-up. Like, he's friends with Jeff Goldblum. So he's talking about Jeff Goldblum. Yes, he's doing this. He's like, he'll come over and he'll be like, how are you? Good. You look great, Tom. You really do. And that's when you meet people, too, it's like that. So we're going back and forth, me and Hiddleston. Tommy, as I like to call him. Tommy and I are going back and forth doing Jeff Goldblum. We're doing some Pacino and stuff like that. It's like, whoa, he does more of the Scarface kind. But so we're doing that, and my daughter's like thinking this is the greatest thing in the world.
Awesome.
And so that wasn't even the end of it. So I want to tell you about this thing too. So they take pictures with people. Like, you can pay. It's expensive.
Like, it can be for, like, you know, a couple $100.
Yeah,
but you're gonna get a frameable quality
More
photo.
than that,
Yeah.
it was incredible. People were bringing props. People were bringing birthday cakes, fake birthday cakes, and he was doing all of it because it's an expensive thing.
It's like Wizard World here, and
it is
same deal.
very similar. I think it might be from the people who created.
It probably is. Yeah.
There's something. I'd heard that as a rumor. So they're doing that kind of a thing. We keep running into him. And Hiddleston walks up behind me at one point. Who towers over me? I'm 5'6", he's 6'2". He's like, I heard you do a Tom Hiddleston impression. I'm like, no, I don't, but I do the Beatles. That's what it turns into. So then a guy comes in and he goes, Frank! And we're in the back area because originally I was just going to stalk everybody with my daughter. But try and be nice. You know, you guys know what that's like.
But he's looking at his stalkers here in the studio.
No, you do that thing where you respect everybody's space and stuff like that. You do. So we didn't ask for any extra pictures or anything like that outside the times we were supposed to. And this guy comes and he goes, Frank! And it's Todd McFarlane.
Oh, wow.
Spawn.
Yeah. And baseball collector extraordinaire.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he sits down and he starts talking, who's this? This is Juliet. Hey, Juliet. And he starts talking to my daughter. He starts saying, so I actually have this on video. I'll show it to you. I never asked him if I could share it with anybody to play. But he says, I created a character called, you ever hear of him, Venom? So I was trying, and he tells the whole story of how he created Venom, which is basically, they wanted him to, and I've never heard this story before, they wanted him to draw the black costume Spider-Man. That was where it was at that point. He's like, I don't want to draw Spider-Man. I can kind of do his voice. I don't want to draw Spider-Man. I don't want to draw him in a black costume. Red and blue, right? And my daughter's like, yes, it's red and blue. And he's like, so he starts drawing it there, and he starts going to, he's like, so the reason Venom's created because I was stubborn. I didn't want to do what they wanted me to do. I was like, and
that was the genesis of the character.
Yeah, that's what it says. He's like, well, make a villain. He'll be the black character, and then the red and blue will be Spider-Man still. We'll all be happy, and that's how it turned out. Oh. Yeah, it's surreal.
Did you watch The Family Guy this past weekend or the weekend before with Peter goes to the White House and works in the Trump administration?
No.
Oh, it was a funny episode, but as you can imagine, it skewered Trump a lot. I thought that it was you. I had to watch the credits because it sounded like your impression of Trump, which is a relatively easy impression, I think,
I don't
to
think
do.
it's very hard.
I think that and because of how easy it is, people think that just doing the impression is funny. When that's not the case.
It's not.
Right.
You've always done this.
And mine is tremendous. It really is. There's a lot of people that are talking about my impression. Here's the thing. You guys do a great job. This is probably the #1 show I'll be on right now. And let me say this: the ratings going through the roof. Not even just the roof, through the stratosphere, and Space Force will probably find them. Yeah. But we'll talk about this for a second. What were we talking about? Doesn't matter. It just got better.
My stuff is silly. My stuff is silly that people who are like on one side or the other, they go, oh, that was great. I had that happen years and years ago in Texas. I was doing George W. Bush. Yeah. And they're like, you do, the people on the same show, people go, you must really love him. That was great how you did that. And other people walk out and go, you hate him, don't you? And I was like, you decide. You decide. That's what you want. If you're listening to me for politics, in this venue, you're in the wrong.
But if you're able to nail it both ways like that, then you hit it.
That's how I want to do it. Yeah. And for me, like, there's enough out there for the people that are pro this or anti this that. What am I going to do? Add to one of those sides?
That's our philosophy.
And I don't even believe that I would go. There are things I think that happen that are okay, that are good, and that are bad and awful. And it all happens, and it's whatever. I feel like eventually it's going to work itself out one way or another. But if people just scream and yell from the rooftops, it just makes other people mad.
Yes.
And that's where I come from. And then
Besides that, Preston and I are big fans of dystopian future movies. So those are cool. Well, however it breaks, whether we're fighting vampires or zombies,
whatever it is,
or whatever, or maybe we're a mailman, Preston, like in the Postman.
Yeah. Listen, my friend Rick and I met up with a lot of people. You just stab them in the brain. That's what you do. You don't grab them by the you-know-what. You stab them in the brain. When you hear that sound, it's tremendous. It gets really, really great.
So, interesting story from the Nick McElwain camp. Your son had to have a medical procedure, nothing serious.
Yeah, he's totally fine. But this was something that I'd never heard of before, and I thought maybe bring it up on the air because of that. It's called an epidermal inclusion cyst. So I'd never heard of that. I obviously know what a cyst is. It was about the size of like a Mento, and it's kind of like a flat disc about the size of a quarter, but no thicker than a Mento or a Spree or something like that.
Did it have breath freshening attributes to it?
Did it have Retsin?
It didn't have any Retsin, no. Okay. And but removed quickly, easily, 3 stitches, sewed them right back up.
It's funny that you mentioned, Steve, the Mentos and did have the scent to it. When I had a different, I've talked about it in years past. I had a completely different kind of cyst. It's called the pilonidal cyst, tailbone, and I got that thing lanced.
Oh God!
Most painful experience of my life. Not only did it hurt. Kathy, you're really going to be disgusted by this.
I heard it. I know.
It stunk up the room.
Awful.
Really?
It's awful.
Did it come flooding out? The stench?
It just smelled like rot. It just I couldn't believe it that I was in that much pain and I was still able to notice the putrid smell of that.
Bonus.
Right? Exactly. So let me ask you this: when they removed this from him, did they put him under? Was it done in a
local anesthesia? And but the interesting thing, and I guess one of the differences between the cysts is this one was this sac developed around the infection, and you could
cyst sac,
and you could see it. So it was encased in this thing, and so it was almost like a solid just pulled right out of his body. So this protective sac that formed around the cyst sac. Was there. It's what the body does to protect itself from an infection.
It's amazing what the body does in those cases, the way it attempts to expel anything. Any chance if you had left it there, it would have become a pearl?
Maybe.
I have one in my cheek. I've had it for years since I was a kid.
A cyst?
Yeah, and
from chewing tobacco?
No. The doctor said never to remove it, and that I don't ever have to, just because it would be like a surgery to
inside or on the outside.
What do you mean? It's like under my skin.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know what? If
I can feel it from the inside.
You could have something protruding on the inside of your mouth and not be able to see it or feel it from the outside.
So you wouldn't be able to see it or feel it. You kind of have to push down. So it's almost like hidden between the inside of my mouth and my skin on the outside. But when I get sick, if I have a cold or my immune system is compromised, it gets a little bit bigger.
Would I be able to feel it if I touched it?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd have to
go all the way around the room.
Yeah, I'd have to show you where it is and direct your finger.
There we go.
We got it.
Don't be scared. I'll lead you. It's okay. Don't be scared. I'm gonna let you caress my inner mouth. My inner mouth lump. It's all right. It happens to lots of guys.
You'll guide my finger?
I'll guide your finger. And when I quiver, you'll know you hit it.
Listen, I thought, too, about different ways I could say that, and that's what came out, because I knew you were going to make something of it.
Oh, I'll quiver when you hit it.
That was my best option.
Money shot.
Yep. Wow. Okay. I've been given the wrap-up sign. We have to take her. I know. Marissa just brought the full list of cysts, Casey.
Your cyst
is on my list. Because your cyst.
I can't resist.
All right.
I got my finger to your cyst.
And I'm feeling you quiver. All right, well, we'll come back to these.
Yeah,
because we got to break and come back, and we got to get Lou Diamond Phillips on. But maybe we can run down the list of cysts.
The cyst list.
A tourist in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, faces a couple of criminal charges after firing his gun 6 times at a bear outside the door of his motel room last Thursday night. Gregory Sapp was
enjoying your stay at the Westin?
Gregory Sapp was cited for illegal discharge of a firearm and reckless endangerment. Police said Sapp claimed the bear was outside his room on the second floor breezeway of the Motel 6.
Dude, I'm just trying to get some ice.
Sapp was not injured. Officers with the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency were unable to find the bear on Friday. They did not know how many shots hit the animal. It is unknown if the bear is dead or alive.
Was there, in fact, a bear?
A neighbor, Anthony Gunter, said, I had heard several shots ring out. It turns out this fellow was shooting at a black bear that he claimed tried to attack him and his wife. He exclaimed that it was a 300 or 400 pound bear, which is the exact size of that bear that's been in our neighborhood for a while. It's a big bear, but like I said, I've never had a problem with that bear.
Sounds like that there hotel bear we've been hearing about.
He said it just goes about its business.
Oh, he's a big fella.
He said I'm quoting you, he was a really friendly bear. He would just walk over here, leave us alone, go over there. I hope he's alive, he says. Police
let me describe what he would do. He'd be over there, and then he'd be over there. I never saw him over there, though.
But he was over there?
I don't recollect.
But he was definitely there in there.
Yeah, 4 times. Well, 2 times there and 2 times there. I keep a diary. That's that book that says there on it.
That's the name of the diary?
Yeah.
It's the bear over there.
That bear over there.
Police said they're still investigating the case. The Motel 6 has several cameras visible on the exterior of the building and the breezeways.
We'll leave the bear on for you.
Neighbors said they take a wait-and-see approach on whether the animal was aggressive toward the motel guests, but they admit that the animals roam the breezeway of the motels.
No reason to be afraid. The bear was over there.
He said those bears will go up and down them ramps of these hotels searching for food, whatever they can find. If the bear was truly aggressive and threatening, the man may be justified for shooting in self-defense. But you are not allowed to shoot a bear just because it's close to you.
Just because it's there.
Yeah. Where was he?
There.
Firing a weapon should only be used as a last resort when there is no other escape option. According to them.
I don't know how fond I would be of a hotel where there was a robust bear population.
On the second floor.
On the second floor.
He was able to make it up there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Without a key.
All right, another fact that we learned from
the Just Saying Institute, located over 200 sprawling acres in West Virginia.
The last decade from researchers. If your ex wants to be friends, they might be a psychopath.
If your ex wants to be friends, that's sign of being a psychopath, possibly?
In 2016, researchers from Oakland University in Michigan found that people with the so-called dark triad personality traits like narcissism and psychopathy, I guess is how you say it.
He's a member of the Dark Triad.
Often,
like Cobra?
I'm going to have to take him out.
Often keep their exes.
He's the disease. I'm the ex-boyfriend.
No, they often keep their exes around for calculating, self-serving purposes.
Okay.
A desire for continued sexual access, financial help, or a need to still exert some control over a former partner were among key reasons for maintaining contact, especially for men. These are facts, yes, from the Just Saying Institute.
From the Just Saying Institute.
That
we end up just saying things at the Just Saying Institute.
That we have found out.
WMMR.
All right, let's do Abe's, our file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
And it is brought to you by your friends at Pro Team Collision. You shouldn't be good at getting into an accident, but if you do, your friends at Pro Team Collision are there to help with all of your auto body repair needs. You can visit proteamcollision.com. Well, a surgeon in Italy is under investigation by the country's top health officials. Well, why is that? Well, he mistakenly amputated a penis on a patient after incorrectly diagnosing him with a tumor.
I am so sorry.
The 30-year-old urologist performed the operation and removed the tumor a month after diagnosing the man, believed to be in his 60s, with cancer. Reports suggest that the penis removal operation went down without a hitch.
I removed the wrong penis.
Until later analysis revealed there was no reason for it to have occurred in the first place. The devastated patient is now seeking compensation from the bungling medic over the mutation.
Doctor, he had bronchitis.
A similar case was reported in France in December last year after a series of errors resulted in the total removal of a man's penis at the Nantes University Hospital. That man, reported to be in his 30s, said the surgery left him with just his testicles and no feeling where his member once was. The unidentified victim...
I will see you in court.
The unidentified victim told the local news publication France Bleu...
That means missing penis.
I have hatred towards this doctor who did not listen to me. He played Russian roulette with me. He told the news site, I'm really devastated and it's really shameful. The patient said after the surgery, inside I knew it. It was either death or that. And indeed, he had removed everything. He had left just the testicles and had cut at the base.
Do you think there's any recourse? Is there anything they can do for this guy?
He said, you can't replace the feeling of a penis with several sensors. The Frenchman's lawyer was initially hoping to win his client €1 million, but local reports suggest he eventually was awarded €62,000. Like, they gave that guy nothing.
Nothing for having his dong chopped off.
Completely.
Or leur dong, as they say.
Le dong. A Brazilian murder suspect who police believe may have engaged in cannibal practices has been arrested at an airport in Portugal with a suitcase containing what they're calling suspicious meat.
Oh, my God.
And blood-stained clothing. Begolea Mendes Fernandez was taken into custody at Lisbon Airport on Monday after getting off a flight from Amsterdam.
I packed my own lunch.
Where he was suspected of killing 21-year-old Alan Lopez a day earlier. Portuguese media reported that the pieces of meat that were found inside the plastic bag stuffed into Fernandez's luggage could be human flesh.
Remember that scene in Hannibal where he's eating his own packed food on the flight?
Yep. The meat will be analyzed in a laboratory to determine its origin. Officials in the Portuguese Border and Immigration Service initially detained Fernandez on suspicion of carrying forged documents, including an Italian identity card and other paperwork bearing a name of a different person. It was confirmed that he was wanted on suspicion of committing a crime of murder that occurred on February 26 in Amsterdam, which led judicial authorities to issue a European arrest warrant for extradition purposes. Fernandez drew border officials' attention because he had a bandage on his right hand. When they opened up his suitcase, they found the meat along with blood-stained clothing.
Oh, boy.
Portuguese newspaper reported that police suspect that Fernandez engaged in cannibal practices. A 26-year-old who describes himself on Facebook as 2% genius, 98% crazy.
Made his bad ratio.
Court appearance earlier this week and will remain in custody.
Can we get that to 50-50?
Lopez was found dead Sunday night at a house in Amsterdam that he shared with his mother and sister who were away at the time. Now, the victim's sister said Fernandez was homeless and would stay with the family whenever he had nowhere else to go. In an interview, though, Fernandez's mother, Carla Pimentel, suggests that her son may have killed Lopez in self-defense. According to Pimentel, Fernandez was having dinner with the victim when Lopez offered him human flesh to eat and also showed him videos about cannibalism. The 21-year-old then allegedly tried to kill Fernandez. This is what the mom is saying.
Yeah.
She claimed that
Mom.
That the meat found in her son's possession in Lisbon was the same that was offered to him by Lopez and that her son had kept it as evidence that he planned to hand over to authorities.
Thank God. That's using your brain there.
Mm-hmm.
Smart cannibals.
This is a really weird story. An electric humming vibrator designed to upset neighbors. That's what it's made for. Operated for about a month inside New Zealand's tallest apartment tower, sending 25 neighbors just about insane before it was discovered and disabled.
So we're assuming this is not a sexual vibrator. This is a vibrating device, right, of another purpose, for this purpose.
It is designed to annoy your neighbors.
There we go. So it's not something that you sit on.
No. Yeah. Like I said, it's what it's made for. Management of downtown Auckland's The Pacifica sent a notice thanking people for their patience while matters were resolved. A photo of the device, which emitted humming vibration, showed it jammed between two books in the top of an internal window high up in the $300 million 57-level luxury apartment block. The device was plugged into the mains and had a metal rod near the height of the window and a purple plastic device on the end. A resident explained that a man had installed it in a window cavity behind a blind specifically to aggravate his upstairs neighbors for unknown reasons.
Jeez.
The device causes a low vibrating type hum, about 35 to 40 cycles per minute.
That could drive you insane.
At about 80 hertz, and it sounded like a cell phone ringing on vibrate, stuck in the wall, but it never stopped and would continue all day long.
Could you imagine?
It's called a ceiling vibrator V2 version.
I never use my Sybian after 10 p.m.
for vibrating and knocking. The ceiling vibrators have a long height adjustable rod to run from floor to ceiling and make vibrations or a knocking noise from the head.
Oh, wow.
And they can be remote controlled. And once switched on, they transmit to upstairs neighbors. Thumpers were said to have been invented in China and are sometimes referred to as noisemaker revenge machines.
Man.
So somebody was using this.
That's diabolical.
Yeah. All right, and then one last story, and then we will wrap it up. The Fresno Police Department received a call about 8:30 a.m. about a man being inside a bank in Fresno that was not open for business. And when police arrived at the bank, they thought that the man had broken into the building. And after investigators were talking to the man, they learned that the keys were left in the front door overnight, and the man just let himself in.
Well, there you go.
The man told police he saw the open door, he thought the bank was open, and proceeded inside, and he took a seat and waited for tellers to show up.
With the lights on?
He told police that he was at the bank to cash his Social Security check.
I'm here to cash my check. I figured I'd wait.
Police released the man, who then went outside to be the first in line when the bank opened up. But the keys were stuck in the front door.
So who got fired for that?
And he just went on in. No follow-up to that as of yet.
I have a Pierre story for you guys.
Oh, no.
Because it just reminded me of something that happened on Friday night.
Okay.
We went out to dinner. We went to Harvest, which was right near the hotel. It was great. Casey, I know that you went there on Thursday. And
Yeah.
We had a really nice time, Dave McGrogan's place. And so we had a really nice dinner. Pierre rented the entire back room, which was cool. So it was me and Pierre and Pancake and a bunch of engineers came. It was a nice dinner. and Brent Porsche and his girlfriend. And we carried on a little bit. And then we get back to the hotel and we get Pierre's like, man, I don't know where I put my keys. And so we're like, all right, well, we'll just, swing by the front desk, you get another pair. But he forgot to do that. So we get in the elevator and we go up. He had just left his door open the whole time.
He left his hotel room door open?
And he's like, oh, well, this is good. I don't have to go back down to the front desk.
Wouldn't it close naturally, though?
It was, yes, Steve, but he did the little thing with the lock where you can, from the inside. And so it was just propped open for the entire Cardboard Classic, the entire time that we were out, the entire time we were at dinner. And he's like, but he saw it as a silver lining.
There we go. Yeah.
He didn't have to go back downstairs and get his key.
How do you not? How would you not realize your door didn't close fully?
Steve, a lot of times when you ask questions about Pierre, you phrase it with, how did you not? And then you have to keep in mind that you are asking a logical question about a very illogical person.
He's
one of a kind.
He's a very special man.
They broke the mold, man.
That they did.
Oh, I guess it's supposed to stay open.
All right, we are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We got a guest or two joining us a little bit later on, so hang out. We will not be gone long.
Preston and Steve.
93.3 WMMR. See what you love and sex and all that stuff. So how about this one? Speaking of sex, that sexual afterglow that you feel after sex will last about 48 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean
longer for you, Cather?
No, it seems to diminish pretty quickly.
Are you sure? Because you have to clean up right after.
Off of me. Get it off of me. But the glow, get it off.
It's like it's like you've sat in the bedroom with me.
Get it off. You have this glow. It's the light refracting off of it.
It's shimmering and shiny.
Get it off.
It's glazy.
I look like a Krispy Kreme.
So you're generally in a better...
Get your blanket and pillow. You're sleeping on the couch.
You're generally in a better mood after sex thanks to a flood of endorphins and other feel-good hormones released post-climax. The positive effects of getting laid last up to 2 days. And that the feeling can help couples bond over time.
I always let out a big sigh when I close the laptop.
Says there might
clear history and
there might be.
Erase the history.
What's on Google News?
There might be an evolutionary reason for the 48-hour shelf life. 48 hours is roughly the same amount of time that A, conception is maximized, B, it takes sperm concentrations to be restored to peak levels.
Do we have to guess which one?
And C, no, these things all happen.
All the above.
And C, sperm remain maximally viable in the female reproductive tract. So all of that happens over 48 hours, and it's all
You're
apparently.
the semen. I'm the afterglow.
Just let him be here.
All right.
Let him be here. That's Cobra. That's Cobra.
I apologize.
He's a professor at the Josane Institute.
I didn't know.
Oh, my God. All right.
Josane Institute. I'm a professor teaching classes daily.
Meghan Markle is opening up about the pressures of being a new mom in the public eye.
Thank you for asking, because not many people have asked if I'm okay, but it's a very real thing to be going through behind the scenes.
And the answer is, would it be fair to say not really okay, since it's really been a struggle?
Yes.
Wow. Says a new mom?
Yeah, she's dealing with being a new mother. Well, you let her tell you.
All right.
Look, any woman, especially when they're pregnant, you're really vulnerable, and so that was made really challenging. And then when you have a newborn,
It's a long time ago, but I remember, yeah.
And especially as a woman, it's a lot. So you add this on top of just trying to be a new mom or trying to be a newlywed.
I know this is probably inappropriate, but I would love to kiss you.
Wow. Excuse me?
I'm just watching you speak, and with your tone is very inviting. I would love to kiss you.
He's the Joe Namath.
of the British press corps.
I'm sure that this is inappropriate, but in that first clip, the British guy says to her that it's really been a struggle to her, and to me, it sounded like it's really penis struggle.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys caught that clip,
Really,
but
penis struggle.
Go back to.
You're right. I have struggled with many penises, depending on girth and other factors.
Wow.
But I have a perfect fit in my current husband, and it's good. Sometimes I don't even know it's happening. Thank you.
Wait, let's hear that clip. Hold on.
Would it be fair to say not really okay, since it's really been a struggle?
Yes.
In fact, the other night he rolled over and he said, God damn, that was great. And I said, what? And he had actually completed a sexual act. And I was wholly unaware. I didn't even miss. I was reading a book at the time. I had literally no idea, but that speaks to how quiet he is and how small.
She's turning it into him.
I've had things that were very painful, and I felt, I don't know, in a way, the word would be, I guess, build up, and I don't feel that. I feel as if I don't know. If a person of short stature would have wandered through the Carlsbad Caverns. I think perhaps that's what his penis must feel like.
Oh, my God.
It's a penis struggle.
So this was kind of interesting. Jodie Foster almost played Cindy Brady when she was a kid.
Wow.
The Brady Bunch cast
As
revealed
Nell.
on Watch What Happens Live. Yeah, instead of a lisp, she can't communicate at all. So Cindy, Susan Olsen had a little bit of a lisp, and yeah.
Cindy, you can't go smearing your feces on the attic wall. I know it's comfortable for you to spread your spore around the house to chase away predators.
Mr. Brady could even communicate. He could have a moral lesson for Nell, who wouldn't understand him.
Gaya fla bla ta qua. Fuego tabla.
That's Nell.
Where are y'all going? What?
No.
That's her version. That's her version of Mom always said, "Don't play ball in the house, Steve." Play it one more time.
Where are y'all going? What?
Yeah, Mom always said, "Don't play ball in the house." You know that. But apparently, it was on Watch What Happens live with Andy Cohen, Maureen McCormack. Eve Plum, Susan Olsen, Barry Williams, Christopher Knight, and Mike Lookinlamb were all reuniting there. This is ahead of HGTV's Food Network crossover special, a very Brady renovation holiday edition. Susan Olsen had said that
James Gandolfini was supposed to play Bobby.
That Jodie Foster was up for Cindy. So
entirely different cast, right?
Yeah, totally different. Something new from Hershey's. I have. You guys like Hershey's Kisses, right? I mean, pretty much.
I do. I do. They're especially on the holidays too. You get those cookies with the big single Hershey's Kiss right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle, yeah. Hershey's has created a new flavor, and they arrived. No, I'm sorry. They arrived in 2019, and now they're back for Valentine's Day. It is the Hershey's Lava Cake Kisses.
And is it made from actual molten lava?
It burns the inside of the interior of your mouth. Yes. The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
This seems very
it's a Jewish chocolate center.
Bill Weston loves
Is that a Jewish thing?
Is that a Jewish thing?
Gooey.
This has a very Jewy taste to it.
Mazel.
They're so moist and Jewy.
Mazel, mazel. Of course I would say that.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Oh, my God.
And there goes the second.
It's a wonderful cookie with the taste of Israel.
The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
Not a Jewish thing.
Not a Jewy chocolate center. And I just said Jesus under my breath, too. Jeez.
Well, he was a Jew.
That's right. The limited edition holiday flavor is available at Target, Walmart, and other retailers.
I like this concept. Do you like the chocolate molten cake?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God,
I very much do. I bought this for my my wife and our last anniversary. Wee's anniversary. And by the way, if chocolate has a discolored look to it, does not necessarily mean that it's bad. Yeah. Yeah, I did read that a while back. That doesn't mean that.
So what does it mean?
It's bad. Somebody look
even
it up.
Jewier.
It's kosher.
Okay, all right, that's what it means.
Yeah.
So Preston, just a quick thing on these candies, the ones that have the molten, is that a soft center?
It's a gooey,
center.
Chocolate
I
center.
like that idea.
Yeah, I do too. Here we go. It says, when you see white or grayish film on the surface of your food, it normally means the product has gone bad, but it's different with chocolate. When the cocoa butter fats in chocolate separate from the cocoa mass and rise to the surface, it results in something called fat bloom. You gonna eat your fat bloom?
Are you gonna eat that fat bloom?
Listen, if you're not gonna eat your fat bloom till I have it, it looks really good.
Did I have
So if it's white, it's
Could I please have your fat bloom? It looks extra delicious.
it might not be bad, but it's called fat bloom. I'm
Right.
gonna pass
Yeah.
on it.
Okay.
So let's just make a dessert, cut right to the chase, and fat bloom.
One last thing. Marissa sent this to me. It involves booze, so thank you, Marissa. Red Lobster has added a specialty cocktail to their menu. Red Lobster is now offering a Bloody Mary, but with a twist in line with their brand. It comes topped with a lobster claw and one of their famous Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Wow.
And it does look quite yummy. So it's made from Tito's vodka, Marissa's favorite, and Bloody Mary mix that apparently is custom made by Red Lobster. The glass is then garnished with an entire lobster craw, one shrimp, an olive, a lime, a Cheddar Bay biscuit, and spicy seasoning on the rim of the glass as well. My mouth is watering.
Really? That's working it for you, huh?
Oh, man, a good Bloody Mary. Jeez.
Murray.
You and the Jewish thing.
Jeez, oh, man.
Listen, can I have a Bloody Mary and some of those Jewy candies?
Bloody Murray. We should make a Bloody Murray.
We should. Cream soda, gefilte fish. It's a Bloody Mary.
Manischewitz.
Yeah. Right? Do they make like a raspberry Manischewitz?
Manischewitz.
I've only seen blackberry.
Have with your Jewy candy.
I want to try a Bloody Murray.
A Bloody Murray. Bartenders. Come up with a Bloody Mary.
I'm coming.
Oh my!
He said he wanted a Bloody Mary.
And and it comes with calamari, which looks like
calamari.
It looks like it's been from a bris.
Sure. I'll have some calamari, a Bloody Mary.
Anyway,
we need to make that drink now, Preston.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I said let's put it out there to bartenders.
Yeah, bartenders, come up with a Bloody Mary.
Bloody Mary, and we'll try it out. Anyhow, but I did have a series of stories that all have food in common, which means I think we need our jazzy music because
It's time for the Connoisseur, a collection of food stories. He gets the best tables. He knows all the best places to eat. He's Connoisseur. Let's go.
Yeah. So there's a thing on TikTok called the Cereal Challenge. Yes, it's another social media challenge. This one is interesting and disgusting all at the same time.
In your butt?
Not in your butt. But here's what happens. Takes two people to do the cereal challenge. Okay. So the first person lies on the floor with their mouth facing the ceiling.
Oh, I saw this movie.
They then open their mouth as wide as possible. The second participant pours cereal into their horizontal friend's mouth, followed by milk. And then all you have to do is make sure that it's in there long enough for the second person to take their spoon and dig in and have a mouthful. And apparently it's very hard to do. It is hard for you as a human being to open your mouth and have and lay in that position and have liquid and substance in your mouth. And then
This
you eat
video we're watching is dripping out of her mouth and into her ears.
Yes.
I'd rather do the Tide Pod challenge. WMMR.
All right, thank you, Nick. Nick handling traffic. Kathy couldn't make it again today. She wasn't at Cardboard Classic. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn because I'm sure we're going to talk about this tomorrow when she returns. But Jace had to have an appendectomy, and that came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So obviously she's going to hang out until he's feeling better and is fully recovered before she comes back. But we're hoping that might be tomorrow.
I texted her a little bit ago asking her how he was feeling, and I said, hopefully he's feeling a little bit better with each passing day, and she said the recovery is taking much longer than she expected it to. So he's still in a lot of pain this morning, which is a bummer.
And we got that the word on Friday. Afternoon, evening.
Thursday.
Was it Thursday?
Yeah,
Thursday when we were headed down there. Yeah, when we were headed down. And I was like, I was in the car when word came out. So I had no idea. Or maybe I was taking Rochelle. I had to get a colonoscopy. So that was my day.
So she was supposed to, she and I are supposed to drive up together on Thursday afternoon. And she texted me when she left here at work. She said, something's going on. I'm in the hospital. I might not be able to take you up. And I was like, all right, do whatever you need to do. Handle what you need to handle. And then as the day went on, I was like, so where do things stand? Because we were supposed to drive up together. I ended up driving up with Pancake. So thanks to him for getting me up there. But I knew that something was going on, and she wanted to keep it kind of vague. But yeah, appendectomy, that's no joke.
You had one.
I did. I had one when I was 14 years old. I was in France when it happened. My appendicitis happened when I was, I just knew that I wasn't feeling well, but my appendix never burst. It never ruptured. And fortunately for Kathy's son, the same. He had it laparoscopically, and I'm sure we'll talk about it more tomorrow, but he's still recovering.
Okay. Well, so that's hence the reason she couldn't make it on Friday or today, but hopefully we'll get her back. Real quick, I have a email. This is a request for Casey, actually. This is from Chris Reimer, and says, hey, I'm a loyal podcaster every day. I've been listening since middle school on the bus. Now I'm 36 years old.
Come on.
I would like to request a wet, juicy, stain-inducing shout-out for Casey. And he says, for the longest time, I've been wanting to plan a cross-country road trip, but life always got in the way. But after hearing Casey's 2 road trips, I've now decided to go for it.
Amazing.
And I'll be going for 18 days across the country.
Nice.
It's a road trip, seeing all the wonderful things in this country. So thank you, Casey, for giving me the nudge. Have a nice flight, he says.
Case, give yourself a Tom Jones.
And then he says,
commission it.
P.S. For Kathy, not pink or brown, but left or right. Which nipple did you have pierced?
It's a good question.
We'll have to ask her that if we can. All right, fire. I think that's still my favorite.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. I did notice a couple things. I think we have time for me.
Noticer's back.
to share these noticeable things?
He wants to share noticeable things.
Yes.
Yes.
That I noticed.
He noticed.
And your noticing has been noticed.
Duly noted.
So, Wawa kicked off its summer hiring campaign.
Wawa.
Looking to staff up stores near the beach.
Yeah.
The company is touting a starting wage of $15 per hour, as well as a free 6-inch hoagie, or a shorty in Wawa speak, at every shift.
I think I would be, back in the day, Wawa would be a fine little job to have. In fact, one of our own interns, right? Am I correct in thinking?
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Currently?
Yeah, maybe it was an older intern.
Wait. Who? Hannah? Eric?
Hey, I can't.
Eric, okay.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Eric works at Wawa? That's
okay,
right.
There we go.
You're right.
There we go.
Store employees can also buy other menu items at a discounted rate.
You still get stock sharing with Wawa? Isn't that one of the incentives for employees that work there? I don't even know if they're publicly traded. I might be making all of this up.
No, I believe they're privately owned.
company.
Yes,
Yeah.
but Nick, however, each employee gets an 8-pound bar of gold.
That's not true. But I know that there are incentives for employees to rise through the ranks.
They did that years ago with us when I was, again, I don't mean to brag when I say I used to work at a mall bookstore. So I know a lot of people are very envious of that. But there was a profit sharing plan.
No, all right. I was sort of right, I think. Employee stock ownership.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. And that comes with the free 12-inch. Okay.
So the hiring blitz is focused on 60 stores along the East Coast in New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia.
You know, you had the story about their expansion, Preston. They're expanding, much further out now.
Okay. With the goal of bringing on 1,500 employees, primarily in seasonal jobs, and that's 500 more than they aimed for in last year's summer hiring effort as well.
So if you were going to have a position at Wawa, would you want to be behind the deli counter? Would you want to be registered? What would
Register. Yeah, I don't think I would be able to deal with especially at the Wildwood one, the one on Rio Grande. I don't know if I could deal with the rush.
Dude, let me tell you, the self-checkout registers, I love them. They're so awesome, and you buzz right through. I don't even know why people get in line. Because there's just
I don't think a lot of people realize there are because CVS has their self check. Listen, some of them are card only. You know, so if you're a cash paying person, you can't go to those ones. But I'm like, there's nobody using these, and I'm like, I'm going to use these if nobody wants to use these.
The only downside, though, like at CVS, I've seen a few times, they're a little finicky, and then you got to wait until the person behind the counter is done with everybody before they can come over and help you out.
Thank you. They need to hear that because
it's a risk.
You're there, you just grabbed like one thing, and you're going to bolt right out, and then things starts flashing on top, and you might as well have just gone to the register.
Which, by the way, so you get one 6-inch hoagie per shift. I would have thought that they already did that. Like, do you get... You know what? Have Eric come in here, if you wouldn't mind. 'Cause I'm curious what you get as an employee.
Do you get a discount?
I would think you'd get a free sandwich.
A company car?
Maybe not a company car. Eric! But I don't know. So Eric is going to jump on the mic. Hey, man. Hey, man.
Hello. Can you hear me? Cool.
This your first time on air?
Yep.
There we go.
Nice. On air at this station to be
okay.
specific. But yeah. Yeah, so when it comes to the shorties, we do get it is the 6-inch. That's kind of one of the things they kind of tell you up front.
Yeah.
And there's also stuff like they have the Coke, the refill machines.
Yes.
We get free unlimited on those.
Okay.
The coffee station, we get free unlimited for those too.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I assume you're not allowed to, if you work at the register, you would not be allowed to be drinking a coffee at that time, right?
I do it all the time.
Oh, there you go.
I work register specifically, and I agree with you, Casey. I do not want to touch deli because it's one thing to mess up a transaction because you can just go through, refund it, you can cancel something. Deli, if someone didn't want mayo on their sandwich, you gotta scrape it off. You gotta restart the whole thing.
Yeah. All right. I just know from my daughter, she likes mustard but hates spicy mustard, and so many times we'll put spicy mustard on. I'm like, oh man, you got to redo this whole thing because you just can't scrape it right off.
Is the procedure to scrape it off, or do you just
I think you
one?
redo it.
Yeah, you got to redo it. Yeah.
Right.
So all right. So you get the. Can you with the coffee? I assume you can't get like
Like what the baristas make over there, like the fraps and stuff like that?
You can. So at the register, we have these little scannable things. We scan one that's for a free shorty. So that pretty much guarantees you don't have to pay anything. We also have something for employee discounts. So everything else that's marked Wawa or it's created in Wawa, like something a barista would make,
you get an employee discount.
Yeah. So like, for example, if I wanted to get like a hoagie and like the hot and go ready snacks they have, I could spend total like maybe $2 for just a couple things just because of the discounts.
That's great.
Eric, do you know about this stock program? Because I only said that the employees get stock options, but it's not a publicly traded company, so I don't understand the difference.
I've heard about it. I'm only part-time, so there's certain benefits that I'm not allowed to have that I don't have privy to because I'm part-time.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But I have a friend that goes to Widener University, and apparently they have a lot of people like from Wawa that have gone there that are now at Wawa, and he has talked about that before, about the stock thing. So it could be a thing, but I'm pretty sure it's a full-time.
Here's a
benefit.
text. It says, employees get stocks over the time. You should see how the stock has risen. A friend of mine recently retired with well over $1 million in stock.
What?
He was there for 30 years. But still,
Well,
yeah.
If you don't cash in your Hoagie credit, you might have $1 million by the time you retire. From
Maybe.
This text says if you're over 18 in 1 full year of working for Wawa, then you can start to receive the stock options.
I do remember that. That makes sense, actually.
Yeah, dude, and they're doing nothing but expanding. Like they've had tremendous success over the past 5 years or so.
Very nice. And then
let me go to this call real quick. I have John. Hey, John. Morning.
Morning. How we doing, sir?
Good. What's up, buddy?
Just let you know about the whole Wawa profit sharing. Yeah, it's there's a guy I knew there. He worked there part time for 9 years. When he quit, they gave him $21,000 back.
Wow.
They gave him how much back? I'm sorry.
21 grand.
Wow.
So it was a part timer. So it's like it's something that you don't see, but it's there. So when you leave, here you go. There's your money.
Dude,
I know someone put 40 years in, they retired, and she got $2.5 million back.
$2.5 million?
Yeah, $2.5 million.
Jesus,
I want that.
That's fantastic.
So
You
yeah,
need to get on
Wawa's
that
a good place to work.
Yeah,
clearly.
All right.
I'm a factory worker. I work in a chemical plant, so after I retire, I might just do that for 20 years.
That's a good call. All right, thanks, John. Appreciate it. Actually, I have Stephanie, it says here, works HR for Wawa. Hi, Stephanie. Good morning. Stephanie, are you there?
I'm here.
All right.
Hello.
Hi. So you actually work for the company?
I work in HR operations, so I report to the VP of HR.
Oh, wow. Okay. And what did you want to explain to us?
Oh, I just wanted to let you know that I heard the gentleman talking about, and I just popped you on, talking about stock options, and what we have is what's called an employee stock ownership plan. So everyone who works there that works a minimum of 1,000 hours a year gets a contribution into the retirement fund, which is employee stock. So basically stock for Wawa. You can't trade it, but when you leave us, you get the benefit.
You can cash it in.
That's fantastic.
Wow.
Cash it in. Yep.
That's a good deal.
It's an amazing deal. I actually relocated here 22 years ago to work for Wawa, and it has been an amazing ride. They're a class act company.
So are you a multimillionaire yet?
I'm sorry?
Are you a multimillionaire yet because you've been working for?
Yeah, maybe not a multimillionaire, but I'm doing okay.
All right, excellent.
All right. That's awesome. I've heard for years that it's a because of that. It's a great place to
I love
work.
that idea.
Excellent. Thank you, Stephanie.
You're welcome. Have a wonderful day, guys.
All right,
Take
you
care.
too. We'll see you. All right, here's another $1 million call right here. I'm going to go to Jamie. Hi, Jamie.
Hey, how are you?
Good, Jamie. So your mom worked at Wawa?
Yeah, she actually started out in stores as a cashier and then made her way to the regional office in Culpsville.
Okay.
And worked at the store for about 16 years and then at the office for 14 years.
And then she ended up getting in on this stock thing too, huh?
Yes.
And what did she walk away with?
Over $1 million.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I used to work for Wawa. My wife currently works for Wawa, and it is an incredible place to work for as far as insurance, healthcare.
And millions of dollars.
Jamie, how long did you work there?
I worked there. Well, I started back in '98, and it was off and on up until about 2014.
Okay, and
2015.
So you were there for a pretty significant amount of time, and if you don't mind my asking, was it worth it walking away? Were you able to, cash in with a decent amount of money when you left?
Yeah, I mean, between the Vanguard and the stock options, I walked probably close to $35
million.
It's
no,
amazing.
35,000.
Oh,
billion.
35,000.
Oh, 1,000.
35 million. I wouldn't be working anymore.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't be calling us either.
It's an incredible deal.
It's an incredible place, and like Preston said, they are just expanding beyond all belief.
Yeah, I know.
When I retired from Pete Alton Bookstore, I got a Mad Libs book.
All right. Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate that, man. Wow.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Yeah. Funny thing is I knew. I remember hearing this ages ago about that very thing. Not about the millions of dollars, but about how you do get these bonuses and these ownership in the company and all that stuff. And I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. And
never to realize that virtually everyone, when you walk into your Wawa today, realize that everyone in there is a millionaire.
Yeah, let me go to actually Joe next. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, Joe. All right, so your dad was an employee of Wawa?
Yeah. He was a manager for over 25 years. He actually retired very recently. He's got like over $4 million in just in ownership stuff.
Listen to that.
Come on.
And part of that has to do with the success of the company and how much that stock is worth.
Absolutely. Yep. The success of the company, the stores, how many stores you open. Wow. It's all intertwined.
I got nothing for my Blockbuster stock.
That's amazing. All right. Well, good on him. Thank you. Appreciate it, Joe.
Yeah. Preston, $4 million?
Yeah. That's fantastic.
Come on. And all the little bites that you can handle. What's your favorite at the register?
Oh, those hot and ready things? Yeah. It's got to be the buffalo chicken bites.
Buffalo chicken bites.
I'm a spice guy, so I like that little bit of kick.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Eric.
Yeah,
That's
I guess
cool,
I learned my lesson. I'm retiring from Wawa super early.
Yeah, super early.
Yeah.
Keep it going.
And in fact, this is our friend Lori Bruce is mentioned in this story here about, she says that while the current effort is focused on shore locations, the chain is always seeking longer-term employees, according to Lori Bruce. And she said, we have many associates who started with us in the summer job, love the role, and have gone on to have fulfilling careers at all levels within our stores.
That's clear.
In recruiting workers for these locations, Wawa makes note of its health benefits, tuition reimbursements, and 401k matching benefits, as well as the employee stock ownership plan.
There we go. Says billionaire Lori Bruce.
Yeah. The company is nearly 38% owned by employees, according to Wawa.
The employee each month gets one use of the private jet. So that is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, at least
I
you
will
get
also put it out there real quick. My store, the Doylestown location, is hiring. So if anyone in that area is looking for something good, like we've been talking about, looking for billions of dollars in your near future, Doylestown, they're mainly hiring deli workers. That's kind of where we meet the people.
All right. Doylestown, nice.
Awesome.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Our intern, Eric.
Eric.
All right, I noticed this. If you are on the near side of middle age and feel yourself getting a little bit unhappier every year, there's good news and bad news. The bad news is it's going to get worse before it gets better. The good news is, though, it gets better. And also, you're not alone, not at all. Dartmouth professor David Blanchflower,
Cool name.
has studied humans all over the world and found that all humans, regardless of location and economic well-being, experienced a U-shaped happiness curve that hits its lowest point in the late 40s.
And then it hits its zenith when you're being spoon-fed pudding at a retirement home.
Well, for people in developed nations, it's 47.2. That's your low point.
That's where I am right now.
There you go.
In developing
Welcome
nations,
to hell.
It's 48.2. So, and he said it does not seem to matter about income or gender or race or anything. All people follow this pattern.
I bet you that wouldn't hold true for your average millionaire Wawa employee.
No, I think it'd be slightly happier.
So at what point does it hit its zenith?
Well, it starts to head back up. I'll get to that in a second because Casey's got a question here.
Well, no, it's not a question. It's just sort of an observation as I age and I get older. And, every time like I hit a birthday, I would double that, right? So if I was like 30, I was like, oh, okay, I can live to 60.
Yeah.
40. Okay, 80 is attainable. 45. I don't think I got another 45 years in me, And so, like, now I feel like
You just hope to make the weekend.
I'm just, well, it's kind of sucks that, like, to feel like I'm, I'm on the back nine of.
But this is where you're supposed to get the big payoff. As you get into your years that you've been working all this time, and all this stuff comes to fruition, and you cash out of your Wawa retirement plan, and you're on easy street.
Part of Blanche Flower's research shows that unhappiness decreases for parents when economic stress is controlled for. In other words, it's not the children that make parents unhappy, it's the financial strain that they can place on us. That financial comfort can make parents stress less about all aspects of their lives is hardly shocking. This downswing in general life unhappiness is so universal that it extends beyond humans.
Holy crap.
Blanche Flower says researchers have tracked similar paths of unhappiness in primates.
It's the kids.
He said,
taking care of their college funds and stuff, and then I got a swing on my tire. I have hardly any time to spank it anymore.
He says chimpanzees.
I can't. I'll throw turds later. I'm planning for the future.
And orangutans have it too, so maybe there's something deeply biological, he says.
So in the simian world, does it translate to any other type of animal?
That's the only one they mentioned in this particular article.
Like a meerkat?
He said, if it doesn't make you feel better, if it doesn't make you feel better to know that the whole world is most unhappy just before they turn 50, take heart in what happens at the far end of that U-shaped curve. By your early 60s, you'll be as happy as you were in your late 20s. By age 70, you're most likely happier than you've ever been in your entire
There's your payoff.
life.
Because of false chemicals being released into your brain, making you euphoric.
That must be it.
So, you know what I think? And I think the study does, if you look at the asterisk, Preston, it says your mood can dramatically be altered by listening to the music of Josh Groban.
Oh,
yeah,
of course. I mean, it lifts you up, doesn't it? I mean, that's...
Man.
What?
Nothing. I'm just...
Wait, I didn't hear. Do it one more time, please, if you will.
It really does help. Well, that's encouraging.
Right, here's the question. Why does this occur?
Okay.
Why does this U-shape happen? Well, Blanche Flower's data only shows that this general decline in happiness exists. As to what drives the slow rebound in happiness after 50, he offers anecdotal evidence, so they don't have
specific
doesn't
data.
fully back it up, but it's what might otherwise be called the attainment of wisdom.
Yes.
As we come to know ourselves better,
I'm very wise.
We have fewer illusions about ourselves, our abilities, and the world around us, and we stop making the same mistakes that we've been making all of our lives.
I'm unattractive and useless, and I know it.
He said you start to get more realistic, it seems to me. You become more realistic about what you can do.
I can't do that, and I'm thrilled.
And you can, you kind of look to see what the alternatives are. In my case, he said, school friends had died, and school friends had not done good stuff. And I found that basically life starts to get a lot easier. I didn't make the same mistakes again. So we think it's a great deal to do. It's a great deal to do with that kind of reality and realism.
It's when you put the Tide Pods away and stop eating them, right?
Yeah. Start using them.
Start using them in your washing machine.
My buddy Will gave me some great advice when I turned 50 years old. He said it's the rule of I'm 50, F it. Okay,
Yeah.
So and you can use it either in either way, to either decide to do something or to not do something. You use the phrase of, dude, I'm 50, F it.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah. No.
Or you can go, dude, I'm 50, F it. I'm doing that.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
Whatever you want to do.
You can do what you want to do.
You become more and more deranged, and you love it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to rob that liquor store.
In some respect. If such life wisdom is attained through unavoidably making mistakes and losing your illusions, there are ways to minimize the pain you experience along the way, he said. There are ways to make this easier, which is community, support, family, social groups. In other words, don't bowl alone, he said.
Oh.
Go to dinner with your neighbors. Make use of social mechanisms, and it makes things better.
Hey, neighbor, let's go to dinner. I don't know you.
I go to dinner with my neighbors and not
Go to
talk at
dinner.
all because they don't speak
They
English
don't
all that
speak?
well.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
they a little bit, but like not enough.
Sometimes when you go out, do you have to carry the conversation a lot?
With them?
Yeah.
We just wave. We just
Wait,
wave like
to who?
My next door neighbors.
Okay.
I had at one point during a snowstorm, her car had driven off the embankment and she broke her steering column, so I had to pick her up and give her a ride home. And we said 0 words to each other the entire ride home.
I've always loved you. What?
And then
it's torturous to see you come out in your Crocs every morning. I get so wet.
Me and the husband, I think, have a mutual respect for one another because we do have we do share track the lawn.
Yes.
And when I mow the lawn, I'm like, I'm just going to mow your lawn. And then
And he appreciates it. Does he reciprocate?
And now he does the same.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah. And now I race to do it so he doesn't have, because I'm like, I don't want you to feel like you have to do it.
Right.
I just do it.
I was reading a note that was handed to me, so I missed the beginning of that particular anecdote. Are they older?
They are probably, they're older than me, but they're not
Not way
elderly.
older. Okay.
Obscenely old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've a lot of my relationships in the neighborhood have devolved into just waving as well.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. Hi, neighbor.
Hey.
Yeah. I have good relationships with the neighbors. They're, but you don't see them a lot, because
I have like 350 houses in my neighborhood. So there's a lot of
too
neighbors.
much. Too much. You're a busy man.
So anyhow, that's good news, right? I mean, depending on where you are in life
Just
right
at the
now.
point where you're about to die, you'll be thrilled.
You're going to bottom out around late 40s, but things swing back upward.
Just give it 20 years and you'll be back in high spirits.
But for the most part, this is for any and everyone. Now
Doesn't matter where.
Now, we all have horrible things that happen, and some have more of them than others, but general well-being swings in a U shape.
Yeah, I look at two of my cousins. One had just turned 60, the other is 65 and recently retired. And, even before the retirement, they're just so happy and content. And that gives me hope.
I don't have to talk to my neighbors. No, you should be happy. Yeah. Look, that's the whole idea of retirement. And though I did see I'll send you the study. I won't kill you a potential story for you, but it has to do with retirement.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Will it lift me up?
No, it'll make you sadder than you even
no.
Shut the f*** up!
All right, that's all I'm going to notice.
That was it?
Yes, I'm sorry.
We got boned on the noticing.
Well, we have some guests coming up, and I want to take a break and come back and get to them. But maybe if there's a gap in the middle, I'll notice something else.
Okay.
All right, just
Noticer part 2.
May whip it back out a little bit.
More
later
notice,
on.
more
Let's take a break. Let's come back in a second, and yes, we're going to talk to our buddy Paul Eisenberg from Bringing Hope Home. Very cool charity thing that's going on, and actress Diane Franklin played Monique in Better Off Dead, amongst other roles, and she's got a book. We're going to chat with those guys when we get back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Marissa just brought the cereal in. Do we have milk? We could use water. But who's going to do it?
You know what?
That's gross.
No.
Oh, what do you mean? I'll do it.
You know what? How about piss?
We have cream. Casey, I'll eat it out of your mouth if you want to do it.
Yeah.
Really?
You guys are so gross.
Sure.
All right.
I wouldn't even do that.
No?
No.
Oh, come on. What's going to happen? Is there germs in there?
Oh, man.
You know what? So we're seeing a video. I wouldn't do it because it's almond milk in this one.
Oh, yeah, that's just gross.
Do we have any milk?
We got cream.
Okay.
I mean, we could.
Let's do it.
Do we have a tarp? Let's put it down and do it.
Yeah, we got it. I think I have some.
Yeah, Casey's got something we can lie down so Bill won't freak out if we
have
get
some of
our
those-
disgusting carpet a little dirty.
Let's just keep getting it dirty so they replace
They'll
it.
replace it.
That's phase 3, apparently, where we're going to get.
Okay, yeah, Casey's got.
All right.
He's got a little.
Nick,
trash
you
maker.
ready?
Yeah.
Where do we want to do this so we can get good
On
video?
the roof.
All right, so Casey is he's putting on his makeshift poncho.
I'm worried about choking. Does anybody here know the Heimlich?
I do. I've done it before successfully.
I know of it.
Yeah, Case, I'll take care of you.
I'll get you.
Thanks, Cap.
So he's now. I can't see. Hang on.
All right, come on around, Press. You can get on my mic if you
I got. No, it's okay. Oh man.
All right.
Here, you want to use mine?
Come on.
Well, I need my
I'll just
headphones
be
too.
screaming in disgust. So.
All right, over here,
All right,
Casey
I'll
is
come
now
over.
down on the floor. His head is on sort of a makeshift tarp. He has his shoulders covered. Nick, are you supposed to do it from a standing position or?
Well, that's why I wanted him up on the counter. I don't think it matters.
No, it's okay. It's okay. All right. So Casey's got his mouth open. Nick is pouring the cereal, the Cheerios, by the way.
All right.
In his mouth. That's a lot of Cheerios.
There's one in his
That's
nose.
too much. There is one in his nose. He just shot him all over the. You okay? Oh, you're doing that for fun.
That was
Okay.
just the excess he shot out.
Open your mouth.
For milk.
Here comes the choo-choo train. Wait a minute.
This is one of the stupidest.
All right, just a little bit. But Nick, that's too much.
Sorry.
He's trying to get some of that out.
I've never done this before.
I understand. All right, so here comes the cream.
Open your mouth.
All right, now get ready, Casey, because this is if you're going to choke, this is when it's going to happen. You need more in there. All right, Nick's he's doing it. Yeah. More milk. More milk. He's eating it, and
It's in Casey's eye.
it's in his eye.
It's really good.
All right, Case, nice job. You did it.
Oh, gross.
I'm impressed.
I'm doing good.
You done very good. You held everything intact.
Wow, and now they're going to hug it out, Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Now
That's
finger
sweet.
it out.
Wow, okay. Well, there you go. We did it.
I hadn't had any breakfast.
I love Cheerios, by the way.
Yeah, it was good.
I just prefer a regular breakfast bowl.
It says here, yes, some people wear protective clothes when they do it. It's pretty likely that milk will get everywhere no matter what. He didn't put much milk in there, though.
But I was good either way. I mean, you totally could have loaded it up.
I was more afraid of choking you with the milk than I was with the Cheerios.
What about the spoon? How deep did you go?
To the tongue?
Yeah.
Back of the teeth?
Ew.
Well,
Yeah, I know it is. Yeah.
Somebody's saying just to piss Bill off, we should do it with soup sometime. No. I have a variety of stories, and I would do the connoisseur. I have like 3 food-related things,
But there's not enough to fuel it,
but
right?
that's it.
And you don't want to be dishonest with the
No,
listeners.
I don't want to do that, and I don't want to, I don't want to just flip things all of a sudden. But I did see this, and I thought it was interesting. Cheetos has given a name to the cheesy residue left on your fingers when you eat the Cheetos. So they have a name for it now.
And it is?
Cheetle.
Cheetle?
Like Don Cheadle.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, the official term is called Cheetle.
I'd call it Chisholm. Right, Preston?
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah, what's that on your face?
Chisholm. From eating cheese doodles. I'm sorry, I misheard you.
To celebrate the newly coined...
Peter North is the spokesman. Just sitting here watching TV.
Unrelated sound to anything from Pearl Jam that I've ever heard before.
I agree. I knew it was going to be different. I found that very surprising.
We shall discuss in just a moment. First thing Casey said to me before I listened to it, he goes, "It's Talking Heads." He said, "It sounds like Talking Heads," and you nailed it, Case.
Yeah.
Spot on with that, because there are parts in there where he sounds a lot like David Byrne, and they're using a lot of synth elements in this particular song, which of course the Talking Heads did a lot of.
And he says, "This is not my beautiful Pearl Jam."
Oh, I missed that part.
Yeah.
Some people were texting in saying they hear a Chili Peppers vibe in there as well. And a lot of negative comments on the text messages. Let me give you my first impression on that. And I'm not a one-listen guy. I've said that many, many, many times, that it takes a lot of listens for me to warm up to a song. Casey and I listened to about the first minute and a half of it in the Q speakers here in the studio earlier this morning. I thought it was terrible. I didn't care for it. By the last 30 seconds here of that, I think I like it. So that's how quickly it turned around. I'm not a big fan of Eddie Vedder's voice in general, meaning the vibrato that he does. It's very choppy. But I think it fits well with the grunge, heavy, distorted guitar thing, and it kind of slides in there well. And that's why I didn't like the beginning of it, because you can really hear his singing. But by the end of it, the melody kind of got me. I've always been a sucker for synth pop. It's interesting that Pearl Jam's going that route. You can hear Matt Cameron is clearly using electronic sounds in his drum kit. There's a keyboard thing going on there as well. Who would be playing that, Nick? Is Eddie going to be playing keys?
I don't know.
I mean, they got 2 guitar players, so somebody could step up and play that.
Eddie can play piano, but it's probably the producer, I would think. He does some growling in this video or in this song too. I heard like kind of angry Eddie, which I haven't heard in a long time.
Right.
So there's the vibrato stuff, which you don't care for, but then this is like some rock. Yeah, like that. He's pretending to be a dog.
Casey, play the. Yeah. Let me play it again.
Yeah,
let me see.
isolated.
Let me see if I can. Hang on a second. It's like just a couple seconds in. Hang on. Listen. Now I heard.
You heard it that time? Yeah. It's subtle.
Steve, that fit perfectly.
That was so good.
Rhythmically, that was perfect.
I'm a master on the growl.
Oh my God! One more time. You.
I missed it. You cue me.
Here we go. Wait. 1, 2, 3, and there it is.
You sure you want to do this, Ed? It's an expression of the animals in the world suffering from the glaciers.
Casey had a poster and a wristband from a fish show that was important to him. And
it was a fishing tournament, right?
Yeah.
Or the band?
Well, both.
Okay.
The wristband was from the tournament, and then the poster was from the concert.
Regardless, both very important to you.
No, but the reality is they were both from a concert.
All right.
So much so that he wanted to have them framed and, immortalized for at least a period of time while he's on this earth, and took it to a place that was going to frame all this for him. So you have the wristband, you have the poster. I'm sure you had a frame picked out and matted and everything the way you wanted it.
Yeah.
Goes back to the shop to retrieve it, and they've lost the wristband.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So the
right?
poster is done, and you wanted the wristband in the same display.
It was like a ribbon across the bottom corner of the poster.
And you'd set it up that way.
Yeah.
What was their explanation?
There is no explanation. Inside, I'm fuming. I have been to 60-plus Fish concerts. I have never purchased a poster, went and had it framed, or So this. And
so you want to climb over the counter and kill them?
So and the wristband I had like really carefully taken off of my wrist, so there were no because it was like it was like a cloth wristband, right?
Carefully preserved.
Carefully preserved. This was. I was going to give it as a gift to a friend.
Oh, no.
And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, I think I want this for myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now I'm like fuming. So I had gone from this place.
Right.
I didn't blow up, but I had gone to this place and I went to a drive-through, a quarter of a mile down the road. And I got my money back, and I'm pulling out, and I noticed that one of the quarters is a Canadian quarter. I stopped my car. I put it in park. I went into the store. Now, I didn't raise a stink.
25 cents.
For 25 cents, I go, you guys gave me a Canadian quarter here. And they're like, oh, okay.
Let me ask you something. What country are we in? Do we have provinces like, I don't know, Ottawa? What is this?
Yeah.
Is this legal tender?
I in my life have never returned a foreign coin before. I've never even
considered that.
What did I order? Poutine? What did I come in here on a moose? What am I, a Mountie? Where the hell are we?
Does it say Tim Hortons outside of this
Come on, for
establishment?
Christ's sake! What am I, Trudeau?
Did I drive here 35 kilometers per hour?
Jesus Christ!
I didn't make a big stink about it, but I go, hey, this is a Canadian quarter.
I couldn't help but notice that there was a ridged potato chip in my bag of regular potato chips.
Oh my God!
Parlez-vous English?
I would be raging. You're better than me. I would be raging out of control at those people. And
why not give me the right change? Eh? Eh?
It's Shirley Bassey's birthday today.
Binga!
Yeah. Love her.
Pretty girl, beware of his heart of gold. His heart is cold. He loves only gold. He loves only gold. Only gold. Only gold. He loves gold. He loves gold.
It's the only reason I bring the birthday up every year. That, and actually, we had mentioned that she was on the Oscars, and they had her come out and sing that song, and her voice was outstanding.
Hasn't lost a bit.
She's 83 years old. She's still a gorgeous woman, too,
Yeah.
at 83.
She also sang the other Bond song for the movie Diamonds Are Forever.
Okay. Diamonds are forever. I don't know how it goes.
Sparkling round my little finger. Unlike men, the diamonds linger.
Wow.
Men are mere mortals who are not worth going to your grave for.
So she's 83 today.
We have that as well.
Oh, wow.
Diamonds are forever. They are all I need
to please me. They can stimulate and tease me.
They won't leave in the night. I've no fear
that they might desert me.
Nice.
I could have done those parts. I could have sung those songs.
Easily. All right, and then we have Rachel Nichols, who is in...
Rachel Nichols, jingling in your pockets.
Nichols. I noticed a piece of audio that I never notice audio, but I noticed.
Notice who never notices audio, but on his birthday, he notices audio.
Rent is going to be live on Fox on Sunday night.
I love these shows.
Yeah.
I love them all. There was one or two that I thought were substandard. I think the Rocky Horror Picture Show was not really worth a damn.
Yeah.
But I loved Grease.
Grease was great.
Still have it on my DVR.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to this, to Rent.
The music in the show is so good. My wife and I went to see it without knowing anything about it other than this is the show to go see.
Right.
And we were just like sitting there with our jaws on the floor just because the performances were so great.
Do you guys want to try it? River Valley Vocal Band? Do you guys want to try it?
I think it's something we should set as a goal. We've already did Afternoon Delight.
I think we should do it right now.
yeah, we can do it.
Yeah.
Do you have the lyrics? I don't know the. I mean, I don't know the
on the monitor, if you will.
All right,
This is a
we really don't. This is morning voice. You got to understand our concerts are always at night.
This is a very rare performance of the River Valley Vocal Band. Those of you here in our studio, what a treat.
This was like when Sonny Bono and Cher sang on the Letterman Show impromptu.
All right, Kathy, you're the bass, right?
Yes.
Yes, I think I can handle it.
No.
Oh my God, we're harmonizing.
That was crazy.
That's it. We did it.
One more time. Oh my God.
That's it. Go
Walk
on from
away.
there.
We're done.
Walk away.
We can't do any better.
We're not
But
gonna
we're
sing.
going to. Let's do it.
We are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4.
525,000.
One more time. Wait,
You're trying to harmonize? God. It's supposed to be in unison.
All right, let's do it. Ready?
We got 6 syllables.
Thank you very much, Nick. Our next guest, we've had on many times throughout the years because his organization is just wonderful.
Yep.
People who have cancer affecting their lives, going through financial and emotional support, or need financial and emotional support, they get financial and emotional support from Bringing Hope Home. We'd like to welcome the founder and CEO from Bringing Hope Home, Mr. Paul Eisenberg.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul, good morning to you. Oh, we have... Oh, now, hold on. Hang on. It's my fault. I turned up the wrong thing. Paul, are you there?
I am here.
There we go. Sorry about that. How you doing, man?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
We're doing wonderful. It's great to have you on again.
Thanks for having me, and I appreciate it. Congratulations on a great cardboard classic.
Thank you. We had a wonderful time, man. And listen, you're speaking of wonderful, what you guys do at Bringing Hope Home, we've just been amazed at for so many years. And you're going to get a really cool campaign that's going. Before we do that, for those who have not heard you speak about this and don't know what Bringing Hope Home is, can you give it to us in a nutshell?
Sure. We're a nonprofit located in Malvern, and what we do is we pay household necessity bills for local families going through cancer. Any type of person, any type of cancer, we pay the rent, mortgage, utility, car payment, or food. And the food part is what leads me here today. We've been working with Acme Markets, and since being founded, Bringing Hope Home has helped over 8,500 families since 2008. And Acme's been such a big part of that.
Yeah. So, and are you doing the pin pad, the program that has helped the Camp Out for Hunger for the past couple of years? It's so awesome. You're doing that, correct?
Yes, Steve, we're doing that, and I gave a lot to the Camp Out for Hunger. Congratulations on a great year for that too. But if people are at the Acme Markets, and they should go to Acme all throughout the area. And for this month, the month of March, they can just add on to their bill $1, $3, or $5, and that goes to provide food. We send gift cards to these families so they can put food on the table and groceries during a really tough time.
So when you're dealt a bad hand and having to deal with cancer, to have this on top of that is just rubbing salt in the wound. And anybody, listen, just the creature comforts. We're not talking extravagance here. We're talking being able to live and take that off your plate, no pun intended. And worry about and get to the business of getting better. And so that's why you guys are so essential.
Yeah, we're very blessed to be able to help a lot of families. We'll help over 1,000 families this year, all local, all in the area. And what we do is the money that's collected at each Acme goes to their district. So people that are shopping at their neighborhood Acme, whether it's Richboro or Upper Darby or in Delaware or New Jersey, that money stays in that physical area because we break it up by that.
Yeah, and you know what? When people have a medical situation impact their lives, something that you may not consider until it happens to you is the overwhelming concern over not only the medical side of things but the financial side of things. And how are we gonna concern ourselves with these necessities to get by when we're just trying to get better over here and get healthy? And that can lead to a mental breakdown and an overwhelming sensation. And you guys try to step in and just ease a little bit of that.
Yeah, the terms like I've heard is financial toxicity. If you have cancer and you're diagnosed with cancer, as Steve, as you know, you're out of pocket, even with healthcare benefits, can be tens of thousands of dollars. We just want to come in and give these folks a break and let them know they're cared about, let them know they're not forgotten, let them know people want them to be in a better place.
And it's the purest kind of charity, which is what we love, is that you not only are you able to know that the money is going to go directly to the people that need it, but the locality, you can know that the money that is going to the people in your area, listen, it's so easy at the checkout. You just tag on a couple extra bucks if you can. During the Camp Out for Hunger, I ended up donating to the Camp Out because that's where I go, Acme. Right. Countless times. It's sort of an effortless thing, and the people are just so, given that option right at that moment, are so generous. And so this is so wonderful for you guys. And again, it's virtually effortless on the part of the people making the donation.
Yeah, and people are just kind, and people are good. And our job at Bringing Hope Home is to make it easy for people to help others. And Acme has been such a great part of us for 7 years. And they've really contributed a huge amount to our growth. And you guys, too, have been great partners for us, which we really appreciate.
We're more than happy to do it. You're doing the legwork, man, so it's hard work, and we appreciate it. So we'll get the word out. And there's also, should you be affected by cancer in your life, go to bringinghopehome.org and reach out for help. I mean, there's information on there on what to do, Paul, right? If this is new to you.
And they can also go to their social worker at their hospital if they're currently in treatment. and see if they can get some help that way. And by the way, Preston, September 5th, Tuesday, September 5th, now that your shoulder's all better,
yes,
we hope to see you and Casey at our golf outing.
All right, September 5th. I'm going to jot that down now. 9/5.
Tuesday after Labor Day. I'll send
Divine
you a note,
9.
too.
All right, cool,
Correct.
buddy. Excellent. All right. Well, thank you, Paul. You guys, you continue to do great work. We're happy to be associated with you and proud to know you, and we'll make sure that people are aware of that. So it's for the entire month of March, correct?
Correct. At Acme.
Stop by your local Acme. Excellent. Great work, Paul. Thank you so
guys.
much, buddy.
Yeah.
Paul Eisenberg,
Bye, guys.
certainly bringing hope home. Great group of people. He's awesome, man.
Terrific. Again, we have a number of organizations and charities that we work with that are just so seamless and so perfect and so good at what they do, and bringing hope home is absolutely one of them.
I know we have a couple of minutes for our next guest, and actually it gives me some time because I wanted to pass along this. I saw this over the weekend, and speaking of good people in the world, I saw that this woman had passed away. Her name is Judy Heumann, or Heumann is how you spell her name. And I found out about her when I watched the documentary called Crip Camp. I don't know if you guys saw that or not.
No, I did not.
It is fantastic. She is widely regarded as the mother of the disability rights movement, and she unfortunately passed away over the weekend. So she was, and I'll read this directly from the story, she was at the forefront of major disability rights demonstrations, helped spearhead the passage of disability rights legislation, founded national and international disability advocacy organizations. She herself had polio. Okay, she was born in Philadelphia, by the way.
Oh, was she?
Yeah, and she was in this documentary, Crip Camp. So it's about this camp for disabled kids and how at that time, like they were, unfortunately, it's a time in our existence as human beings that people were looked at as less than because they were disabled, and I mean very much so, just shunned and pushed aside. But this was I'm getting choked up thinking about it. This camp was unlike any others. It was run by disabled people. They were disabled themselves, and they had people to relate to. And what eventually ended up happening with her is when the Americans with Disabilities Act was passed. They were excited this legislation had happened.
Absolutely.
But no one was actually instituting it. They weren't making things more accessible for the disabled. And she gathered everybody, and they started having protests, and they got together. And these corporations were like, this is going to be really super expensive for us to do this. And they're like, yeah, but you have to. It's the law.
Right.
You have to do this. Like, nobody was actually enacting those things that needed to be done to make things better for these disabled people. And she and their group of people made it happen. It was really something else. I'm telling you guys, you should watch this documentary.
Camp.
It's absolutely amazing. And I think it's on Netflix, I'm pretty sure. She had polio when she was 2 years old. Her doctors advised her parents to institutionalize her when it was clear that she would never be able to walk. And apparently they said in her book, she said institutionalization was the status quo in 1949.
Oh, yeah.
Kids with disabilities were considered a hardship economically and socially. And when she attempted to enter kindergarten, the principal blocked her family from entering the school, labeling her a fire hazard. But her parents, particularly her mother, fought back and demanded that she have access to a classroom. She was eventually able to attend a special school, high school, Long Island University. She earned a BA in 1969, and then University of California, Berkeley. She earned a master's in public health 6 years later. Yeah, she was an incredible person. And then she was with all these different boards and stuff, and just continued throughout her life to pave the way.
And she just passed?
She just passed over the weekend, yeah. She lived one hell of a life. It's pretty amazing.
That is a staggering legacy to leave behind.
Absolutely. Just brave people like that blow me away. I look at like the, people that were the Freedom Riders.
Yeah.
In my mind, they were some of the bravest people that ever lived to go right into the jaws of the monster and say, we're gonna take a stand, and we're gonna make sure that these laws that have been enacted or that have been passed need to actually enact these things. And it was pretty amazing. So if you guys get a chance, watch that that documentary. It was a life changer for me, and I know I don't use those words that often, but I mean, Rochelle and I watched it, and we were just blown away by it. But her name was Judy Heumann. She passed away over the weekend, but lived a long life, and what a great legacy to leave behind.
Absolutely.
It's definitely one you guys will want to see.
Sounds very impressive. Yeah, I would like to check that out.
So I'm glad we got a chance to mention that. How much time we have for our next guest? Any moment?
And she is on Zoom.
Yeah, she's
via Zoom.
9:30ish, something like that. So I want to ask you guys, because speaking of people living with disabilities, and I apologize because I don't know this guy's name, but UFC 285 was the other night, and John Jones was in the locker room getting ready to for his fight, and there was this guy who is an MMA fighter, but he has like no lower limb. Like whatsoever. And
no what now?
Limbs. Lower limbs. Like his body basically stops just below his rib cage.
Okay.
And biologically speaking, I just don't know how that works. Do you know what
as
I mean?
far as like if he has genitalia or excretory.
Excretory, not necessarily genitalia, but like clearly.
Well, you have to.
This guy, I know, but I'm because he has to eat and drink to stay alive.
Yeah, sure, absolutely,
and all that. And
listen, they can do all kinds of work with your plumbing and colostomies and things like that. And it's pretty common in the world of the Caroline with Crohn's and the people that I see with the ulcerative colitis, and they can. I mean, it's pretty intense, but they can do a lot with your inner workings.
But this guy is just an amazing human to just watch.
Zion Clark.
Zion Clark's his name, and at one point before the match, I guess he had a push-up off with John Jones, the heavyweight champion of the world.
Right.
And this guy was just going to town, doing these push-ups. And, not only, because he doesn't have a lower half, like, he's, it's a balance thing, but also you can see in this picture, Press, he's just.
Oh, yeah. And, well, there are some people who've had to rely on their upper limbs to get around.
Yeah.
And therefore their muscles develop like crazy. But we're looking at a picture of him. Yeah, he's just jacked beyond belief. Real quick, I have Tara, who's on the line, wants to call in. Hi, Tara. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing this morning?
Great. What's up, Tara?
I just heard that you guys were just talking about people who or kids that has disability.
Yes.
And I am one of them.
Oh.
I have a learning disability.
Okay.
And I am part bipolar schizophrenic.
Okay.
And people don't want to hire me because that. And I lost 2 jobs because of it.
You lost 2 jobs because of this?
Yeah. So I just want to say thank you for recognizing that there are people out there that are struggling.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. And there are groups that help out people like yourself and social workers and so on. And it can be tough to find your footing and find your way. But, I'm hoping eventually you're going to stumble into the right place and the right people.
Well, I am a fighter, so it's not like I give up my life. I am a true fighter.
Well, good. And stay at it. Well, we appreciate you listening, and we appreciate you calling in for that.
Yeah, thank you, Tara.
All right, bye, Zeus.
All right, take care. Get Zeus to you, too. Wow. It's Crip Camp is an amazing documentary if you get a chance to see that. So just wanted to pass that along. So we got a minute.
Any word yet?
No word yet? Okay.
You know what, man? You got to move along sometimes.
I did notice a few other things.
You did?
You want to?
Well, I mean, just.
It's the noticer part 2.
I'm not sure what.
You thought the first part was great, talking about depression about retirement. Wait for this one.
Chick-fil-A confirmed.
Kidney stones part 2.
That someone successfully launched an automated attack against the company's website and app over the course of more than 2 months, stealing customer sensitive information.
Chick-fil-A?
Chick-fil-A.
Don't we have a Chick-fil-A right across, basically diagonally across the street?
Yeah, I went there the other day. They don't have a drive-through.
Where the old Potbelly used to be, right?
Yeah, and they don't. No,
really?
No, not where the Potbelly was, but where it might have been the California Pizza Kitchen.
Damn it.
That's gone too?
Yeah, so it's right next to Chipotle.
There's a Starbucks in there, and then California Pizza.
I don't even think
There was
Starbucks is there anymore.
There was a Pie Way. Was that the name of the place? Pie Way?
Yeah, I don't think that's it. It's
I haven't been over there in a long time.
Neither have I. The parking's always been a little problematic.
Yeah,
and then you have that sort of Batmobile entrance. It sort of curves up around. But
I'm
yeah,
not allowed to cross the street by myself.
Damn
either,
it.
So that's
I'll take you over.
The problem with the entrance is sometimes people think they can exit through there where it clearly says entrance
know.
only.
It
And I
sucks.
came face to face with a car, and I'm like, bro, I'm not backing out on the City Line Avenue. You can back up this hill because you're going the wrong way.
I hate that's it. That's it. Presidential and City Ave.
Yep.
I hate that area. I
Yeah.
can't stand driving in that area. People are insane driving in that area. I do not like to go through
why I
that.
bypass it.
Yeah, I do not like to go through that intersection.
But they don't allow any mobile ordering at that one. Even though when you walk in, it says like mobile pickup, but there's no mobile ordering there. So
That's ridiculous.
you just have to wait in line.
Kind of insanity is that?
What world are we living in?
How many do you hit Chick-fil-A often?
I probably, I mean, probably more often than you guys do. But it's
I haven't
good.
been in years.
But so I have two that I can choose from, one in Springfield and one in like Granite Run. And the one in Springfield I can't go to anymore because the drive-through is just insane. And they basically have like two different entrances to get to the drive-through. So there's like this weird jockeying for position. But the one at Granite Run, even if that drive-through is packed, it moves. It moves real quick.
So the stolen information, so with the attack using logins obtained from a third party to access member reward site Chick-fil-A One was carried out between December of 2022 and February of this year.
So this hijacking of sites and holding them for ransom is definitely on the uptick.
Well, this wasn't a ransomware
Oh,
thingy,
it wasn't?
but this is just flat out stolen. So
Really?
the stolen information may have included your name, email address, Chick-fil-A One membership number,
waffle fry preference,
and your mobile pay number, QR code, masked credit / debit card number. So it only showed like the last few digits.
That sucks.
And the amount of Chick-fil-A credit on your account, if any. In addition, if saved to your account, the information may have included the month and day of your birthday.
Son of a bitch.
Phone number
You
and
guys
address.
ever been part of a data breach?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Sony one, the PlayStation.
Yeah,
that was
sucks.
remember that a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I have my credit is like not frozen. What do you do? Like, if I need to get a loan or anything like that, I have to call like Equifax and have them like unfreeze my credit. It's such a pain. Yeah. Yeah, because I have this IRA account and it was breached. And
I need you to unbreak my heart.
I got a call from my wife saying that my Social Security number's on the dark web, and I'm like, oh my God, what does that mean? Is somebody buying bazookas?
Oh,
with
that
my,
sucks.
Right.
But
Is there anything that can be done about it?
No.
Because my fear is that if and when that stuff ever happens, there's very little recourse.
Do you have any protection programs like
I do.
LifeLock and
but
and Pornhub?
I have Pornhub. Is that supposed to protect you?
Yeah. In times of crisis, I will turn to it. Yes.
I just don't know, Steve. Like once that stuff gets out there, what can be done? About
I know. If someone really wants to be devious about it, and they're going to, they know what they're doing, they can f you up. But I mean, having as many arrows in your quiver, as they say, is a good way to approach it.
But what sucks, Nick, is they gave me like 2 years of like LifeLock or whatever, and I'm like, how about you give me a whole lifetime of that? Because
I'm going to need it.
I'm going to need it for my entire life, and your ineptitude or whatever it was, you blame it on yourself or whatever.
Blame it on
it's
the
not,
rain.
It's not my fault.
Yeah, but did we learn nothing from it, Milli Vanilli?
Yeah. It's not my fault, so you guys should cover this for the rest of my life.
You need Milli Vanilli lock.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree. That's not your responsibility.
Yeah, it wasn't your fault.
No, but like, it is what it is. And I mean, I don't, who do I call besides Ghostbusters?
Milli Vanilli and Ghostbusters.
Who are you going to call?
We've just had
Milli
3
Vanilli.
pop-in references. This is amazing.
All right. Marissa has not heard from our guest. All right. So she spoke to her last night, but she's on the West Coast. And I don't know if there's...
She might, yes.
I have an app question then for you guys. Okay. Do we all have the Wawa app?
Yes.
I do. I do.
Steve, I thought about you last night because I hadn't checked my Wawa app in 2 or 3 days, and I was pleasantly surprised that this week, if you buy one Wawa burger, you get another one for free.
Oh, really?
They will sometimes surprise you with automatic rewards.
Little gifts.
Yeah, and this was not I had earned it reward. This was a, hey, we're Wawa and we love you and we're going to surprise you with a reward.
Sucker.
Hey, sucker. So I've not yet had the Wawa burger yet.
Listen. Is it like having a Kobe beef burger? No, but it is a, Casey,
Yeah.
It's a very viable burger.
It is
it
a
not?
very viable burger.
And
No
in
doubt.
times of crisis,
Okay.
when your LifeLock isn't working,
That should be their slogan.
Yeah.
Wawa, a very viable burger.
in times of crisis.
In times of crisis. It's a very...
I just found out that I had psoriasis. I was depressed. Thank God the Wawa burger was there waiting for me.
It's very viable.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you got to admit, we heard Wawa was going to have burger. I mean, I love the Wawa stuff.
Yeah,
I
the
love
reason
deli.
the reason you don't think about it is because they don't have a grill back there.
Right.
And so you're not really...
What are they
know,
doing?
Yeah.
But now that I have this incentive, to me, that's a good reason to get it.
I found out I had a horrible skin condition that would haunt me the days of my life. And then I found out Wawa had a burger for me. And my life turned around. Wawa burgers, very viable.
Do you want to talk to somebody who had their identity stolen 10 years ago and it can explain the fallout to
How
you?
good is he sure it's them?
All right, we're going to go to Jay. Hi, Jay. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Gadzooks, you guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So, yeah, it's a long story that all went with it, but I'll tell you, it was a nightmare for me. I came home one day from work, got a phone call that says, hey, we wanted to confirm, did you spend $2,300 at Home Depot today? I'm like, no, I just got home. So I made a phone call. They put me through the fraud department. They said, here's this false charge. Here's another one. Over the course of the weekend, I found out that this guy had gotten a hold of my Social Security number and had just basically made a run going through, like, instant credit at Home Depot and Best Buy. It was $15,000 in the course of a weekend he spent in my name, and it was all on all things, and I then had to clean up. The good news is I didn't end up having to pay for any of it, but let me tell you, what a nightmare it was trying to clean it up, because the phone calls, the paperwork, the affidavits, everything during what you would say banker's hours when, I'm still trying to work. So it was just a giant nightmare.
There are services that promise or that say they provide the sort of all-in-one service that you used to take care of everything, so they pull it all together and they'll handle everything for you. Was that available to you? Did you use something similar to that, or did you did everything yourself?
Well, I didn't have. I think there was something like, I don't know, maybe like a year or two before, I had somehow gotten access to this service that catches these things.
Right.
But it wasn't that service that caught it. I got a phone call from like GE Money Bank, I think was the name, and they said, hey, we detected this very strange, charge today at Home Depot in King of Prussia. I said, no, that wasn't me. I wasn't there. So I literally went to that Home Depot and followed up, and they said, oh,
Listen,
yeah,
you might want to sit down and have a Wawa burger.
Yeah.
Something to tell you.
They didn't have any burgers available, so no.
Very viable.
Yeah.
Jay, did they happen to catch this person?
So the funny thing about it was one of the places, it was, I think it was a Best Buy. They said, oh, we got him on camera, we got him here, we got him everywhere in the store. We're going to put everything together on a CD. Yeah, CD. And
your
give
finest
it to,
boombox.
They're going to get all that information. We can't give it to you, but we can release it to the law enforcement when you have your what do you call it, your warrant.
Right.
Yeah.
So when I ended up filing the police report and the detective followed through with all of it, he said, well, I called them back. They called me. I couldn't get a hold of the manager. Oh, we lost it.
Oh, it's a nightmare.
Best Buy just kind of wrote off the loss, and the law enforcement told me they really can't, because they got nothing, because he had a driver's license made with my information and his number on it. He had a whole network. This was not like I found somebody's credit card and spent money on it.
It's horrible, man. I mean, well, I'm glad you're mostly past it, but it sucks when you're in it.
I mean, I think statistically speaking, somebody listening right now has stolen somebody else's identity.
Right.
Please call. Don't be a coward. Call in. I want to find out what makes you tick. Why do you do something like this?
You want to speak to someone who does this type of thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And
on tonight's cross-examination, Casey takes on identity fraud. Join me tonight at 9. I'm going to be talking to people who do this for a living. And tell you about my years in the running away club.
It was not years. It was like a month. And then 2 girls ran away. And
I misspoke. It was a month.
Okay, I was going to wrap it up, but you want to wait and see if somebody calls in?
We don't have. No, they're cowards. They're not going to call in.
Well, you never know. You never know. We might get an identity.
Well,
thief.
All right.
on the line.
While we're waiting, real quick, can I say a thank you because I want to thank Montage Mountain. I went skiing yesterday. I stayed up there for the whole weekend, and we were talking a little bit about the Cardboard Classic earlier. And yesterday was the best day of skiing I've had in a long, long time.
Awesome.
Maybe the best day I've ever had in the Poconos. The lines were non-existent. The slopes, the condition of the hills were fantastic, and it was really funny to me because I went down one of the slopes, one of the ski runs, and that's exactly where the sleds were going down on Friday.
Cool.
Yeah. And so they kind of like massaged over that and groomed it all out. And you couldn't even tell that we had a major event there 40 hours prior. But it was so much fun being up there and skiing. So thanks so much to Jeff Slavinsky. He's the marketing manager. We had him on the show.
Super
on
nice
Friday.
guy.
Super nice
and
guy.
you said you're using a stolen credit card.
Yeah, well, listen, I didn't want to pay for everything. And so they'll help you with like credit card fraud.
Right this way, Mr. Papadopoulos.
That's right.
Mr. Underhill.
Yeah. I got a cheesesteak and a steak sandwich.
And a steak sandwich.
Lobster thermidor. But anyway, it was a great day of skiing. And,
awesome.
I hadn't, I knew we were going to have a great time on Friday with Cardboard Classic. I didn't know I was going to have so much fun skiing yesterday as well.
So sold on that.
All right. We got somebody.
All right.
We got one. I'm going to go to Danielle. Hi, Danielle. Good morning.
What's up, guys? Good morning.
Hey, so it says here, you stole someone's credit card and ID.
I did.
Okay. Was this a long time ago?
It was a long time ago. I mean, I did it because I was on drugs.
Okay.
You're on drugs. Okay.
You're on drugs, so you needed drug money. And what did you? How did you go about doing what you did?
So I was on a train. Someone left their wallet. I picked it up. It was in there. I went on a shopping spree. I bought a bunch of stuff. I resold it. I mean, it was years ago. Thank God I've been sober in AA and NA for 3 years now. So.
Wow.
Is it part of your amends process by any chance?
I mean, I can't. It is an amends, but I can't make a financial amends to someone I have no recollection who they are.
Okay.
But I can do it in other ways. Like I help people on the street. If someone's in front of me in line, I'll pay for something or pay for someone at Wawa behind me. You know, stuff like that.
So when I think of someone stealing someone ID, I think of a scammer. I think of someone as something different, not
Like a
someone who's
career-
doing something desperate or along those lines. But I didn't consider that.
That's probably the majority.
It
right?
sounds a little less sophisticated than maybe the type of things that we're talking about.
Right.
You know, but yeah. So, but you're in a better place now, Danielle, right?
Definitely a better place.
I'm happy to hear
Where do you stand on the Wawa hamburger?
Is it viable?
Yeah, is it viable? No. And the
Thank
fact
you,
that
Danielle.
she would cover, you know, because she's right. You don't know who you stole from, you know. So,
all right. Let me go to Julie. Not quite the same thing. Let me go to Julie. Hi, Julie. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. What's up, Julie?
So it's kind of what you're asking about, like, you know, someone who does this and how do they tick, but I can hopefully relate to it intimately. So my father-in-law, when my husband and I were first starting out, and mind you, we didn't, either of us have a good leg up from our families, stole my husband's credit. And they did this because remember in the old days, you would get credit card offers in the mail. Oh, here, sign this check, send it in, we'll give you 10 grand. So all my husband's mail, when we first moved in together, went to his parents' home, and my father-in-law forged his signature.
how much debt did he run up?
About $40,000. In today's world would equal about $150,000, $200,000, and we were just starting.
Oh, well, that used to happen. Well, you know, they would send those credit card offers.
Yeah,
with a card you could activate.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So what ended up happening, and I'll tell you what makes them tick, is it's just sheer greed. My mother-in-law was one who always felt she deserved what everybody else had, even if they didn't own up to it or work for it, and was very entitled and drove him, and he played into it. You know, let's make it look good at the mailbox, as they say. It all has to look really good at the mailbox. And it took us 5 years, about $40,000 out of our own pocket to figure out how, and time. The man that called in and said about the time he had to invest during the workday. You can't do the same night. It was so exhausting, and they didn't even offer like to help or pay for it or nothing. It was just like you're our son. We can do what we want with you. You came out of our house. We're gonna.
Well, that's insane. How long? I mean, are you completely clear of all that now?
Oh yeah, this was back in like the early '80s, mid '80s, and it took us until the early '90s to literally clear it up.
Clear it up, yeah.
Point where we could.
I mean, listen, you're messing with people's lives, their ability to buy a home or rent a home.
That's why they come down so hard on crimes of this nature. The fact that you were able to clear it up before grunge finally kicked in was good. Right.
Well, yeah. And listen, we didn't have the opportunity to, eviscerate any of our hardships by going to Wawa and getting a hamburger.
Yeah.
At the time.
See,
viable.
Just the simple joy of a viable burger.
A whole lot easier if we could have just drove to Wawa and got a
Julie,
hamburger.
you are very clear on this, and we appreciate that.
Thank you, Julie. All right, take care.
I'm glad you're past all of that.
I want to go to this other caller here. It's not his real name, but we're going to call him John, and he did indeed scam people. John, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, man. All right, so what kind of a scam did you run?
Well, so it wasn't a single person. It was a corporate business.
Okay.
And I got a hold of their information, and I actually was able to get a credit card, and I ran it up. I used to be a drug addict. And
I have a feeling, John, that this is the reason that a lot of people do this. Now, did you get a corporate credit card?
Yep, I got a corporate credit card, and I was running up Home Depots and Best Buys and Lowe's, and I ended up running up probably about $50,000 of it until it actually got cut off.
So how did you get caught?
I actually didn't. It just stopped working one day.
Okay.
I left it alone, and
So
you know
were
what I
you-
mean? I would
Were you doing what the other caller was doing, buying stuff and then going and selling it for cash?
Yep, that's exactly what I was doing. I would never go inside the store.
Yeah.
I would always do like curbside pickup and stuff.
Okay.
So I was never on camera.
Do you have a feeling that a lot of this identity theft and so on and so forth relating to crimes of this nature in some way involves drugs?
Oh, absolutely, 100%, absolutely.
Wow. How are you now?
Now I run my own business.
It's a
take
Home
care of my
Depot.
kids. Yeah, I work at Home Depot.
you had so much inventory.
Yeah. I do home remodeling.
So let me ask you: Do you now, on the other side of having your own business, have does it carry extra impact or on you what you did?
I definitely have guilt about it. Definitely have guilt. But at least it was a high a high corporate business. They do bring a lot of money in.
Okay.
So you don't mind stealing from the wealthy?
Yeah.
But you know what happens is that gets passed along. That's the problem.
Are
right?
you clean now, John?
They got a little bit to share.
Yeah.
Are you clean now?
Yeah, I'm clean. I've been clean for about 4 years now.
All right, good.
I got my own money now.
All right. Here's I'm gonna this might clear your head a little bit and clear your heart. I want you today to purchase 20 Wawa hamburgers and bring them down to a homeless shelter.
Yep.
All right.
All right, I can do that.
All right, man.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Thank you, John.
Being an addict is not a good excuse. It's just an excuse.
Yes.
And as a somebody in recovery, I want to have as much sympathy and empathy as I possibly can. But when you are stealing somebody's identity and running up bills in somebody else's name, like you can't condone that type of behavior.
Casey, so did you watch the Bernie Madoff
no,
special on Netflix?
I need to see
I
that.
want to murder them.
I mean, you're destroying people's lives.
Yeah, everything
irrevocably.
it worked for.
Yes.
Yeah.
All of the efforts and the hard work and the sweat and the labor and all of that gone.
Yeah. That you
turkey chili, turkey soup gone.
Turkey a la king.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. Oh, gone.
Get your coats.
We are going out. No, but I mean, this is you do what you're supposed to do, and you work really, really hard, and you earn that. And somebody who has no right to it at all. What are you laughing at?
Darren McGavin.
I know.
We go from Wawa Burgers to Darren McGavin.
But it is something. I mean, you think, and sadly, a lot of times the victims are people who have put together what they believe to be a solid retirement package in their latter years, like the happy people in your earlier story who've hit the age mark where they're going to reap the benefits
After
of their
50.
efforts.
Steve, is that the documentary where they talk to Kevin Bacon and Kira Sedgwick?
Yes.
And they got wiped
They got
out.
whomped. Yeah. Fortunately, they had the wherewithal and the ability to get a lot of it back.
That's good.
I mean, earn it back.
All right. Well, listen, we gotta wrap up.
Did we learn anything?
We had to shift there for a moment because I didn't know we were going to be doing the noticer again. We had a guest scheduled that didn't call in, so that's what you do.
We noticed a guest didn't call in.
Didn't we notice that together?
It was
Didn't
supposed
we?
to be a Zoom call, and we're really looking forward to it.
I know.
I need a Wawa burger now.
All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second, and I do indeed legitimately have some bizarre file stories to share with you. So we'll get to that next. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
One more time.
First, 2, 3, 4.
525,600.
Should I go low or high?
You know what? All right,
Try high this time. Try high this time. 2, 3, 4.
525,600, man.
Nick's choking.
All right, I can't. Hang on, I need to drink water. Hang on a second.
Have some water.
Have some water and let us know when you're
All
ready.
right. I think maybe we should just get to the how about love part, guys. What do you say?
All right. That's the toughest part.
How does that go? I don't.
How about love?
All right, you got that?
I got it.
All right.
All right. This time I'll only count to 3.
Okay.
Because it leads
On
into
3
the
or
role.
after 3?
I say 1, 2, 3. How about?
Okay.
Ready?
Okay.
All right.
Oh, that was bad.
All right, everybody get the sillies out.
Okay.
Seriously. Guys, this is about AIDS, all right?
All right.
That's true.
1, 2, 3. How about love?
Wait, no.
You just said get the sillies out.
I choked on my own spit, though. Maybe I shouldn't drink
No,
water.
I
because,
get it. You find AIDS funny.
We should have stopped it.
Should we call Justin?
Oh, God.
How much you drinking over there?
Not much.
Okay.
Not much. Just enough to clear out all the phlegm.
A man died performing Rent today.
All right, here we go.
Casey's crying.
We're going to do How
Look at
About
him.
Love.
It's so emotional.
Okay.
This song.
All right, count us down again,
All right,
Preston.
1, 2, 3. How about love? How about love? We got one line.
We got one in.
How about love?
Measuring love.
Seasons of love. Okay, we got it. Nailed it.
Nailed it. That was a success for sure.
I'll tell you what.
Sunday at, I forgot what time, 7, I think.
Our 5 was perfect.
Why even tune in? You just heard the whole thing right
Our harmony before that was pretty solid, I think. Don't call Justin. Are you calling Justin now? I see the hotline.
I texted him.
Oh, no.
He's calling us.
I don't want to sing anymore.
He will.
I don't want to talk to him.
There was an
There's
alarm
a guy
that went
who
off.
can sing with such ability. Yeah, he's like Batman. Whenever there's horrific singing, there's a musical note that starts flashing.
Everybody's agreeing on the text message. The beginning was good.
Somebody said, "Let's move on."
Yes. All right, let's move on. Okay. I noticed other things.
So this is the hottest Christmas toys for 2019. I found the article on CNET, and it's a long list, so I'll just go over like some of the big ones.
Yeah, hit some highlights.
Okay, the Spin Master Wild Loves Juno, My Baby Elephant. I had no idea what this was. It's an interactive toy for like little kids, like ages 3.
Wow.
It's $70.
$70.
But apparently this is like a hot toy that the babies want.
You know, obviously, I think what probably one of the most lucrative jobs in the toy industry is coming up with these incredibly long names for these toys.
I know. Yeah.
I played with G.I. Joes.
Yeah.
You know, this is the Dr. Spindoculus.
Yeah.
Floating platform of goodness.
Micronauts are what I played with when I was a kid. So these little,
Aren't kids supposed to be able
little action figure thing.
Oh, say, because this is sort of a responsive little pachyderm.
Yep, that's exactly
pretty
what
cute.
It is. Yeah,
It actually is cute.
Okay.
But
and
Kathy,
I want it.
Kids, babies don't know what they want. I mean, even if they're 3
Well,
years old.
I don't. Yeah, I guess I didn't mean what they want, but they're going to love it if you get this. It's
Sure.
one of the things that moves and
if they know what's good for them.
if they know what's good for them, the little brats.
Dude, okay.
It is
that
cute,
looks
isn't it?
really phallic, though, with the trunk thing.
Yeah, well, so you can use it. Adults can use it for other things.
All right, I'm moving on. Paw Patrol is also big again this year.
Mommy, I want my toy
that
back.
was the best gift ever.
You tried so hard.
It's so hard.
And the
Best part is I'm never going to forget. Just like elephants.
And then there was we already did another pre-screening, like Marissa hosted that, right?
She hosted it last night at the AMC Fashion District.
It was last night, and then Casey hosted a screening last week
at the same exact place
for the movie Free Guy.
Yeah.
And while we were on vacation, we got a text from Casey out of nowhere explaining that things didn't go quite the way he wanted them to.
So if it's possible to suffer a concussion without actually hitting your head, that's what I think you experienced, Casey.
Yeah, and so I don't want to. I'm hoping.
I'll find the text.
Okay,
here. I'll read it.
I'm hoping that I didn't lead you guys down in the wrong direction of where you think this story is going to go.
No, we don't know anything. We know that, but it was so heartfelt, the text you sent out, that we knew it had to, because there have been similar situations in all our lives. But this one seemed like, wow, this really had to be a little bit more.
Yes. So I have the text here.
Okay,
it
go
says,
ahead.
"Oh my God, I'm at the screening for Free Guy." And by the way, I sent you this text. I'm still there. I have not hosted the screening yet. Okay, I'm still there. I have already embarrassed myself, and I needed to go somewhere and be by myself, decompress for a second, and then I had to admit to somebody what an ass I am, and just to sort of make myself feel a little bit better. And guess what? It didn't help. I still felt terrible. And I said, so they asked me to hype up the crowd and then introduce one of the stars of the movie. So this guy named Joe Keery, who plays Steve from Stranger Things, is in the movie Free Guy.
Yeah.
He was there to introduce the film, and I was there essentially to introduce him.
Right.
So I had come back I was on vacation in Wildwood. I had come back just to do this. I thought it was a really cool experience.
Real quick, had you met him at this point, or is he still?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
By the way, he seems like he's awesome. I love that character, Steve from Stranger Things. He seems like I've seen him interviewed before. He seems like a cool guy.
He was a great guy.
Okay.
And I will say that, categorically, he was a great guy, and the movie is hilarious. It's a great movie. And the movie had been on the shelf for a year.
Yes.
They wanted a theatrical release, and so they were like, we're just going to wait.
Only theater.
And only theater. So, and then I wrote, I just had a classic embarrassing moment. It's a classic shut the F up, Casey, and walk away kind of a moment. I'm pretty embarrassed, but it's also a really funny story. So,
and you said you weren't sure if it was going to translate on the air.
I'm not sure if it's going to translate on air.
Okay.
So,
well, let's hear it.
Well, deliver it in the original Farsi.
Right.
All right, so here's the deal. This movie was at the Fashion District, the old Galleria, the AMC there. I had never been there. By the way, what they've done to the place, the whole Galleria, the Fashion District, is awesome. It's really, really nice. So I get there. Joe had gotten there earlier than planned.
From the movie company.
But I had also gotten there an hour early, so I decided to walk around a little bit.
Right.
Side story, but it also is part of the story. I went to a place called Wetzel's Pretzels. Have you guys ever heard of Wetzel's Pretzels?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, I love Philadelphia Pretzel Factory, and I love Annie Ann's.
Yeah.
Wetzel's Pretzels is like the best pretzel I have ever had in my entire life. And I was so happy with myself for going, you know what? I've never had a Wetzel's pretzel. Let me stop by and try one, right? Hey, me. And this thing was amazing.
And you were really proud of yourself.
And I was really proud of and I couldn't believe how it was big.
Oh, is this hand shocked?
Yes. It was amazing. And I'm sitting there, I'm eating this thing, and I'm going, I think I need to open a franchise. I'm like, this is like I have just discovered gold for the first time. That was like amazing. So I get done eating the pretzel, and Hannah from Allied Advertising she's my handler, and she says, "Hey, Joe's here. I can bring you back to meet him." I'm like, okay. I decide to use Wetzel's Pretzels as an icebreaker. Okay.
Well, you were completely enamored of Wetzel's Pretzels. It would be ridiculous not to.
Okay. I've been sober almost 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay. I go into this place like I had just done 7 rails of coke. Okay.
You're hyped up.
I'm hyped up. Okay. And let me also preface this by saying I'm fairly aware of who I am as a person and what I am as a person. And sometimes I have how do you say, no chill.
You have moments.
Yes. No,
I have these moments. But listen,
that's a valid criticism of yourself.
Right.
But as we've told you throughout the years, to put a tap on that would be throwing out the baby with the bathwater, because that same energy delivers so much greatness to what we do
on the radio.
On the radio.
Okay. In person.
On the radio.
With a stranger.
Yes.
Might be different.
So
yes. Like someone who's never met you.
Right.
Who's in a new town promoting a movie.
And there are 3 people in this room that have never met me. And so, as the great Ted Lasso once said, know thyself, rest in peace, Socrates. I did not realize as I was going off the rails what was going on here. So I'm brought into this room. I go off on Wetzel's Pretzels. As it turns out, all 3 people in the room have heard of Wetzel's Pretzels before.
Oh, good.
And yes. So
it was relatable.
It was relatable, and we had this in common.
You picked the perfect icebreaker.
Right. So I meet Joe. Joe's a great guy. And then I meet 2 of his handlers. One of them, the female, was from Disney, right?
Yeah.
So she was his handler from the movie company. Hannah, who had brought me in and introduced me, has now left this room. We're in like this office, and I just go off the rails. That's all. Like, I was just being nice. I was being a nice guy, and I just didn't shut up for like 5 minutes straight. And
that's sometimes your Caseyism. Like, you don't know when to end it.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Well, so I had 2 or 3 different times talked myself into a corner.
Well, let me jump in here also. Throughout the years, and it used to be the thing where I had asked, if you realized this story was not going anywhere, and then an asteroid hit the Earth.
Yes.
I asked you to say, and then an asteroid hit the Earth, and we all died.
Right. So there were a couple of, and listen, this is Steve from Stranger Things, and and prior to this, I thought maybe I was going to have to do a Q&A with him, so I did a little bit of research about him, and so I knew a little bit more about this gentleman. And as it turns out, I wasn't doing a Q&A; I was just introducing him, and that's fine. Yeah. So. Hannah's not there. I know, like, I have to leave. I have to get out of here. Like, I am, I'm
in a pretzel loop.
I have overstayed my welcome. I have moved on from pretzels. I don't even know what I don't know what the bridge from pretzels to Van Wilder was. But now I'm at Van Wilder, and because Ryan Reynolds is in Van Wilder.
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
And I'm relaying the story. I had a really great interaction and encounter with Ryan Reynolds at the Van Wilder screening and press junket in Panama City, and I'm relaying this story, and then I just hear a knock at the door. And I'm like, okay, let me answer the door. It's Hannah from Allied Advertising. So I open the door, and she goes, hey, there's some people out here who want to have their picture taken with you. And I go, oh, okay, And I start walking out the door. I get halfway out the door, and I go...
You weren't talking to me, were you?
Wait, no.
No.
No,
what?
She was talking to me.
Okay, all right.
All right. But I kind of made a joke like, Joe, no, they want some pictures. And she goes, no, they want pictures with you, with me. I'm like, oh, okay. And I walk halfway out the door, and it dawns on me that there's nobody out there to take pictures with me.
Oh my God.
The girl from Disney
Oh, God,
essentially texted Hannah like, dude, get this guy the F out of here.
Oh no. Oh no.
Right? And it dawns on me, and I step out the door.
Oh God.
And then I turn back. I go, wait a second.
Oh God.
I go, did you send her a text message to tell her to come and get me?
Oh no.
Casey.
Oh no.
She did.
All right, one more shot at the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Monster Mania. The biggest names in horror are going to be at Monster Mania Con 53. It's this weekend at the DoubleTree Hotel in Cherry Hill. Special guests include Charlie Hunnam and the Sons of Anarchy reunion.
Cool.
Tickets at monstermania.net. One person died as a result of severe turbulence on a private business jet that was diverted to Bradley International Airport in Windsor Locks, Connecticut on Friday.
You can only imagine what it must have been like in that plane.
Wow. A Bombardier CL-30 jet was diverted to the Connecticut airport on Friday after encountering severe turbulence. That turbulence resulted in fatal injuries to one passenger, according to the NTSB. They wrote on Twitter that 3 passengers and 2 crew members were on board the private jet. The person who died has not been publicly identified, and no other information has been provided about them. Investigators removed the cockpit voice recorder and flight data recorder and are continuing to gather information from the flight crew, operator, and other passengers. That's all the information I have on that, but that's just
it must have been horrific.
Horrible, yeah. In Kuala Lumpur, a medical officer at the hospital in Malaysia state of Perak has been reprimanded for refusing treatment for a woman because she was wearing shorts.
What?
In a statement,
That's how you go to a hospital?
In shorts, yes,
In
please.
shorts?
Says the only guy here in shorts. In a statement, the hospital's director said that it had never given out orders or denied any patients from receiving treatment based on the way that they are dressed. He said the hospital has reprimanded the officer involved and action has been taken to ensure that similar incidents do not reoccur.
White shoes after Labor Day?
The statement comes after social media fury over the incident on Sunday where a woman who wanted to seek treatment in the hospital was allegedly asked to go home and change her clothes by an officer on duty as she was wearing shorts. The health minister said a detailed investigation will be conducted over the incident and added that every patient was entitled to receive priority for treatment without regard to their race, nationality, or dress code.
That's all fine, but shorts?
By the way, this is not the first instance in which attire policing in Malaysia has made the headlines. In February of this year, a member of parliament urged police to stop moral policing as a woman was denied entry to a police station due to the length of her pants.
God almighty.
So they've got real problems there, folks.
I was denied my first colonoscopy because I was wearing an ascot.
Oh, my God. And that's not anywhere near your ass.
No, I know.
Even though it says it right in the name.
Is in ascot.
Crazy. This world.
Tell you, it's a hellhole.
A Nebraska sheriff's office cited 2 men for allegedly hunting a bald eagle with the intention of cooking and eating the national bird. The sheriff's office said that it responded to a report of a suspicious vehicle at the Wood Duck Recreation Area in eastern Nebraska on Tuesday. Law enforcement found the 2 men, Ramiro Zekin and Domingo Hernandez, in possession of a dead bald eagle. The 2 men, who live in Norfolk, Nebraska, but are Honduran nationals, said that they not only shot and killed the bird, but they also intended to cook and eat the eagle.
Do they believe it has some sort of culinary attribute to it, or there's just the first bird they were able to kill?
That's what I don't know. Maybe they just saw it and they got lucky.
Have you ever had really good bald eagle?
Yeah. So the 2 men said that, they were going to cook and eat the eagle. The sheriff's office cited both men for unlawful possession of the eagle. He said more serious charges are possible as the investigation into the unlawful killing continues. The Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act federally prohibits killing a bald eagle.
Saw a bald eagle on Saturday flying over the Susquehanna River.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
God,
majestic.
What are bald eagles larger than golden eagles, or are they around the same size? Or
But Casey was down near that place called the Conowingo Dam, which is on the Susquehanna, and that's apparently like a hot spot for bald eagle spotting. Like you can go down and check them out, and that's a cool place to see them.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, wait, there's a comparison chart, Preston. The bald eagle appears to be a little beefier.
A little broader.
Yeah.
Well, he works out.
Yep.
Yeah, he does. He's buff. Patricia.
To compensate for having no hair.
Patricia Kopta, a Pittsburgh street preacher, also known as the Sparrow, has been found after being missing for more than
30 years.
Missing for 30 years.
Yeah, it's a missing persons case. It sat unsolved at the Ross Township Police Department for over 30 years. Bob Kopta said, I come home one night and she's just gone and nobody knows where she's at. Bob Kopta struggles to talk about the journey to search for his missing wife. He said that she had some mental health issues and talked about wanting to go to Puerto Rico where it is warm. He said it's been going on almost 31 years. It's been bad. It cost me a lot of money. I've even put advertisements down in the paper in Puerto Rico looking for her. And while none of that worked, she was right where she thought she'd be. She was in Puerto Rico.
So had she adopted a different persona, or what was this?
Well, no, she did have mental health problems.
Okay.
So Chief Brian Collop said that we were contacted by an agent from Interpol as well as a social worker from Puerto Rico who believed that they had her in an adult care home in Puerto Rico. They said that she came into their care in 1999 when she was found in need in the streets where she was wandering around. While there, she refused to discuss her private life or where she came from. So she just they stumbled across her. She didn't have much to say.
30 years after the fact.
And they have taken care of her. Years later, with dementia, she started to divulge some details that connected the dots back to Ross Township.
So did this guy stay married to her for all that time?
I don't know. There were DNA samples and there was a match. Patricia's sister, the case is now officially closed and the family is reconnected. Patricia's sister said, we really thought she was dead all those years. We didn't expect it, and it was a very big shock to find out that she was alive, and we are so happy. In total, the whole process took about 9 months from when Interpol agents contacted police, and all the DNA sampling was complete. So I don't know what their next step is. I can't imagine that they bring her back from where she's been for 30 years and knows as her,
No, absolutely. Imagine that shock.
Oh, my God.
Someone, that's like going into Wawa and finding out they have a really good burger.
Right. Yeah. That'd be a shock.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You just would not expect that.
Yeah. It's very viable.
Yeah.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the Bizarre File for you. We're going to break. We'll come back in a second. Let's see if you've been listening closely because we'll have a question about today's show with a lesson question. We'll do trash and music news, too. Stay put. We've actually a terrible, sad story of a rock legend passed away. Music news. We'll get to that. Stay put.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Listen, sometimes I have no chill or whatever, but I go, I know you totally did that, right? And then I shut the door and I walk away with Hannah and I go, did she send the text message? She goes, yeah, she did. I was like, oh my God. And I don't care that I called her out on it. I don't.
No.
That's
if you're going to do it, you got to own it.
Yeah. I'm like, and you did. I don't know what the text to Hannah said. I don't know if it was like, hey,
get this guy.
Can you get this guy? I don't know if she was nice
Please
about it.
get him to talk about pretzels again.
Oh my God. But
I mean, we're closer with Hannah than them. You should really ask I want to know what the text said.
I would, you know what? I will ask her, but she confirmed that no, there was nobody out there to take pictures with me. So now I'm standing outside of this room, and there's a step and repeat background. Nobody's there to take their picture with me, and now I'm like, oh my gosh,
now you're thinking.
I was a child at this point, I was so embarrassed, and I was like so inside my own head, and I was like, this is terrible. I am so embarrassed. I almost felt like crying. And then, because I was depressed. I was I legit got depressed at who I am as a person. And then I was like a little bit mad. I'm like, but I was being nice. You know what I mean? I'm a nice person, but God, Case, you're a 46-year-old man. You should freaking know. You have met a celebrity before. Stop being such an a-hole.
You were excited over pretzels.
I was excited over
that. Was the problem. You were excited over great pretzels, and
I still want to open a franchise, and it's not that expensive to open a franchise. My wife said, no, I'm not allowed to open a Wetzel's Pretzels franchise. And I was trying to think of where could I open a Wetzel's Pretzels franchise? Where could I?
I thought this would have been you going, I need to go back and apologize right now, and then go back in there, and then they're with this guy again. Yeah. We can't get rid of him here.
What was the converse? What was the There was no conversation, right? Was it just you talking and not ending?
Right.
All right. So, no, I try to get people involved in said conversation. So the questions were asked, I think, I'm pretty sure.
Do you recall a real
Waiting for an
exchange, like a conversation, or did you ask them to write down their questions and submit them to you?
I don't know.
So was there any point at which...
I don't know.
I'll tell you what, there were questions asked, and you didn't breathe to let them answer.
I had another moment over the weekend, too, where...
Well, wait. Before you go to that, to this point, did you encounter them again? Did you get a chance to apologize to him, our buddy from Stranger?
I talked to the guy.
Yeah.
All right, so I never talked to the girl again from Disney. I talked to the guy. So I had gone into the theater after I had walked away and hung my head in shame for 10 to 15 minutes and texted you guys to try and make myself feel a little bit better. I was then asked to go into the theater to let people, because they collect your phones a lot of times before. So they had just gotten approval to let everybody have their phones back, and then I announced a surprise to hey, by the way, we have one of the stars here, so if you want to take a picture while he's in the theater, you can go get your cameras now. So I did that, and then I brought Joe on to the stage, and while Joe was addressing the crowd, I talked to the gentleman. I go, yo, man, I'm so sorry. I go, listen, sometimes I have no chill. And he was so cool. He goes, dude, he's like, you were fine. He's like, he's like, I want to hear the rest of the story.
Oh my God.
I'm like, this guy, you're
Was
lying.
he texting while he said that?
No. I'm like, you're lying, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. And
you know
then
how sometimes we have these events and there's the person who's in charge of making sure that the other person's okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if the publicist did that on Joe's behalf and he didn't care at all.
There's a good chance that was the case.
And
Like I said, I
she's
wasn't
just trying to put up a barrier and get out in front of a situation, because I've been at these things before, and I've been at them with you, and you're just friendly and you're totally fine. But every now and then, somebody gets weirded out.
You're speaking the truth. 9 times out of 10, it is not the celebrity who has put these restrictions on. It is the handler.
Or it could be like that scene in The Running Man where Richard Dawson, the guy who mops over his feet, and he goes, hey, you're doing a great job. And he walks in the other room. If that a-hole is working here, later on today, you're going to be mopping the floor. But is there a chance maybe we could see about getting Joe on to talk to him and just say,
hey, are we okay? I'm really sorry.
I'd love to talk to him. I'd love to interview him anyway.
I would too.
But,
I really would love to have an opportunity to press.
Well, go through the Disney rep. She was impressed.
Yeah, I know. No, here's the deal. If we were to get Joe on, he's not gonna be like, he's going to be very diplomatic in that. But
Casey, I have had more moments in my life like that where I've walked out of a room and just felt horrible about myself for whatever way I reacted or have just presented myself, and it's a common thing, I mean,
I told you guys about this.
It lives in you.
Yeah, it does.
I told you guys about this, and I'll just call it an argument that I had in a Wawa parking lot too long ago, and I felt worse about this encounter than I did about that encounter. I really did. I felt worse about myself.
And that one almost came to blows.
No, it did.
Yeah.
It did, and I won't go into details, but I will let everybody know that I was in the wrong to begin with. But I had a very similar experience on Saturday night at the Fish concert. I was talking to a gentleman named Dave who he was telling me about these guys that were standing behind me, and one of the guys just so happens to be a guitarist of a band that I actually just started listening to, and I was like, what?
Pretels!
I'm like, oh my God, Corey Wall!
Pretels! I like pretzels! Do you like pretzels?
You ever had a Wetzel's pretzel? No. So, guy's name's Corey Wong, and he's a guitarist for a band Wolfpack. And
I love Wolfpack.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So do I. And I started going a little bit off the rails. And then Dave, who introduced us, he sort of had to qualify. Hey, this guy is the producer for the #1 morning show in Philadelphia, and that's what he says. And I'm like, oh, man.
I did it again.
I'm doing it again. I'm like, he's totally he's saying to this guy, this dude's not just although I am.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, all right, let's reel it back a little bit. But this one time when you did this, no. So I tried to reel it back.
Pretzel bread. I like bread. So listen,
I didn't feel as
you
bad about
probably
that
felt
encounter.
it was worse than it was
Yeah.
because now you were hyper aware of it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it wasn't that bad.
It's challenging though too, because when you're with friends, when you're with loved ones, everybody smiles and nods and it's cool. When you're with strangers or somebody you've never met before, it changes the dynamic. And you have no idea what was going through Joe Keery's head. I'm sure he's fine and probably hasn't thought about it since then.
Right. Well, and
or that's the subject of his new movie.
Now, I've also been on the receiving end of a few of these experiences, right? You know, people listen to the show and they're huge fans. Or, like, somebody will introduce me to somebody who clearly doesn't listen to the show, and that's fine, too. And now these people have to act like, oh, yeah. And I'm like, you don't have to.
Okay.
Right.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to listen. I know you don't, and it's fun. But because of that, like, because of my experience that I had with Joe Keery, and to, you know, anybody, like, if you want to come up and say hi to me at a restaurant or a Wawa or where, like, please do it.
Absolutely.
Because the deal is, like, I don't have a job if it's not for you that's listening right now. Like, it just, you know, it's as simple as that. Like, all these, you know, great luxuries that I'm able to provide for my family are a direct result of you in your car or your home or your office or whatever listening to me right now. And so, same thing for you, Joe Keery. No. Pretzels! Pretzels!
Wouldn't it be great if you guys open up a pretzel franchise, you and Joe Keery? You know?
I just want to own it by myself.
Local broadcasters open up a Wetzel's Pretzels with one of the stars of Stranger Things.
This is my thing. This is not Joe Keery's thing. This is my thing. And
I was trying to find a bridge.
No, there is no bridge. And you know what? And so at the very end of the night, an asteroid hit and we all died.
Right.
There you go.
So the worst part of this whole story, guys, is once I got done introducing the film and I walked out of the movie theater, I went to go to Wetzel's Pretzels because I wanted to buy some more to bring home to my family.
They were closed.
It was closed! I was like, what did you do with all those extra pretzels that were in the display case?
When was the last time you remember an all-night pretzel place?
It wasn't that late. It wasn't even 8 o'clock.
Was it as quickly when they introduced you to Joe? Was it as quickly? Hey man, how you doing? Hey, have you ever had Wetzel's Pretzels before? Was it that quick?
It was pretty close.
Yeah,
it was pretty damn close.
That
I've seen you do that before.
Yeah.
I've seen you do that type of thing where it's like, and I know what you're doing. You're just looking to have a normal conversation.
It's an icebreaker.
You're gonna charm them.
All right. Well, anyhow, we have to take a break, I think, right?
No, we do. As a matter of fact,
because otherwise I would go to these calls, but we have to.
No, we got to take a break.
The regional manager, Wetzel's Pretzels, is on.
Santa's got to go.
He's
Pretzels got to go.
The Northeast region, and wants to talk to you about franchise opportunities.
Listen, the closest one here is at the Fashion District. I already checked, and like they're in like North Jersey, but that's the only one that is around here.
All right.
So
I can't believe the winner in all of this is Wetzel's Pretzels.
Right, big time.
You know?
You kidding me? Kate Middleton and Prince William are opening up about their family life and what it's like behind palace walls.
We enjoy swinging.
The pair joined baking guru Mary Berry for a Berry Royal Christmas.
I love her.
On the BBC.
Do you really?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
Sharing his perspective on how he has been talking to his kids about the causes they champion. William noted that when he drives Prince George and Princess Charlotte to school, they point out homeless people and ask questions.
Daddy, run over them. They frighten me. Will do.
He said on the school run, I know it sounds a little bit...
I killed that one.
Got one.
Keep score back there. Do you all have a pad and paper and pencils and such? 1-1.
You had two that time. William also highlighted his late mother, Princess Diana's work, and credited her with opening his and brother Harry's eyes. And he said that a visit to the Passage Homeless Charity was one of the first places I came to, actually. It must have been between 8 and 10 years old, something like that, and it had a profound effect on me. He said, my mother knew what she was doing with it. She realized that it was very important to me. We have a Word of the Week prize. Just want to make sure you're aware of that. It's going to be pretty solid. Chance for you to go see Muse. They are going to be playing. And by the way, the tickets are floor seats, and they will be performing Sunday, March 19th, Wells Fargo Center. Special guest will be Evanescence as well. And there are some tickets that remain. You go to Wells Fargo Center, Philly.
Get those tickets. We're going to give something else away now, though. We are going to do today's lesson question. We're going to give away a pair of tickets to see Alice in Chains founder Jerry Cantrell. His Brighton tour is going to be at the Excite Center inside of Parks Casino, and it's going to be Saturday, March 18th. All right, so the question that we will pose to you this morning, in times of crisis, we found out what kind of burger Wawa serves to you. 215-263-WMMR. What kind of burger do they serve at Wawa? And it's not a plain burger. It's not a cheeseburger.
No.
This is describing the burger in a different way. If you've heard it, then you know the answer. 215-263-WMMR. And while you do that, we are going to get to the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Liberty Safes of New Jersey. They offer delivery and in-home installation that box stores don't. Visit them on Route 130 in Bordentown or Route 73 in Mount Laurel, online at libertysafesnj.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Fortune magazine reporting that a new McDonald's ad campaign featuring Cardi B is not popular with franchisees because of the rapper's questionable lyrics. McDonald's says it's all in support of a new menu item, Western Avocado Pierogies, or WAPs. Steven Spielberg says the U.S. government is hiding info about UFOs from the general public. Spielberg says he firmly believes there's extraterrestrial life out there that is probably both super intelligent and resembles a talking ball sack. And finally, rapper Pooh Shiesty has been ordered to pay out almost $200,000 to victims from a shootout he was involved in 3 years ago. Pooh was spared potential jail time thanks to the legal efforts of his lawyer, Squirts McDingleberry. That's a Hollywood Trash.
I was hoping it was that.
Pooh Shiesty's lawyer is Squirts McDingleberry.
Yeah.
They were meant for each other.
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to see if we can get an answer to this question. In times of crisis, what kind of burger does Wawa like to serve to you? And we will go to Kevin, see if we can get the answer. Hey, Kevin.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, in times of crisis, what kind of burger does Wawa like to serve to you?
That would be the viable burger.
A very viable burger, yes. Hang on, Kevin. To get your info, and we are going to set you up with where the hell is it? A pair of tickets to see Alice in Chains founder Jerry Cantrell. It's the Brighton tour at the Excite Center inside Parks Casino on Saturday, March 18th. MMR VIPs, you can enter at WMMR.com for a chance to win passes for the VIP meet and greet and sound check. Nick, you have a picture of Jerry Cantrell. What is this from?
It's the movie Jerry Maguire, and Jerry Maguire, Tom Cruise, takes his memo into a copy mat, which was actually at Kinko's overnight, and the guy that helps him get it produced and printed is Jerry Cantrell.
No kidding.
And I always think of Jerry Cantrell and in Jerry Maguire whenever I hear his name.
Yeah, there's so many grunge artists that populate that movie.
And
It's
also
phenomenal.
because Cameron Crowe is just a huge fan of all of those guys. I mean, Cameron Crowe did singles, so a lot of those Alice in Chains guys were in singles. But yeah, he just showed up as a cameo in Jerry Maguire.
Who else is in that movie?
Well, you have from Soundgarden, you have...
Are you thinking of singles?
What are you saying?
Jerry Maguire.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I was thinking of singles. Yeah, but the same
I was like,
director,
if there were other grunge artists in Jerry Maguire, then it went way over my head.
Yeah.
Troy Aikman.
He's grunge.
Glenn Fry's in it. Now, he's not a grunge artist.
He always puts musicians in the movies. Like,
He
there's
does.
a couple in, what was it, Vanilla Sky?
I only saw that movie once.
Me too.
Very
It was
trippy.
It was a strange movie.
But he always puts musicians in them.
Yeah, it would make sense. Okay. All right, speaking of musicians, music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
Brought to you this morning by... I know it's not that.
No, it could be that.
Is it Live Casino Philly? Let's do that. Yes, you can catch all the March Madness at Sports and Social on the 52-foot
Wow.
Big screen at Live Casino Philly featuring Bud Light packages, giveaways, games, and more for an unmatched basketball viewing experience.
That's cool. I have a mouse over here, and occasionally I hit it accidentally.
and
that was the sound that you heard.
All right, so this was unfortunate news to see this morning. Guitarist Gary Rossington, the last remaining original member of Lynyrd Skynyrd, passed away on Sunday. He was 71 years old. Rossington had been sidelined from the band's recent dates following emergency heart surgery that he had in 2021. The band issued a statement that said, "It is with our deepest sympathy and sadness that we have to advise that we lost our brother, friend, family member, songwriter, and guitarist, Gary Rossington, today. Gary is now with his Skynyrd brothers and family in heaven and playing it pretty like he always does. Please keep Dale, Marianne, Annie, and the entire Rossington family in your prayers and respect the family's privacy at this difficult time." This is him on slide guitar.
Yeah. The fact that he survived that at all is miraculous.
Yes, Skynyrd manager Dean Kilpatrick, as well as the Planes 2 pilots Walter McCreary and William Gray. There was a wonderful documentary about that band that came out just a couple of years ago. It was so well done. And the drummer, Artemis Pyle, had said about that plane crash, he's like, I forgot exactly what he said, but he was saying that the people that died in that crash was, he said it in a way that was like they died a very dignified death. Like they were very aware of what was going on at the time, and they were at peace with, I don't know. I wish I could remember.
I think I know what you're talking about.
I wish I could remember how he put it because he said it so eloquently.
Wow. To think of it in those terms, too, that, they're at the point where you're checking out and there's nothing you can do. It's like the scene in Almost Famous where people are freaking out, and then there's just people who just quiet resolve. Okay, this is the way of it.
And in that documentary, it's pretty wild. There's a guy that takes them into the woods out where that crash was, and there's still pieces of the plane because it's so deep into nothing where they crashed.
Don't people periodically go looking for?
I think so.
Pieces, yeah.
And he said they were walking around. He's like, look right here, and he just pulls up this chunk of airplane that's still lying there. Following the crash in 1979, Rossington formed Rossington Collins Band with surviving Skynyrd members Alan Collins, Leon Wilkson, and Billy Powell. Lynyrd Skynyrd reunited in 1987 with Ronnie Van Zant's youngest brother, John Van Zant, handling the frontman duties. They really were a powerhouse of a band.
Yes,
they were talented musicians.
The default joke is "Freebird," right. But it's the legendary song that it is because it's a great song.
So I saw them perform in early 90s at the Mann Music Center. What iteration of the band would that have been, Preston?
When was it?
Like 91, 92, something like that.
It's a good question. I'm not sure. That would have been Johnny Van Zant, obviously, is the lead singer, but they had interchanged people in and out from time to time, and I'm not sure who all would have been in the band.
Some members 38 Special as well?
Yeah. 38 Special was kind of a spinoff.
Yeah.
Of Lynyrd Skynyrd, and they were one of those bands like 38 Special, and Lynyrd Skynyrd, like with Bachman Turner Overdrive and the Guess Who.
Yeah.
And these bands that had interchanging members. I lose track of who was in what band at what point and all that stuff, but. That's the end of an era. That's, the last original member of that band. And there were like 7 guys in that band. There were a lot of members and such great music. So sad news to hear today. On Friday, Travis Barker updated fans on social media following surgery on his broken ring finger.
Oof, Marissa sent us the Instagram post. Did you guys see it?
Yes.
I didn't want to look at it.
Yeah, they actually showed it open.
Oh, boy.
You know,
No blood, though.
with a slideshow of pictures from the hospital, Betty wrote, "It was a hard decision to make, but ultimately, I couldn't continue to play the drums without it." He said his finger would have dislocated again without the operation for his torn ligament. On Saturday evening, he posted a video of himself and Kourtney Kardashian sharing a night out. He had his hand, arm wrapped in a gauze, but seemed to be feeling great. Blink-182 postponed their world tour after Barker's injury, which happened during rehearsals last month. He originally tried to continue and then injured it again a couple of weeks later, so he had no choice.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. You had to get it done.
Yep.
Looks like it's filled with banana pudding.
Doesn't it look like
Yeah.
that? I think that's the fat on the inside of your finger. It's gnarly. I saw my own body fat when I cut open my arm one time.
It's freaky, man.
It's horrible, dude.
You don't want to. You're not supposed to see that.
Over the weekend, Fall Out Boy revealed a track list for their upcoming album, and actor Ethan Hawke is featured on a song.
What?
Yeah, it's called The Pink Seashell. A couple of years ago, bassist lyricist Pete Wentz told NME that it was inspired by a moment in Hawke's 1994 film Reality Bites. At the time, Wentz was planning to record it for a solo album, but it ended up on the new Fall Out Boy album instead.
What moment from Reality Bites?
Don't know, because there's a few moments where he plays in a band in that, and they show them at a club, and he's playing some songs, but it's a good question. I don't really know.
If you watch that movie, virtually every scene, they have a cup of coffee and a cigarette.
Right.
Yeah.
I only remember one scene from that movie, and he sings "Kiss Off."
Right.
I guess to piss off Winona Ryder.
He does,
Okay.
yeah. The group recently announced a 29-date tour that runs June through August. Now, Ethan Hawke, if in the movie not about Boyhood, yeah. He plays a musician in that, or
That's right.
wannabe musician, and he sings several songs in that particular movie. So he's definitely musically inclined.
You don't remember the cheesy dance scene when they're dancing to the next My Sharona, Casey, or on the...
Was that on the roof?
They're in the convenience store.
The convenience store, yeah. And Janine Garofalo makes them turn it up, and it's...
No.
It has a warm place in my heart because it was attempting to be the definitive movie of that period.
Yeah.
And it doesn't quite hit the mark.
No.
It's too forced, but I still enjoy it.
For you, Nick, is it more or less cringy than that scene in Caddyshack?
Oh, man.
Where she's dancing around the...
Less, yeah. I would fast
green?
when she finds out that she's not pregnant.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I fast forward through that every time.
Thanks for nothing! That was not that scene, but...
I've never swum.
Guns N' Roses, Elton John, and Arctic Monkeys have been announced as the headliners to England's famed Glastonbury Festival. Among the other performers set to play the grounds at Worthy Farm, Pilton in Somerset, England, between June 21st and June 25th are Blondie, Lizzo, Youssef, or Cat Stevens, The Chicks, Lil Nas X, Lana Del Rey, Churches, Manic Street Preachers, Fatboy Slim, Måneskin, and Texas, among many others.
It's a pretty big bill.
That is a pretty big bill. So, yeah, it's over several days. So, yeah, Guns N' Roses, Elton John, and Arctic Monkeys will be the headliners. I'm not sure who's headlining what particular nights of that. This is cool for me personally to see. The Rush reissue series continues on April 28th with the new expanded editions of the band's beloved 1982 Signals album, which was the follow-up to their Watershed 1981 Moving Pictures collection. That was the first new album for me.
Really?
When I had found out what Rush was.
Okay.
So when that album came out, it was the first time I held brand new music from that band and listened to that album nonstop all the time.
I watched I don't know how recent it was, a documentary over the weekend. It was on YouTube. And it was Alex and Getty driving around their old neighborhood. And Alex and Getty apparently lived 7-8 minutes apart and hung out, and they were showing like where they would get beaten up by the bullies at school. And,
yeah, that's from it's the
Subdivision?
the documentary that I've watched 1,000 times. No, it's not Exit Stage Left, and it's not All the World's a Stage. It is
From the Lighted.
Wait,
Light is Age?
Yeah.
Beyond.
Upon the Light is Age.
Yeah.
It's excellent.
Okay.
I've seen it several times. Yeah, it's great. So Rush had Signal's 40th anniversary will be available to fans in 3 distinct configurations, including Super Deluxe, the 1 LP picture disc edition, and Dolby
mint chocolate chip.
And mint chocolate chip, which is just delightful. And Dolby Atmos digital. Limited edition Super Deluxe box features 8 lithographs of Neil Peart's original hand-drawn lyrics for each of the each song on Signals, and it's only available through the official Rush online store. Signals was their 9th studio album in 1982, peaked at number 10 in the U.S., 3 in the U.K., and number 1 in Canada. Spawned 3 singles. New World Man, which peaked at number 21, actually marks the band's sole top 40 hit to date in the States.
Really? That's crazy.
The iconic Subdivisions, which hit number 5 on the Billboard's mainstream rock tracks.
Subdivisions is what got me to appreciate Rush.
Right.
So I did not like the earlier, which I now love, the earlier falsetto-ish singing style. And then I retroactively went back and revisited everything and drew a better appreciation of them.
The Analog Kid also reached number 19 on the same list. So
I also love the music video for Subdivisions.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
And then finally, Nick just showed me this. Lionel Richie is coming to town along with Earth, Wind, and Fire. That should be pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Uh-huh.
It's supposed to be a greatest hits tour for Lionel Richie, so nothing but the hits, yeah.
It's called Sing a Song All Night Long.
Sing a song.
So that's Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Yeah.
And
Sing
then
a song.
All Night Long is Lionel Richie, so it's perfect. August 15th, Wells Fargo Center. I don't have any on-sale information. You, Nick?
On the 13th at 10 a.m.
I watched, I guess it was the premiere of American Idol last night, about 10 minutes of it.
How was it?
I wanted to set my head on fire.
How's he on it, Lionel?
He is, obviously, of all of the people, he has every right to be sitting there.
Yeah.
You know, it is weird to watch his face never move.
It's his eyes.
Yeah.
Yep.
But he is certainly valid. They're all, listen, they all have their chops, but I mean, if you're talking about somebody you really want to impress, Lionel Richie.
But for somebody who has been in this industry for forever, man, does he miss the mark on who he thinks is a star.
Well, I'm tired of you're a superstar.
Every single person.
You're a legend.
Yeah.
Really? Okay. So Lionel, name me the last 4 winners. You're the judge. Name me who won the last 4 times. Who are these? Give me outside the original cluster. Name me an idol. You can't.
The kid we had on. What's that guy's name?
Louis
He didn't
Diamond?
win.
He didn't win. He was like top 5.
Damn it.
He's got a new single out, though.
Okay.
It's really good.
He's talented. I'm just saying the mechanism, I wonder, even if you are worth a damn, and a lot of them are, does it just automatically... You don't have a good track record.
No, but you know what, Steve? It premiered a couple of weeks ago, so whatever you were watching is probably,
did it?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was on after America's Funniest Home Videos. You need something that has gravitas and credibility, like The Masked Singer. That's
there you go.
That's where you see.
Now you're talking. That's
who was the shrimp?
Yeah. All right, and there you go. That's the last item in music news. We will take a break, come back in a second, wrap it up with the letter of the day for the word of the week. You know how that works. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The cake woman.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me all this time?
Yeah. Mary Berry. And
I simply asked, how are you doing?
The special aired yesterday on the BBC, by the way.
There was a throwaway line that made a lot of press. I guess it was in the Daily Mail. She said to Kate Middleton, basically something like, would you like to squirt on the cake?
Oh, geez.
And so there was actually isolation. They thought that was rather amusing. Why don't you lift up your skirt, hop up on the table, and squirt on the cake? Squirt. You know, like they do in pornographic films.
Royal jelly.
Royal jelly. Wow, you're like a geyser.
Okay. Kevin Costner has set a new drama at ABC. ISB will tell the story of elite special agents of the Investigative Services Branch, whose job it is to solve the most complex
and heinous crimes committed in national parks in the Pacific West region.
ISB?
ISB. He is going to produce and write this. It's a procedural. Former The Flash showrunner Aaron Helberg and Costner will co-write and executive produce. And Helbing will also be, act as the showrunner. I don't think he's planning on acting.
He's producing
in the whole thing.
He's also producing a series for NBC called DVDA.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which and it's another division, Preston.
I guess that is.
They have there's 2 openings in that particular division.
Jesus. Oh, and there's 2 different divisions, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So 4 openings total.
Yeah.
No, 2 openings,
just 2
4
openings.
positions.
Wow. I'm with DVDA. Any openings there are 2.
You guys are talking about the Delaware Valley Dance Academy, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
4 positions.
4 positions for 2 openings.
Right.
I needed
Look up
that.
DVDA.
I needed that.
Or don't.
Or don't.
No, or just watch Blue Waffle.
Or you could just know what that
Go
is.
about the rest of your day without doing that.
Did you guys see the updated E.T. commercial that's
I
going on?
did.
It's
Yeah.
great. I love it.
It is
Steven
cool.
Spielberg directed it.
Did he?
That's what
I was wondering because
that's what I read.
I'm like, you can't tread on Steven Spielberg's territory.
Yeah. Well, Henry Thomas, who played Elliot, allegedly tampered with his sobriety test during a DWI stop. According to a police report obtained by TMZ, he refused a breathalyzer during a stop in Oregon. He was reportedly taken to a station and put in a holding cell. And when a urine sample was taken, the report claims he filled it with toilet water.
The oldest trick in the book. E.T. taught him that.
He denies the claim.
If you're ever arrested for drinking, take your urine specimen and mix it with toilet water.
He denies the claim. Last month, the 48-year-old pleaded no contest to driving under the influence. He was given a $500 fine. I was also told to attend a victim impact panel and install a car
Here, I'll
breathalyzer.
piss in a cup for you.
Oh my God!
There are no minerals in this urine that are not even on Earth anywhere.
It's purple.
It looks like the purple stuff. You drink instead of Sunny Delight.
Breaking news.
Really?
What's up?
Marissa was just telling me you sent it over. Okay. We heard rumblings about this, I guess, Monday, that Pearl Jam is going to have new music out?
Oh, yeah. Bill mentioned something to us about that.
Okay. We have a clip of the song Marissa just sent over.
Oh.
And she's going to get you some information on the album. What's the name of the song, Marissa?
I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She does not. What is it?
It's called Four Corners.
Four Corners.
Four Corners. Just a clip of the song. You want to
So it's
play?
ready to go now?
Yeah.
Did you
All
finish the endorsement or the?
I did,
Okay.
I
all
did,
right.
yeah. So limited time offer was the last part of that.
All right.
New music, Pearl Jam, just a clip of it.
You got like 40
Very cool.
seconds.
All right, here we go. Let's check this out.
Yes. Hook, line, and sinker. Even
as soon as the vocals started, his
Dude, no.
head popped up.
But it was believable vocals. The first line of the vocals, I was like, well, Casey's going to make fun of this. What's the guitar?
It's actually Mike McCready.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
But you can play now. Both you can play.
Not this.
You know how some songs speak to you more than others.
Yeah, I think this one hits you where you live.
This one speaks to me.
That speaks directly to you.
Yeah,
I mean, it's for crying out
gets
loud.
me in all the feels, man.
Casey was so excited. He played that for me yesterday.
I was even more excited last night when Nick tweeted out you had answered somebody's tweet about Pearl Jam coming out with new music this week. I was like, oh my God, this is so perfect.
Well, there's and I saw that you liked that tweet, by the way. There's a
now we know why he liked that tweet.
There's a Pearl Jam account in Italy that actually helps break some Pearl Jam news around the world or whatever. And
Pearl Jamma.
No, it's Pearl Jam Online Italia, and we've been talking about possible new Pearl Jam music all week because we heard from Bill Weston that there might be some.
And that's not it.
And well, no, clearly. But the more we talk about it and the less that actual Pearl Jam music shows up, the more nervous I am about actually talking about it on air because it's just been rumors thus far. You know, we haven't actually had any. So then you got me today.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Because he was certainly impressed with MMR and the whole thing, and you know the reference. If at some point some reference in some way pertaining to you, Nick, ended up in a song, whether it be not by name or a reference or something.
Just
or
call
the
it a day
station.
at that point. I just retire if that ever happened.
Yeah.
I'm done.
All right. So that's your breaking news.
Breaking news.
Music news this morning. Brand new Pearl Jam. No, the rumor is actually that there is new music from the band that's supposed to surface.
Supposedly?
Supposedly. I ask you. I guess this week, but whether that comes to pass or not, remains to be seen. So we will see. And yes, we got a lot of people texting that you got them as well.
Nice.
Some phone calls coming in too. So please welcome Mr. Frank Caliendo to the show.
What a great entrance. I walked in and I met old friends from the hallway.
Wow.
It was somebody from another station down the hall was like, wait a second, are you Frank Caliendo? I'm like, yeah. He goes, okay. And then he walked away and didn't let me in. And then I'm just standing there with these other guys, and which we became great
seriously?
friends. No, yeah. And
sometimes you just know.
And then, and then I was like, "You're not gonna just let me in?" I would have left these guys here in a heartbeat. I have no problem with that. And they're like, "We would have done it too." They're like, "You're just stuck here with these two creepy guys." I'm like, "You have no idea what my life is like. You're zero on the creepy meter. Creepy meter doesn't even come close to get." They were very nice.
I feel like it's gotten to a point where we should just give you a key fob so you can get in.
I would take it. I have stations where I have that.
You do have the key fob accessibility?
Yeah, I've had that and entry codes like in Arizona.
You know, but now here you have construction going on, so you'd be at actual
I also have a key.
peril.
I have a key to a crane.
You do? They gave you a key?
How do you think I got in?
Oh my God!
I didn't take a door. I was dropped in.
It's why when you come up here, so a lot of people don't know, they're actually going to add an atrium onto the building that's going to go up 4 floors. It'll be right outside our window here. So they're actually digging up the whole front of the building. And so we haven't heard it as of yet. But,
Nick let me know in advance.
Did you walk over here?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
What do you think? I think I Ubered from across the street?
I wouldn't put it past
How
you.
lazy do you know that I am?
But it's, I mean, your hotel's literally a block away.
Let's just tell everybody where I'm staying. That's great.
Room 472.
Then you want to see some creepy factor, guys? I want to tell you guys because I was so excited this weekend. I shouldn't say no. I hadn't been to one of these in a while. It was a comic convention kind of thing.
Yes, yeah. You're a comic book nerd.
I like comic books. I'm getting into them. I'm getting back into them. I liked them when I was a kid. I'm more into the stuff that my daughter's into. Barbies, My Little Pony. No,
you're into
I'm more into. Just looking for a joke.
It just got creepy again.
Yes, no problem. I like to comb their hair. My Little Pony.
You know what they call those bronies?
Yeah.
Is there such a thing?
I'm bringing us to the end of the program on 93.3 WMMR. It's Everyday Rock, Self-Esteem. 10:56 a.m. on a Monday morning. Just beginning the work week. But what's wonderful is we have a Word of the Week prize. It's going to be solid. We'll give that to you in a little bit. By the way, we cleared up the confusion with our potential guest that we're going to have this morning, Diane Franklin. It was Marissa's fault. So there you go. We cleared it up. Gave her the wrong time. And fessed up to it.
She made good.
She made good on it. So we're going to have her on a Wednesday instead. So got that all straightened out. But thank you to Mr. Paul Eisenberg for being on this morning. Bringing Hope Home is an amazing charitable organization that helps out people living with cancer, essentially paying your bills. Pays your bills for
electric, rent, food, whatever it may be. And they do this through a campaign is one of the things they have going on now through Acme. And it's the situation where you go up and on the pin pad, you can make a donation if you want to. So
easy.
Paul wanted to get the word out, and we're happy to help him do that. So stop by your local Acme. It's for the month of March. So thank you for Paul for coming on this morning. Pierre's here, back from weekend. Hey, man.
Good day.
How'd the rest of your Poconos day go?
It was a wild day on Friday. People just were in this joyous mood.
So good.
They were celebratory, and we had a few bumps, but we learned some things for next year. But it was packed. The lodge was packed, and
it was good though. Even with that packed status and the big turnout, you didn't feel like a sardine in a can. Like you had more than enough room to get around. Yeah,
right. Yeah. Because where we were broadcasting from, Brent had to move into the secondary bar and tavern, which is right next door, and he was broadcasting his show from there. But he and I also went on stage to introduce Everclear, and it started snowing.
I saw the video footage. It looked awesome.
It was so blanking cool because I said, well, this band has played in heat waves. It played in small rooms, in large rooms, indoors, outdoors. But to the best of my knowledge, this may be the first time they have played in a snowstorm.
How did everyone was saying how great it was?
They nailed it.
Yeah.
But Brent and Pancake and I were out there watching it, and we were thinking it really started to get very cold, and their fingers were exposed, playing the guitars and the drums.
Mm-hmm. It's hard to do, for sure.
Well, Art made mention of it. Art Alexakis, he gave us a really nice shout-out. Said those guys have been with us for a long, long time. But the crowd stayed till the end. The band played great, and it was really cool.
Excellent.
Then we went out for a little group dinner. We went to Dave McGurgan's place, Harvest, up there. That was great fun. A bunch of us went out, and then we ended up in Brent Porsche's room, and he broke out the tequila. That was my biggest mistake. We went from a martini and wine at dinner to tequila, and then he had PBRs.
Wow.
And yeah.
Do you know it was great?
You have any memory of it?
Yeah, I left before you did. Do you know what time you left Brent's room?
We heard this story about how you had an open house in your hotel room for the whole day.
No, it wasn't the whole day. It was the nighttime, but I forgot to. I didn't lock the door. If you in a hotel room, if you put that thing on,
sure,
it'll keep the door cracked open.
Yeah, it'll keep the door. If you turn one of the locks, it'll keep the door cracked open. Mm-hmm. Apparently, I did that on the way out for dinner, and I came back, and we were going down the hall, and my room was just down the road from Brent's on the same floor. I said, "Oh, I got to go back down. I lost my keys or my card keys," and then we passed my room and go, "Oh, maybe not." And I just pressed it open, and there it was.
But it was the fact that there was like a ton of restaurants and things, like a real town, and obviously we had wonderful years with Jack Frost, but when I get there, you'd feel like I better lay in some supplies.
Yes.
And I did not have that feeling,
Right. By the way, you left Brent's room at 3:30 in the morning. He texted me that.
Oh, okay.
That you stuck around that long.
I found texts that I was sending to my friends in California at 4:30, 4:45.
Sounds about right.
So it wasn't a pretty morning the next day. But do you, and I had to go, the Starbucks in that little mall thing was closed, so I had to go into downtown Scranton to get a Starbucks for the ride home. But do you remember the apple story?
No, I do not.
Brent brought out a tray of apples.
Oh, that story, yeah. So he was serving up beers late night, and Pierre said, it'd be cool to get like a slice of lime or whatever. And so Brent's girlfriend sliced up some limes, brought him over to the little table in the hotel room. And
About 15 minutes later.
Whatever. In a short amount of time post lime request, and you're like, "Man, what are these apples?" And they were like, "These are lime slices. that you had just requested. They are not Granny Smith apples.
They were all cut up perfectly and in a perfect circle, and I glanced down at them in my fog, and I said, oh, maybe this is a new tradition of eating an apple instead of a lime with a tequila. Yeah. Needless to say, that brought huge guffaws from Mr. Mr. Porsche and Mr. Pancake and Mr. McElwain and
what are these apples?
Brent and his
bananas.
Stacy. Yeah. But I go, look at the apples, and Nick just lost it with that one.
You had just requested
well,
limes.
Who can be bothered with the details? For heaven's sakes.
Well, fun was had by all. As they say. Yeah.
Fun was had by all. And yeah,
there you go.
Do it again next year.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say about that.
All right, you ready for the letter, man?
Sure.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. And the President and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter.
A is in apples.
It's perfect. We're going to give away 4 tickets on the floor to see Muse, Will of the People Tour, Sunday, March 19th, Wells Fargo Center. Special guest, Evanescence. Some tickets remain via Wells Fargo Center. Philly.com. So we'll do that on Friday. What's happening on the show today, Pierre?
Well, we will get into a block of Pink Floyd and Pearl Jam. David Gilmour's birthday today. And then with the sad news of Gary Rossington's passing, we will put in a block of Leonard Skinner as well.
Absolutely. All right, I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. President Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by LASIK Experts. Book your free LASIK consultation today at LASIKexperts.com. And also brought to you by Monster Mania Con 53. Tickets for this weekend available at monstermania.net. It's a good thing I can move on the fly because it says it's brought to you by Monster Man Con.
Monster Man.
I'm Monster Man.
I'm Monster Man.
Tomorrow on the program, Phillies announcer Scott Fransky joining us. And we have a very special announcement.
Yes.
We're excited about said special announcement tomorrow. All right, so be with us. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.